Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with peace taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. His face grew increasingly unsightly. Chuckling wryly, elder son stepped forward, signaled for people to come carry the gaunt young man away, and then declared Baziush-hun the winner. Ah, he let me win. Baziush-hun said as the shield light around him faded away. Looking very solemn, he puffed his chest out and clasped his hands behind his back, looking every bit like a chosen. As for the gaunt young man, as he was being carried off, he apparently heard Baziush-hun's words, regained consciousness, coughed up another mouthful of blood, and then passed out again. Clearing his throat, Baziush-hun turned to elder son and clasped hands. Then he flicked his sleeve and walked out of the arena. The outer sect disciples who had come to watch the competition took everything in fairly well. At most, they had strange looks on their faces. As for the contestants, they were looking at Baziush-hun with very unsightly expressions. That was especially true of the people who had already won their respective matches. When they compared the gaunt young man's current condition with Baziush-hun, they couldn't help but feel the need to be on guard. The competition continued, and soon the rest of the matches were completed. Of the original 20 participants, half had been eliminated to produce the current top 10. That included Du Lingfei, Qin Zhang, and Baziush-hun, who stood there, chin jutted out, looking around at his fellow top 10 competitors. Inwardly, he was saying, all I have to do is win one more match and then I'll have succeeded. Seeing hope right there in front of him, he felt quite excited. Elder Son looked over the 10 contestants, his gaze lingering on Baziush-hun for a moment before saying, the top 5 will now be selected. Would the 10 of you please step forward to select your marbles? This time, Baziush-hun scrambled to be first in line, and pulled out a marble with the number 2 written on it. Afterward, he immediately turned to study his fellow competitors. It didn't take long for everyone to draw a marble, after which Elder Son announced that the first 2 fighters were to begin their match. Baziush-hun was joined by a burly, muscular man who, upon seeing who he was fighting, began to laugh loudly. Other people might fear your defenses, but I don't care at all about them. I'm also adept with defense, so let's just wait and see which of us 2 can hold out for longer. Laughing, the man slapped his bag of holding to produce a shield. After imbuing it with some spiritual energy, the shield grew larger and began to emit a yellow glow which completely surrounded the man. The man wasn't done yet, though. Roaring, his flesh and muscles expanded, and he even grew a few inches taller. The entire scene was quite shocking. I can't believe it's body-forging magic. That little shield looks familiar. Don't tell me it's the Dawnlight shield. That thing's costs 9,000 merit points. Everyone was shocked, and as for Baziush-hun, his brow was furrowed. When Elder Son saw what was happening, he nodded his head slightly, eyes shining with a look of praise. Turning to Li Qing, he said, this kid is Li Shan, 5th level of Qi condensation. He'll be a difficult opponent, as he was born with godly power, plus cultivates body forging magic. Not only is he incredibly strong, he also excels in defense. Li King nodded slightly, then looked over at Bazish Hun. Bazish Hun was studying the burly man's transformed body, and the shield he had. He recognized the shield from his visit to the treasure pavilion, and although he wasn't sure exactly how many merit points it cost, his frown deepened. Everyone watching the competition seemed very interested to find out what was going to happen, especially the other disciples in the competition, who were clearly pleased to gloat in the misfortune of others. That fair-skinned disciple sure got unlucky. Well, he got super lucky before, that's all. Now that he's facing a powerful opponent like this, he'll naturally get beaten back into place. As the audience discussed the developments, the burly man smiled viciously and then began to stride rapidly toward Bazish Hun. There's nothing you can do. I beat the last disciple I fought without even drawing a weapon. My fist is the most powerful magical technique I have. The man sped up, causing a wind to blast out. As he closed in, Bazish Hun's eyes glittered and he suddenly waved his finger, causing his little wooden sword to fly out from his bag of holding. Without the slightest pause, it shot out in front of Bazish Hun toward the burly man. As it slashed toward him, sword chi built up for dozens of meters around the sword, causing rumbling sounds to echo out. The burly man's face fell, and his scalp was tingling so hard it felt like it might explode. His eyes widened as an intense sensation of crisis washed through him. Without the slightest hesitation, he fell into retreat. Roaring, he waved both hands, sending his shield out to block the sword. A boom rang out as the wooden sword and the little shield slammed into each other. However, the shield didn't do anything to even slow down the wooden sword. It was blasted apart, and the wooden sword continued on toward the burly man. The man's face was filled with shock. Even if he were capable of dodging faster, it would do no good. The flying sword was on him in the blink of an eye, causing an icy wind to buffet his face. I concede. He shouted without hesitation, his voice rising by a few octaves as he fell to the ground. A buzzing sound could be heard as the wooden sword stopped just in front of the man's forehead, then turned and flew back into Bazish Hun's bag of holding. Bazish Hun blinked, also somewhat shocked by the wooden sword. Before, he had only practiced with it, and had no idea it was so powerful. And that was before he even began to utilize lightness and heaviness. After looking up in thought for a moment, he jutted his jaw out, folded his hands behind his back, and looked coolly at the burly man. The man's face was pale white, and yet he still didn't seem to want to back down. Crawling to his feet, he glared at Bazish Hun and said, "Using the power of magical items doesn't count as winning. I don't accept this as being a defeat." With that, the man turned and stalked out of the arena. Elder Sun looked over at Bazish Hun, also astonished by the power of the wooden sword. However, he didn't say anything other to announce that Bazish Hun was the victor. Ha ha ha, Bazish Hun laughed to himself. In the next battle I'll just instantly concede. I became a cultivator to live forever, right? All this killing and fighting is too barbaric. That's not how Bazish Hun does things. Bazish Hun left the arena, feeling wonderful at having complied with Li Kingu's requirement to get into the top 5. Li Kingu's eyes had also come to rest on Bazish Hun. Although everyone else had been focused on how incredible the flying sword was, Li Kingu hadn't been paying attention to that at all. He had been watching the skill and ease with which Bazish Hun controlled the flying sword. Seeing that Bazish Hun had won another match, the crowd began to sigh emotionally. Ah, this guy must be rich, that's why he has such an incredible wooden sword. Humphrey. If he had any other weapon he definitely couldn't have won. Magical devices have nothing to do with your cultivation. First he used those amulets, then that sword. What a waste. He's definitely going to go broke eventually. The grumblings didn't last for long though. The next battle soon got underway. Du Lingfei was fighting an opponent with an extraordinary cultivation base. It was a fierce fight, but Du Lingfei didn't use her banner. Instead, she utilized a flying sword. They fought back and forth in dazzling fashion until suddenly, Du Lingfei's flying sword shot forward with incredible speed to appear directly in front of her opponent. Such speed vastly surpassed that which ordinary disciples could control, sending the audience into an uproar when people realized what they were seeing. I can't believe its lightness and heaviness. Du Lingfei has actually reached enlightenment of that stage. Its lightness and heaviness. Deep within Elder Sun's eyes, the glitter of approval could be seen as he looked at Du Lingfei. Li King also nodded. Qin Zhang was shocked, and most everyone else who had made it into the top 10 had similar reactions. As for her opponent, he chuckled bitterly and clasped hands to concede. Du Lingfei stood there in the arena, looking around proudly. Clasping hands toward Li King and Elder Sun, she left the arena. The crowd was still in an uproar. However, Bazish Hun was left standing there, blinking. That level of speed counts as lightness and heaviness? He thought, astonished. As Du Lingfei proudly left the arena, slight drops of sweat could be seen running down her face. Despite being in the great circle of the 5th level of chi condensation, fighting 2 successive battles was quite a drain on her spiritual energy. That was especially true of the battle just now, in which her opponent had possessed unusual battle prowess. In the end, she had been forced to unleash her magic of lightness and heaviness, which was an even bigger drain on her spiritual energy. That was how she had secured victory. Her goal was one street place, and she knew that subsequent opponents would only be more powerful. Because this particular sect competition wasn't very strictly organized, she wouldn't have much time to rest before the next fight. Therefore, she immediately pulled out a medicinal pill, which she consumed, then closed her eyes and began to take advantage of the time to recover. The top 5 now consisted of Baziash Hun and Du Lingfei, as well as Qin Zhang. In the end, there were 2 other young men, both of whom had profound cultivation bases in the 5th level of chi condensation. Currently, everyone was in the process of rotating their cultivation bases, taking advantage of every opportunity to replenish some spiritual energy. Only Baziash Hun didn't seem to have spent any spiritual energy at all. In fact, he even stood off to the side yawning. When everyone else who had been eliminated from the competition saw that, it left them with the urge to beat him. Now that he had fulfilled Li Qinghu's demand to get into the top 5, he didn't care at all about the rest of the competition. Trying to suppress his boredom, he looked over at the other 4 top 5 competitors, especially Du Lingfei, musing that if the speed she had just unleashed counted as lightness and heaviness, then he was surely far, far beyond that. It's too bad she has such an extremely murderous aura. Why would a good girl like that be so into fighting and killing? Don't tell me that all girls who practice immortal cultivation are weirdos like this. Zhu Xingqi is super proud, and Hu Xiaomai is way too moody. Baziash Hun shook his head. He was just about to look away from Du Lingfei when she seemed to sense that he was looking at her. Her eyes suddenly snapped open to stare at him coldly. As far as Du Lingfei was concerned, Baziash Hun wasn't even worth thinking about. After watching his first 2 battles, she was of the opinion that he had pulled off lucky wins, which caused the derision in her heart to grow stronger. Well, you dare to stare at me, do you? Baziash Hun immediately ceased any motion of looking away. Instead, his eyes went wide as he glared right back at Du Lingfei. Staring contests didn't have anything to do with fighting and bloodshed, so from a young age, he had met few people who could overcome him. Du Lingfei frowned. As for the admirers who clustered behind her, they were very irritated, and cast ferocious glares in his direction. However, seeing so many eyes staring at him, and considering that quite a few of them were extremely fierce, Baziash Hun cleared his throat. He only had 2 eyes, so how could he possibly match up? Well, they have numbers on their side, and besides, true men don't fight with girls. With a harumph, he looked away. About that time, Elder Sun's voice rang out across the arena. Very good, all of you. This competition has gone very well so far. And now, we will continue to narrow down the competitors. Would the 5 of you please step forward and select a marble? One of those marbles is a free pass into the top 3. Smiling, Elder Sun produced the bag again. This time, Qin Zhang was first. After pulling out the marble, he frowned. His marble had the number 4 written on it. Du Lingfei was next, who got the number 2 marble. The other 2 outer sect disciple got numbers 1 and 3 respectively. Baziash Hun didn't even need to draw a marble, the remaining marble was a free pass. Baziash Hun's eyes lit up, and he chuckled. He took his place outside of the fighting arena, arms folded, feeling completely relaxed as he prepared to watch Du Lingfei and all the others. He hadn't even planned to continue on with the competition, but now he didn't have to do anything and he was already in the top 3. Luck is a big part of strength, he thought, feeling quite pleased with himself. That very luck caused quite a few audience members to stare at him with even stranger expressions on their faces. Most of them really couldn't bear to accept the situation, especially the other disciples who had been eliminated, whose hearts were filled with jealousy and envy. This guy is totally shameless. Alright, fine, he used a magical item to get into the top 5, but then he actually got a free pass into the top 3. How despicable. In fact, there's never been someone as despicable as this to ever show up in the competitions. Chapter 32, Heaven-Defying Luck. It wasn't just the audience. Even Du Lingfei was feeling a bit jealous of how lucky Baziash Hun had gotten. It was the same with Qin Zhang. The other 4 people who had reached the top 5 had all spent a lot of energy already. If they had managed to get the blank marble, it would have given them a bit of breathing room to rest, which would have been an immense advantage during the rest of the fighting. Elder Sun looked at Baziash Hun and smiled, whereas Li Qinghu's expression remained the same as before. Baziash Hun looked on excitedly as the next round of fighting began. Du Lingfei's opponent was a fierce disciple who frequently left the sect on missions to slay wild beasts, and was the type of person who was used to seeing a lot of bloodshed. On the other hand, Du Lingfei's skill with lightness and heaviness was quite fear-inspiring. Not only did it provide her with powerful defensive capabilities, but she was also able to move with incredible speed. The audience was completely focused on the match, and occasional oohs and ahs could be heard. Both fighters were clearly in danger of being injured, and yet there happened to be a certain voice calling out, taking the lead in the cheering. Whoa! Nice sword move. Look at that reverse dragon tail attack. Oh no! Look behind you. Quick, look behind you. Rah rah rah. Bazius Hun was really getting sucked into watching the fight, to the point where he even started applauding at key points. It wasn't an act either, he really was impressed by Du Lingfei's performance, and by now, had forgotten that he was actually one of the competitors. When Elder Sun saw what was happening, he coughed dryly. Li Qing's face was completely expressionless, but inwardly all he could do was shrug his shoulders. After all, Bazius Hun had already accomplished the assigned task. Facing such a powerful opponent, Du Lingfei had no time for distractions. She focused completely for the time it takes an incense stick to burn, and after using lightness and heaviness 3 times, she finally secured victory. However, she ended up exhausting over half of her spiritual energy. Sweating, she was just about to walk out of the arena to rest up a bit, when she heard Bazius Hun cheering her on. Then she thought about how incredibly difficult it had been for her to get into the top 3, whereas Bazius Hun had done it without any effort at all. Irritation rose up in her heart, and she wished she could simply blast him with a powerful attack right then and there. When Bazius Hun noticed that Du Lingfei was glaring at him angrily, he blinked a few times, feeling a bit offended. Then he glared back at her, which seemed to push Du Lingfei to the point where she almost couldn't restrain herself from attacking. Qin Zhang's next fight went a bit smoother. However, he still fought for about the time it takes half an incense stick to burn, and wasted quite a bit of spiritual energy. He was also feeling quite envious of Bazius Hun. We now have a top 3. All 3 of you are outer sect celebrities. Elder Sun cleared his throat. Please come to determine the fighting order. This time, the number 3 marble counts as the blank marble. Whoever picks it will advance directly to the final match. Elder Sun waved his hand, causing the bag to appear once again. Qin Zhang was the first in line this time, and when he pulled out the marble and saw the number 2 written on it, he sighed and stepped off to the side. Du Lingfei took a deep breath as she stepped forward. But then she stopped in place and turned icily to Bazius Hun. You go first, she said coldly. Bazius Hun, who had been watching the exciting fights this entire time, didn't refuse. He reached into the bag as Du Lingfei looked on with an icy expression. It wasn't just her that was waiting to see what would happen, all eyes in the audience were fixed upon Bazius Hun. Even Elder Sun and Li Qingyu were craning their necks. Being the focus of attention in this way caused Bazius Hun to feel a bit embarrassed. Actually, he didn't even really care which marble he pulled out, and yet when he finally did remove his hand, his eyes went wide with shock. Number 3. Bazius Hun looked back at Du Lingfei, coughed dryly, and said, hey, you asked me to go first. Eyes gleaming ferociously, Du Lingfei clenched her hands into fist and stared murderously at Bazius Hun. Her chest rose as she took a deep breath, she seemed to be on the verge of exploding. Qin Zhang's eyes went wide, and his jaw dropped. The idea of someone being so incredibly lucky simply exceeded his imagination. Yet again, Bazius Hun would skip an entire match. When the surrounding disciples saw the marble in Bazius Hun's hands, they couldn't restrain themselves. Instantly, a huge commotion broke out. He advances automatically again. His name is Bazius Hun, right? How could he be so lucky? He got the blank marble twice in a row. How shameless of this guy. He hasn't done anything, and yet has made it all the way to the final match. How could a guy like that make it to the finals? Damn it, if I was as lucky as that, I could do the same thing. Everyone was in an uproar, and the people who had been eliminated from the competition earlier seemed especially envious. Elder Sun hesitated for a moment and then looked over at Li Qingyu. Li Qingyu let out a long sigh. He had to admit that Bazius Hun really had gotten lucky. In Bazius Hun's mind, there was no reason for the crowd to react in such a way. Smiling awkwardly, he hurried out of the arena, standing outside with an embarrassed look on his face. I was planning to concede anyway, he thought, looking incredulously at the marble in his hand. Du Lingfei took a deep breath to suppress her extreme irritation. Gritting her teeth, she looked at Qin Zhang, simultaneously settling her chi and clearing her mind. She had done her homework on Qin Zhang, and knew that he was a very powerful opponent. Qin Zhang smiled bitterly, taking a deep breath as he gazed back at Du Lingfei. After staring off for a few breaths of time, they sprang into action. Almost instantly, booms and bangs began to ring out. This was actually the most spectacular fight in the entire competition so far. Qin Zhang erupted with his full power, going to the lengths of throwing out some seeds, which he then catalyzed into full-grown plants with attack powers. When Bai Zichun saw him use his skill in plants and vegetation in such a way, his eyes glittered. As for Du Lingfei, she used lightness and heaviness to send her flying sword whistling through the air. After they had fought for a bit, she then produced a wooden sword, which swirled about in conjunction with the ordinary flying sword, turning the battlefield into an even more spectacular scene than before. The two of them couldn't keep using their trump cards for very long, and were rapidly running out of spiritual energy. The fighting only continued to grow more bitter. Bai Zichun was watching excitedly, whooping and hollering the entire time. The battle went on for about an hour, until a massive boom rang out as Du Lingfei pushed the wooden sword so hard that it exploded. The resulting fragments were then propelled by lightness and heaviness in a huge attack that Qin Zhang simply couldn't dodge. He was forced into retreat and ended up drawing on all of his spiritual energy. Finally, he sighed and conceded. The surrounding outer sect disciples were quite impressed by the intense battle, and their eyes gleamed with admiration as they gazed at Du Lingfei. They were now fully convinced of how amazing she was. As for Qin Zhang, his reputation also improved because of the fight. Even though he had lost, he was sure to become even more famous in the days to come. Elder Sun seemed quite pleased, and was even considering taking Du Lingfei on as a personal apprentice. At the same time, no matter how the competition ended, Bai Zichun's name was also sure to spread. The moment Qin Zhang called out that he conceded, Du Lingfei slumped in place in the middle of the arena, her face pale. She was swaying back and forth in exhaustion, her spiritual energy almost completely depleted. Taking a deep breath, she produced some medicinal pills which she instantly consumed. However, she knew that the pills would only replenish so much, and she could only recover completely by sitting cross-legged in meditation for several hours. After all, she had just fought 4 battles in a row. However, according to the rules of this type of competition, the disciples were not given very much time for rest. After all, it was only a small-scale competition. Bai Zichun, get out here. Du Lingfei said through gritted teeth. Her eyes gleamed with a ferocious light as she looked at Bai Zichun standing outside of the arena. She wanted to take advantage of the little bit of spiritual energy she had to defeat this damnable Bai Zichun, who had gotten into the final match only by pure luck. As soon as the words left Du Lingfei's mouth, everyone in the audience turned to look at Bai Zichun, eager to gloat in his misfortune. In their minds, even if Du Lingfei was bone-tired, Bai Zichun had only achieved victory by random chance, and she would be able to defeat him easily no matter the circumstances. Bai Zichun blinked a few times, then looked at Du Lingfei standing there unsteadily, and suddenly realized that he could actually take one street place. This is the time for Bai Zichun to finally become super famous. Once I go out there and use my lightness and heaviness, then everyone is going to be completely shocked. Puffing his chest out proudly, he strode into the arena, envisioning the scene of everyone reacting in shock to his win. However, the instant his foot touched down, Du Lingfei's eyes flickered coldly, and she suddenly performed an incantation gesture and pointed out. Instantly, her flying sword shot toward Bai Zichun. A brutal air emanated off of the flying sword, sending intense coldness out in all directions. Clearly this one attack was backed by all of the spiritual energy Du Lingfei could muster, causing the sword to emanate incredible pressure. Even more shocking was that Du Lingfei flew into the air behind the sword, almost as if she were about to merge with it and become one. A boom rang out as the sword accelerated toward Bai Zichun with shocking speed, a speed that vastly exceeded the speed she had used when fighting Qin Zhang. A piercing whistling sound echoed out as it became a prismatic beam that bore down on Bai Zichun. Everyone watching was completely shocked by the sword move, and began to cry out in shock. Solitary sword, flying immortal. I can't believe Elder Sister Du is actually using that sword incantation. Elder Sun's eyes gleamed brightly, and Li King nodded. Both of them could tell that Du Lingfei had actually never successfully pulled off this sword incantation. However, at this point in the battle, when her spiritual energy was virtually depleted, she managed to succeed. Using her last bit of energy, she just barely managed to unleash the sword incantation. By putting everything on the line, she gained enlightenment of the sword incantation, Li King said, eyes gleaming with admiration. This Du Lingfei isn't bad. She actually seems more suited to the cultivation of Green Crest Peak. All of the outer sect disciples were completely shaken. Everything seemed to turn into a blur, except for Du Lingfei and her flying sword, which merged together into a picture of perfect clarity. The sword whistled through the air, followed by the sword wielder, becoming a powerful attack. Du Lingfei looked exhausted, but her eyes gleamed with a sharp light. She was extremely confident that this sword move would secure her the victory. In almost the exact same instant that the flying sword and Du Lingfei closed in on Bezish Hun's pupils constricted. Rumbling sounds then echoed out as all of his numerous defensive assets erupted out layer by layer, including the jade pendant and all the amulets. At the same time, he flew backward at top speed. The flying sword was clearly not an ordinary object, and it quickly began to pierce through the shields. It stabbed through layer after layer, collapsing all the defensive shields until it actually reached Bezish Hun himself. However, by that point, it didn't seem to have much energy left. Before it could actually stab into him, it got stuck. Even as he flew backward, the sword keeping pace, it was possible to see the layers of leather clothing he was wearing. When the audience realized this, their jaws dropped, and they gasped. The Bezish Hun has so many defenses. How terrified of dying is this guy? Is it really worth it? He actually used magical items and talismans for a little competition like this? And on top of all that he wore leather armor? Du Lingfei's face was pale white as she watched Bezish Hun running away like a rabbit whose tail had just been stepped on. Not only was he moving with incredible speed, her sword was still stuck in his clothing. Gritting her teeth, she performed an incantation gesture and pointed out in an attempt to drag the flying sword back to her. However, she had so little spiritual energy that all she could do was make it tremble a bit. She tried one last time, but even as she tried to circulate her spiritual energy, blood began to ooze out of the corners of her mouth, and she staggered backward several paces, where she stood unsteadily for a moment before dropping down to sit on the ground. Her face was deathly pale, and her spiritual energy was completely drained. In her heart, she felt that it was a big injustice. She had struggled so hard to get into the top two, whereas Bezish Hun had done almost nothing. In fact, he hadn't even used any of his spiritual energy. Her irritation quickly turned into rage. Gritted her teeth, she stared murderously at Bezish Hun, wishing she could kill him several times over. In fact, if she had the energy, she would go over and bite him. Bezish Hun took a deep breath as he sped backward in retreat. He had never imagined that Du Lingfei would actually use a move like the one she had. Unexpectedly, all of his defenses had been pierced. Fudge, it's a good thing I was thinking straight and put on 8 leather jackets. He looked down at the flying sword sticking into his shoulder. It was now completely devoid of any energy, and was stuck fast within all the layers of leather. By the time it actually reached his skin, it had nothing left to push it any further. Furthermore, thanks to his undying skin, when it actually touched him, it didn't even match up to a mosquito bite. Fear lingering in his heart, Bezish Hun eyed the sword and then carefully pulled it out. Then he glanced over at Du Lingfei, who was sitting there gasping for breath. Elder sister, you really shouldn't throw your treasures around like this. Do you want this sword or not? If you don't want it, then I'll take it. Looking extremely pleased, he put the flying sword into his bag of holding, then took out his own little wooden sword. Just as he was about to launch an attack, people in the crowd began to cry out in alarm. Seeing Bezish Hun take her flying sword caused Du Lingfei's eyes to be shot with blood. You! She said. Just as she was about to flip out completely, she passed out. She was the second person in a competition to faint because of Bezish Hun. What did you go and faint for? Bezish Hun looked at the unconscious Du Lingfei, and then back at his little wooden sword. Finally, he shrugged. Chapter 33, Disqualify Bezish Hun. The surrounding outer sect disciples, especially the ones who had been eliminated from the competition early on, glared at Bezish Hun angrily. Many people even began to shout out. Shameless. You are completely shameless, Bezish Hun. Winning that way doesn't count and we all know it. Disqualify him. Everyone joined together in their rage, causing Bezish Hun to instantly grow jumpy with fear. He also realized that showing off his lightness and heaviness ability wouldn't abate the crowd's fury, and in fact, could potentially lead to worse consequences, and cause them to call him even more shameless. Instead, he turned to look at Elder Sunday. Elder Sun, I got one street place, right? Could you go ahead and announce it? Elder Sun smiled dryly in response. As for Li King, he sighed. How could he ever have imagined that requiring Bezish Hun join the competition would result in him taking one street place? Elder Sun shook his head and chuckled. Well, I guess I might as well. Bezish Hun has taken one street place in the competition. In response, everyone stared furiously at Bezish Hun. Bezish Hun was of the opinion that he was actually pretty powerful, but considering how many people there were, his heart began to prickle with fear. Just when he was about to step out of the arena and leave this dangerous location, Du Lingfei, with the help of some bystanders, regained consciousness and sat back up. Panting, she glared angrily at Bezish Hun, gritted her teeth, and then cried, Bezish Hun, I refuse to admit defeat. You might have taken one street place, but that's only because I let you have it. And that doesn't change how much I hate you. Do you dare to have another fight? Bezius Hun gave a sarcastic chuckle and kept walking. In his mind, he would be crazy to fight with this deranged woman again. Besides, what would happen if she passed out again? I won't fight you with magic, she continued. Besides, as outer sect disciples, we're both apprentice apothecaries of fragrant Cloud Peak. Why don't we compete in skill with plants and vegetation? Du Lingfei glared at Bezius Hun the entire time, and when she spoke, her words were spoken slowly and decisively. If you win, you can keep that pinewood sword of mine. But if you don't agree, then you'll regret it. Bezius Hun stopped walking. Having heard skill with plants and vegetation mentioned, he couldn't help but turn his head to look back at Du Lingfei. Seeing that Bezius Hun had stopped and was apparently hesitating, she resisted the impulse to unleash a savage attack, and quickly continued, Bezius Hun, if you can defeat me in terms of skill with plants and vegetation, then you can even have this cloud saw-airing incense. With that, she produced a stick of bluish-purple incense. As soon as the incense appeared, it began to pulse with spiritual energy, and the surrounding outer sect disciples' eyes instantly gleamed with envy. A Tier 1 spirit medicine. Cloud saw-airing incense. It's a really remarkable Tier 1 spirit medicine. Definitely very expensive, and useful for anyone under the 7th level of Qi condensation. Du Lingfei must have spent a lot of merit points on that in preparation for breaking out of the 5th level of Qi condensation. Elder Sister Du's skill with plants and vegetation got her into the top 20 of the first 3 stones deals outside the 10,000 medicines pavilion. Bezius Hun is definitely going to lose. Bezius Hun instantly recognized the cloud saw-airing incense, which he had read about when studying the introduction to cloud saw-airing grass in the 3rd volume of Plants and Vegetation. He was instantly moved, and that was even before he heard everyone mention that Du Lingfei was only in the top 20 on the stones deals, after which his eyes gleamed. Taking a few steps back, he stammered, Why you're really in the top 20 on the stones deals of plants and vegetation? He actually just wanted to confirm that what he had overheard just now was true. Are you going to compete or not? Du Lingfei said through gritted teeth. But I've only studied the first 3 volumes about plants and vegetation. He said hesitantly. That's what I'm talking about. Compete with me in the first 3 volumes. Come on, I dare you. Du Lingfei was so angry she felt like she was about to explode. Fine. I'll compete. He said. Happy? Although he looked as though he wanted to cry, inwardly, his heart was blooming with flowers of joy. He couldn't help but think that this girl really was a bit dim-witted. As soon as the crowd heard Bezius Hun's words, they began to boo and heckle him. Du Lingfei took a deep breath, sucking in quite a bit of spiritual energy, which stabilized her a bit. Glaring angrily at Bezius Hun, she stalked forward to Elder Sun, then clasped hands and bowed. Elder, Disciple Du Lingfei requests that you bear official witness to a battle of plants and vegetation between myself and Bezius Hun. Elder Sun's opinion of Du Lingfei was increasing by the moment. He stroked his beard for a moment before smiling and saying, Very well. I shall bear witness. However, since we are speaking of skill with plants and vegetation, perhaps it would be better for the Peak Lord to decide the nature of the challenges. He looked over at Li King. Li King looked deeply at Bezius Hun for a moment, then nodded. The surrounding disciples were now quite excited, as was Du Lingfei, who turned to Li King, clasped hands and bowed. Bezius Hun was also very pleased that he wouldn't have to engage in any dangerous fighting to make a name for himself. He stood there, no longer looking like he was about to cry, but rather, with jaw jutting out, looking arrogantly out at the crowd in the same way a chosen would. Du Lingfei snorted coldly. At this point, Li King glanced at Bezius Hun and Du Lingfei, then began to speak, his voice cool. The Tao of plants and vegetation is unpredictable. Although we will limit things to the first 3 volumes, those volumes contain numerous variables. Today I will present you with 2 challenges. We shall see which of the 2 of you can secure victory. With that, he tapped his bag of holding unproduced 2 seeds. These 2 flower seeds can be catalyzed with spiritual energy. The level of your skill with plants and vegetation will determine how many petals the resulting spirit flowers have. This is how we will decide the winner of the first round. Li King waved his hand, sending the 2 seeds flying to Bezius Hun and Du Lingfei respectively. Du Lingfei caught the seed without any hesitation. At the same time, Li King sent a medicinal pill flying her way, which she also caught, a look of shock appearing on her face. Take that pill to restore your cultivation base, Li King said calmly. Du Lingfei's face lit up. After expressing her thanks, she consumed the pill. After a few breaths of time passed, she trembled, and her eyes began to shine brightly. Her cultivation base had been completely restored. Bezius Hun wasn't very happy with that, but he didn't dare to say anything. Instead, he looked down at the spirit seed lying in his palm, and began to study it closely. Don't recognize it? Du Lingfei said, sneering. Well, I can tell you that it's a blue spirit thistle seed. With that, she completely ignored Bazish-hun, closing her eyes and circulating her spiritual energy, which she then poured into the seed in her hand. Almost immediately, an emerald green sprout climbed up from the seed. It grew rapidly until it was about 1/3 of a meter tall. Then, it bloomed with a blue spirit flower, and began to grow even taller. Bazish-hun looked over at what was happening, and then turned his attention back to the seed, which he continued to study thoughtfully. Li King was watching Bazish-hun the whole time, and soon, a virtually undetectable flicker of surprise could be seen deep in his eyes. While Bazish-hun stood there thinking, all of the surrounding outer sect disciples were watching Du Lingfei. The plant in her hand was already 2/3 of a meter tall, and already had a second flower. By the time Bazish-hun sent some spiritual energy into the seed, Du Lingfei's spirit plant had already sprouted with 3 flowers. Bazish-hun didn't maintain a steady flow of spiritual energy, but rather, sent it in fits and bursts. In fact, when the seed sprouted, he even blew the first few sprouts away with a breath of air. After enough time had passed for an incense stick to burn, Du Lingfei's face was ashen, and she was gritting her teeth. With her final bit of energy, she caused a 6th blue flower to sprout, after which she breathed a sigh of relief. Placing the plant down next to her, she clasped hands and bowed to Li King. Li King nodded. 6 spirit flowers, all of them superior grade. Nice job. Feeling very pleased with herself, Du Lingfei looked over at Bazish-hun. When she saw that his spirit plant wasn't even 1/3 of a meter tall yet, her sneer widened. The surrounding outer sect disciples were getting very excited. Elder Sister Du definitely deserves her reputation. That blue spirit thistle bloomed with 6 flowers. That's incredible. Bazish-hun hasn't even caused 1 flower to bloom. He's completely good for nothing. A competition of plant catalysis first involves studying the seed, and then using unique catalysis methods to cause it to grow. In that regard, Elder Sister Du is really at the head of the pack. In the middle of all the conversations, Bazish-hun's spirit plant gradually reached a height of 1/3 of a meter. Next, a somewhat shriveled blue flower appeared. Compared to Du Lingfei's flowers, it looked rather malnourished, and even elicited some laughs from the crowd. But then, all of a sudden, a second blue flower appeared on the short plant. Next was a third, a fourth, a fifth, a sixth, and a 7th. In the space of a few breaths, Bazish-hun's spirit plant bloomed with 9 flowers. This instantly led to widespread shock and disbelief. Du Lingfei was staring at what to her was a completely unimaginable scene. Blue spirit thistle blooms with 1 flower every 3rd meter. How could this plant have 9 flowers when it's only a 1/3 of a meter tall? However, things weren't over yet. Even as the 9 small blue flowers appeared, Bazish-hun closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then suddenly exhaled sharply. That one breath contained spiritual energy which settled onto the 9 flowers and, in the blink of an eye, caused them to begin to shiver and change colors. No longer were they blue, but rather, indigo. Indigo starts out as blue, but its color is deeper and more profound. As soon as people realized what was happening, their eyes went wide with astonishment. That's not a blue spirit thistle. Indigo spirit thistle. It's indigo spirit thistle, the seed of which is very difficult to distinguish from that of the blue spirit thistle. In fact, if you use the catalysis method for blue spirit thistle in indigo spirit thistle, you'll actually produce a blue spirit thistle, except you'll have wasted the seed. Everyone was shocked, and were starting at Bazish-hun in disbelief. Bazish-hun opened his eyes, then placed the indigo spirit thistle off to the side. Chuckling sarcastically, he clasped his hands behind his back and looked at Du Lingfei. His skill with plants and vegetation had already reached an indescribable level. After studying the seed for a while, he had noticed the differences, and was easily able to tell what type of seed it was. Du Lingfei's face flickered. To her, it felt as if someone had just slapped her across the face. She staggered backward a few steps, looking first at her blue spirit thistle and then at Bazish-hun's indigo spirit thistle. Suddenly, her face flushed with heat. Earlier, she had berated Bazish-hun for his lack of knowledge, but then, moments later, he had proven definitively that she had wasted the seed. This Bazish-hun is definitely extremely lucky, she thought, grinding her teeth. I assumed it was a blue spirit thistle, and he guessed that it was an indigo spirit thistle. Well, that was just a lucky chance on his part, not him actually identifying the seed. Bazish-hun takes the first round, Li King said coolly. That truly was the seed of an indigo spirit thistle, not a blue spirit thistle. They look similar, but some of the veins grow differently. Without studying it down to the finest detail, it's easy to confuse them. Looking over at Bazish-hun, he waved his hand again, causing a spirit plant to appear. It was a very unique, with 4 colors, and 9 leaves of different shapes. It also had 2 flowers on it, one black and one white. The flowers almost seemed insentient, as they were constantly struggling with each other, as if they wanted to suppress each other. Although the plant seemed like one single plant, if you looked closely you would see the signs that it had been grafted together. The first round was dedicated to catalysis. As for the second round, it will focus on identification. This particular spirit plant has been grafted together from numerous other plants. Whichever of you can correctly guess the greatest number of graft materials will be the winner. Li King sent the grafted plant floating out in front of him, then looked over at Baziush-hun. Considering he had brought Baziush-hun into the sect, he was very curious to see what other surprising things he could do. Du Lingfei gritted her teeth. In her mind, she had just been careless moments ago. Now, she was unprecedentedly focused. Taking out a jade slip, she walked up to the spirit plant. Baziush-hun's eyes gleamed with interest as he also stepped forward and began to examine the plant, occasionally making notations in a jade slip. A moment later, Du Lingfei stepped back, rubbing the bridge of her nose. Then she looked over at Baziush-hun with a grim expression on her face. She had identified 8 types of plants. The others were types she didn't recognize. However, Baziush-hun wasn't finished. His eyes were glowing even more brightly as he buzzed around the plant in circles. Occasionally he even cried out in surprise, as if he had just noticed something very interesting. Wow, you can do that? Well this is very interesting. The crowd looked on silently. None of them believed that Baziush-hun could identify any of the plants, and in fact, most of them were convinced that the reason he had catalyzed the indigo spirit thistle was simply luck. Faker. Du Lingfei thought. Yeah, you just keep on faking it. Inwardly, she was starting to feel uneasy, and her hatred for Baziush-hun only continued to grow. Enough time had passed for an incense stick to burn, and Baziush-hun was still going. He really was completely absorbed in what he was doing, and had even forgotten that he was in a competition. Seeing a grafted plant like this had seemingly opened up a huge door in his mind regarding skill with plants and vegetation. All of a sudden, he realized that the tens of thousands of medicinal plants he was familiar with were not just useful on their own, but could actually be mixed together. Eventually, he backed up reluctantly, eyes shining with fascination and admiration. Li King and Elder Sun exchanged a glance, and then Li King said, "Very well. The time has come to reveal which spirit plants you've identified. Du Lingfei, you go first." Du Lingfei gritted her teeth, then pulled out her jade slip and began to speak. "I saw 8 types of plants, including water-heaven rhubarb, cold soul root, earth dragon fruit, dawn fog lichen." She continued on until she reached the final medicinal plant. Sealwort flower. With that, Du Lingfei looked over at Baziush-hun, certain that he would never be able to surpass her. Of course, although 8 didn't seem like a lot, it was an incredibly difficult task to identify the various elements of a perfectly grafted medicinal plant like this. 8 was actually quite a bit. Humphrey. If Baziush-hun is shameless enough to say the same 8 plants, she said coldly, then we can consult the jade slips as proof. Baziush-hun cleared his throat, looked around, then flicked his sleeve and pulled out the jade slip that held his notes. Let's forget the 8 plants that elder sister Du mentioned. Other than those, I saw a total of 67 types of medicinal plants. Unfortunately, there were 31 that I couldn't identify. That means that in the end, I identified 36. His words instantly sent the surrounding disciples into an uproar. 36? How is that possible? 7 or 8 should be the limit. How could he possibly have identified dozens? Du Lingfei glared coldly at Baziush-hun. She simply didn't believe his words, and assumed that he was going to just randomly guess the types of plants. Junior brother Bei, she said sarcastically, why don't you just say there were 30,000 types of plants? That would cover everything in the 3rd volume of Plants and Vegetation, so at least you would be certain of guessing a few right. Chapter 34, Crushing It in Plants and Vegetation. All of the outer sect disciples in the audience snickered in response to what Du Lingfei had just said. None of them believed that Baziush-hun's skill with plants and vegetation could possibly match up to hers. That was especially true after hearing the last thing he said, which seemed completely unbelievable. Obviously, Baziush-hun was just going to blindly guess at the grafted plants. If Baziush-hun really can identify all those types of plants, then his skill with the plants and vegetation of the first 3 volumes would put him on the same level as elder sister Juzinki. How could that be possible? Ah, he's just being cryptic to confuse everyone. This guy is so annoying. At least he'll finally be exposed as a fraud. As everyone jeered and mocked Baziush-hun, he stood there, frowning slightly. Are you people finished yet? He said, his expression ice cold, true anger finally burning in his heart. If this were a combat situation, he wouldn't feel like that. But considering his grand aspiration of becoming a master apothecary, for people to doubt his abilities with plants and vegetation was a huge insult. You can say I'm just lucky, and you can say I won because of my magical items. But when it comes to the Tao of plants and vegetation, don't think that your superficial knowledge enables you to see the length and breadth of heaven and earth. When his voice echoed out, solemn and serious, his slight frame suddenly seemed more like a towering mountain. The cold way he looked at the outer sect disciples caused their laughter to turn into stares of shock. Even Du Lingfei was taken aback. The Bezish Hun in front of her right now seemed like a completely different person than the one from before. Bezish Hun snorted coldly and then flicked his sleeve. Abandoning his normally charming yet aggravating demeanor, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looked around coldly, and then began to speak, radiating a strange, indescribable energy. This spirit plant, which I'll tentatively refer to as a black-white orchid, contains gold-silver root, heaven ilo leaf, watery netgrass, 9 lands fruit, spiral pulp, border cloud bloom, search windstalk, yang soaking fruit. As he continued to speak, that energy grew stronger and stronger, leading to strange expressions on the faces of the spectators. That was especially true of Du Lingfei, whose frown deepened as she looked over at the spirit plant. She was familiar with all of the medicinal plants that Bezish Hun referenced, which were indeed from the first 3 volumes of Plants and Vegetation, and yet she couldn't see any evidence whatsoever that they existed within the grafted plant. Du Lingfei snorted, still completely unconvinced that Bezish Hun was actually identifying the grafted plants. Seems like you really are just going to recite a bunch of random plants from the first 3 volumes of Plants and Vegetation. If you can actually recite all of those plants from memory, then I guess I'll have lost, and in fact, I'll admit defeat. Everyone began to once again ridicule and mock Bezish Hun. Yeah, that's right. If you're good enough, then why don't you recite the entire first 3 volumes of Plants and Vegetation? Then you'll definitely win. Trying to seem cryptic, huh? Superficial knowledge? The length and breadth of heaven and earth? You're the one with the superficial knowledge. If you don't recognize the plants, just say so. There's no need to try to pull a fast one. How despicable. Bezish Hun looked coldly at Du Lingfei, then back at the crowd. Then he laughed, looked back at the plant, and continued, grow Hundra grass root for 30 years until it becomes full-grown Hundra grass. Remove the stalks and veins, roast them, then soak them in spirit water. After that, graft them onto sky leek leaf, and you end up with this distinctive spotting pattern. Bezish Hun waved his hand, causing a slight gust of wind to lift up one of the leaves on the plant, revealing a distinctive spotting pattern. 9 sky leek leaves have been combined into a single leaf, and then fed white-burn flowers as they grew. You can see that right here. White-burn flowers only bloom once they reach 100 years of age. When they do, you have only 100 breaths of time to graft them onto a clover ginseng, which you can use to feed the sky leek leaf. This white flower here is obviously a white-burn flower. Clover ginseng, when roasted with spirit fire, eventually withers, infusing the ginseng with the essence of the leaves. That will then aid in the growth of flat shell seed, and the two can be combined. Then, that flat shell seed. As Bezish Hun spoke, he gestured grandiosely, pointing out the various parts of the spirit plant which contained the evidence he referred to. His descriptions were very precise, and even included the various techniques involved. Soon, the looks of scorn faded away, and everyone began to breathe heavily. Faces fell, and eventually, all the outer sect disciple had looks of disbelief on their faces. There were even some people who cried out aloud with shock. This is impossible. Heavens, how could he be doing this? Each and every statement uttered by Bezish Hun was like an invisible palm slapping these people. After all of them were apprentice apothecaries. Earlier, they hadn't been able to see through the secrets hidden in the spirit plant, but with Bezish Hun's detailed explanation, all of a sudden, it seemed to make more sense. Everything Bezish Hun said was correct, and complete. His performance was like a huge slap in the face to all of the outer sect disciples. I can't believe that this Bezish Hun has such shocking skill with plants and vegetation. The outer sect disciples felt like explosions were going off in their hearts. Their previous ridicule and mockery now caused their faces to burn so hot it hurt. Even more astonishing was that his explanations were obviously inferred in reverse. He was able to discern the grafting method merely by looking at the grafted plant. Only someone with an unbelievably advanced skill with plants and vegetation could do something like that. Even Elder Sun's eyes were wide with disbelief. He's inferring everything in reverse. He understands plants and vegetation to an incredible degree. He's only an apprentice apothecary, and yet he is able to analyze a spirit plant grafted by the Peak Lord himself. This. As for Li King, his eyes were shining brightly. He almost couldn't believe he was looking at the same Bezish Hun he knew from before. Du Lingfei's face was ashen, and she staggered backward. Based on her skill with plants and vegetation, as soon as she heard Bezish Hun's explanation, she knew that he was right. In fact, at a few points during his speech, she didn't even understand what he was saying. By this point, she was feeling completely and utterly embarrassed. Currently, Baziush-hun wasn't using any sort of magical technique. However, every statement he made was backed by his understanding of plants and vegetation, and became like divine abilities or magical items. Du Lingfei was simply incapable of processing what was happening. She felt like lightning was crashing around in her mind, and she backed further and further away, her face growing even more pale. Flaming Crow Dipper and Nine Flame Sky can be used to make the spirit bulblets impervious to strong sunlight. Merge them into Crow Dipper fruit, and it will give birth to Black Skull Lily. That is the last of the spirit plants that I recognize. It took Baziush-hun about half the time it takes an incense stick to burn to finish his explanation. His eyes flashed like lightning as he scanned the crowd and then eventually looked straight at Du Lingfei. Elder Sister Du. Ladies and gentlemen of the sect. The Tao of plants and vegetation is deep and profound, and contains no absolutes. Were that not the case, it would be impossible for you to make any progress with your skill with plants and vegetation. And yet, you actually want me to list out all of the plants in the first 3 volumes of Plants and Vegetation. What's so hard about that? Setting his jaw, he flicked his sleeve and began to recite. Spirit Winter Bamboo. Earth Dragon Fruit. Ink Root. His voice was clear and his expression tranquil as he spoke. Complete silence filled the arena. As his words echoed out, they were like a huge invisible hand smacking everyone a second time. Everyone present was filled with profound shame, and gasps could be heard. Some people even pulled out jade slips with information about plants and vegetation, which they compared with what Baziush-hun was saying. Soon, they began to tremble, and their shock increased. Du Lingfei's face was deathly pale as she backed up, looking at Baziush-hun as if he were a ghost. The reason she had spoken such snide words earlier was because she had never seen anyone actually recite 30,000 different types of medicinal plants. To her, it seemed like an impossibility. If someone was actually able to do that, then they had to already possess completely heaven-defying skill with plants and vegetation. As time passed, Baziush-hun spoke more and more quickly. With almost a single breath, he talked for 2 hours straight. To the audience, it almost seemed like no time had gone by at all, and virtually everyone had taken out jade slips to study along with Baziush-hun's recitation. After 2 hours, he finished reciting all of the medicinal plants. Then, there was deathly silence for a moment, followed by an explosive outburst that was audible even outside of the arena. Heavens! Not a single mistake. He was completely correct. I can't believe I just witnessed this happen. All 30,000 medicinal plants. Baziush-hun's skill with plants and vegetation is simply shocking. Wait. What is his ranking on the stone steels of plants and vegetation? For Du Lingfei to compete with Baziush-hun in skill with plants and vegetation is like throwing an egg at a rock. As the uproar went on, Du Lingfei looked at Baziush-hun with increasing bitterness. Her reaction to losing in the fight hadn't led to a feeling like this. But right now, in terms of skill with plants and vegetation, she had been utterly and thoroughly defeated. How could she ever have imagined that Baziush-hun, with his incredible luck and multitude of magical items, would actually be so monumentally ahead of her in skill with plants and vegetation? It was a huge blow to her, and she couldn't help but laugh bitterly. She threw the cloud saw-airing incense over, then turned and fled the arena. It was simply impossible for her to even consider staying, considering how embarrassed she was. Now that Du Lingfei was gone, the other surrounding outer sect disciples started to feel even more embarrassed. They quickly clasped hands and bowed to Baziush-hun, then hurried off. It was easy to imagine how long the profound shock they felt would last. Soon, the arena was virtually empty. Baziush-hun was the only one left behind, coughing dryly. He realized that he had really done it this time. Putting the cloud saw-airing incense away, he looked over cautiously at Li Qingyu. Apprentice. We'll take off now, he said, turning and leaving so fast that he almost left behind a dust cloud. Elder Sun watched Baziush-hun leaving, and the shock in his eyes was still evident. Peak Lord, this kid is outstanding, he said softly. Li Qingyu threw his head back and laughed loudly, then waved his sleeve and shot back up toward the top of the mountain. Chapter 35, Another Encounter with Zubakai. It only took about half a month for the news about Baziush-hun crushing Du Lingfei in the competition to spread among virtually all the disciples, and cause a huge commotion throughout the entire sect. Whenever Baziush-hun went out, the outer sect disciples he encountered would call out cheerful greetings. For the first time in his life, Baziush-hun felt famous. Now, he enjoyed leaving his residence. He would even approach random people and start to chat with them, all in the hopes that they would ask who he was, whereupon he would proudly reveal his name. Baziush-hun really enjoyed living such a luxurious life. He also performed a threefold spirit enhancement on Du Lingfei's medicinal pill. Consuming that pill then pushed him from the great circle of the 5th level of chi condensation all the way into the 6th level. As far as his lightness and heaviness magic, the more he practiced with it, the more refined it became. In fact, he had even begun to probe the second level of the Violet Chi Cauldron control art, which was heaviness and lightness. Although it seemed incredibly difficult at first, after numerous attempts, he made a bit of progress. On one particular day, he was seated cross-legged in his courtyard, practicing heaviness and lightness, when suddenly his expression flickered. Putting away his wooden sword, he looked up at the main gate of the courtyard. A moment later, someone knocked. "Elder Brother Bei, are you home?" After hearing the familiar voice, Baizius Hun's brow furrowed slightly. People didn't often come to visit him in his courtyard. He waved his finger toward the gate, which creaked open to slowly reveal a gaunt young man. He wore the garments of an outer sect disciple, and his expression was very serious as he clasped hands and bowed deeply. "Zubakai offers greetings, Elder Brother Bei. What are you doing here?" Baizius Hun asked, looking shocked. This young man was the very same Zubakai with whom he had fought back in the ovens, when he was in the third level of Chi condensation. Apparently, Zubakai was now an outer sect disciple. After seeing that Zubakai was still in the third level of Chi condensation, however, he felt much more relaxed. Putting a very stern expression on his face, he said, "What, now that you're an outer sect disciple you refuse to let bygones be bygones? You still want to fight me?" Zubakai immediately shook his head. A wry smile on his face, he once again bowed to Baizius Hun. "I was ignorant and foolish back then. Please don't ridicule me, Elder Brother Bei. I've come today to apologize for what happened. Let's forget about all that." Zubakai seemed very earnest about wanting to forget about everything that had gone on. After all, now that he was an outer sect disciple, past matters weren't really very important. The most important thing was that Baizius Hun was now very famous on Fragrant Cloud Peak. Now that Zubakai was an outer sect disciple on that very same mountain, he obviously wanted to avoid any complications that could arise because of the past. Baizius Hun blinked, thinking back to everything that had happened back then in the ovens. In some ways, Zubakai counted as an old friend. He quickly rose to his feet and invited Zubakai in, whereupon they sat down and began to reminisce. Thinking back to that unforgettable blood notice, Baizius Hun couldn't help but ask, "Now that you mention it, back then, I really didn't understand why you would write the character die so many times with blood. Eventually I got it, but even then, I was always curious, didn't it hurt to use so much blood to write so many characters?" Zubakai's face flushed with embarrassment when he thought back to his outlandish behavior back then, and he quickly changed the subject. "Elder Brother Bei, you need to be careful about the people from the supervisor's department. I heard that Chenf and the others who you forced into the outer sect have been harboring a grudge this entire time." "Chenf?" Baizius Hun's heart instantly filled with vigilance as he thought back to that burly, muscular man from the supervisor's department. "What level is his cultivation base now?" he asked, looking very serious. "I heard he's in the great circle of the fourth level of Chi condensation," Zubakai replied immediately, hoping that revealing these matters to Baizius Hun would clear the air between them. When Baizius Hun heard the fourth level of Chi condensation mentioned, he felt a bit better, and actually looked even calmer than before. Zubakai didn't go into further explanations. He and Baizius Hun began to chat about the sect, and soon Baizius Hun realized that Zubakai actually knew a lot more than he did. He seemed to be in the know regarding just about everything that occurred on the south bank of the Spirit Stream sect. He knew about the big events and the inconsequential matters, and had even heard about things that were supposed to be big secrets. Eventually they started talking about the latest gossip, and the discussion got even more lively. "Elder Brother Bei, did you know there are 5 beauties here in the Spirit Stream sect, each one of them astonishingly good-looking? Cultivators like us who could be with even one of them would be able to live life without regrets." Baizius Hun's interest was piqued, so he asked Zubakai to explain further. Baizius Hun wanted to hear, and this was a subject Zubakai loved talking about, so his eyebrows instantly shot up with excitement. The 5 beauties are virtually on equal footing when it comes to how pretty they are. However, their positions within the sect are all different. In first place is Zumixian, Master Rat Zu, who is truly ethereally beautiful and alluring. "Oh, right, she's Big Fatty Zhang's master." "Really?" Baizius Hun was truly shocked to hear this news. Big Fatty Zhang had mentioned his master on several occasions, and had always called her an old shrew. Then he thought back to how skinny Big Fatty Zhang had been when they reunited, and how it was because that old shrew hated fat people. All of a sudden, things made more sense to Baizius Hun. Clearing his throat, and his mind, he decided not to think about the matter further. It was simply too dangerous. The next 2 in the rankings are actually from Fragrant Cloud Peak. The first is Zhuzinki, Elder Sister Zhu, and then Du Lingfei, Elder Sister Du. Zubakai was explaining everything he knew, so when he brought up Zhuzinki, it also necessitated talking about Chosen. "Elder Brother Bei, You probably already know that on the south bank of the Spirit Stream sect, there are 3 great chosen. One of them is Zhuzinki from our Fragrant Cloud Peak. Another is Lu Tanlai from Violet Cauldron Peak, and the last is Shangguantaniu from Green Crest Peak. All 3 of them are consummate geniuses. Zubakai's eyes gleamed with envy. One, if they're so awesome, how come they're in the outer sect like us? Asked Baziushun, his mouth twisted in a bit of a sneer. Although he didn't know much about Shangguantaniu and Lu Tanlai, he had already encountered Zhuzinki. In fact, the jade pendant in his bag of holding had been a gift from her. Zubakai coughed dryly. Although he inwardly looked down on Baziushun, he didn't dare to express that feeling, and instead chuckled dryly and said, "Elder Brother Bay, if it weren't for the strict sect rules, those 3 would already have left the outer sect for the inner sect. Even still, they're extremely famous, and fully deserve to be known as the #1 figures in the outer sect. Even the inner sects fear them. Once their cultivation bases reach the proper level, they'll definitely become stars in the inner sect too. Although, for them, even the inner sect will just be a springboard to their eventual goal of becoming successor disciples." Baziushun still wasn't very convinced. Take Zhuzinki for example. Because of her spirit meridian of plants and vegetation, she'll definitely inherit the mantle of Peak Lord Li, and will become a master apothecary of the Spirit Stream sect. And then there's Lu Tanlai. He grew up in a very poor family, and started out as skinny as a piece of firewood. But he had a rare spirit meridian of lightning, and the magical techniques he cultivates are of the path of the Tao of Lightning. In fact, the sect leader personally said that he'll have an extraordinary future. Really? Baziushun asked, clearly surprised. He was no longer a newcomer to the cultivation world, and understood a lot about how things worked. When he heard about the spirit meridian of lightning, he couldn't help but feel a bit jealous. A spirit meridian like that would cause one's magical techniques to be explosively powerful, and would ensure that few bottlenecks came up within cultivation. Seeing that Baziushun was finally reacting like people usually did when hearing about these things, he went on to talk about the third person. Of course, there's also Shangguantaniu, who's even more amazing. He has a sword spirit body, and some people even say that he's the reincarnation of some almighty sword cultivator. For some reason, it's like the heavens are guilty, and have blessed him with an entire life of good fortune. When he was 3, he was walking down the road and happened to find an ancient sword. When he was 7, a baby crimson cloud beast fell out of the sky and instantly accepted him as its master. When he was 13, he acquired a golden light shield. That is why his name is Taniu, and as soon as he joined the sect, the prime elders were completely shaken. Baziushun's eyes were wide, and he looked somewhat perturbed. The heavens are guilty? 3 years old. What luck? What kind of? Wait, he's the reincarnation of some almighty ancient cultivator? In that moment, he decided that he would definitely not do anything to provoke Shangguantaniu, who even the heavens catered to. Zubakai was extremely pleased to see Baziushun so shocked, so he sighed and then decided to explain a bit about Foundation Establishment. Those 3 will definitely reach Foundation Establishment. Elder Brother Bay, we cultivators start out as servants and then join the outer sect. We liken our promotion to the fish which leapt over the dragon gate. However, the truth of the matter is that only by breaking through from the chi condensation stage to Foundation Establishment can you truly be that fish who leapt over the dragon gate. It is only then that your life actually changes, and you truly shed that which is mortal. That is the true path of immortality, when your longevity is increased by 100 years. Even as Zubakai sighed, Baziushun heard about an increase of 100 years of longevity, and his eyes lit up with a light more intense than anything which had ever been seen before in his eyes. He even began to tremble, and his mind filled with rumbling sounds. He reached out and grabbed Zubakai by the arm. Did you just say that after you reach Foundation Establishment you get an extra 100 years of longevity? Zubakai stared at Baziushun's bloodshot eyes in shock. Feeling a bit frightened, he nodded his head. Baziushun inhaled sharply, and then began to pace back and forth within his courtyard, waving his arms around and gesticulating wildly. He almost looked like he had gone crazy, and was muttering to himself and laughing maniacally. Zubakai was now really scared, and had no idea what was going on. A chill ran down his spine, and he said that he was going to leave. Baziushun didn't even notice, it was almost as if he had been bedeviled. Zubakai took a deep breath and sped away in fear. After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, Baziushun looked up, his hair disheveled as he took a long, deep breath. Then he threw his head back and laughed loudly. 100 years. Foundation Establishment. I'm definitely going to reach Foundation Establishment. Chapter 36, The Little Turtle Proclaims Superiority. Zubakai had completely ignited Baziushun's desire to reach Foundation Establishment. In the following days, he went to the Scripture Pavilion on numerous occasions, and eventually, even went to the Divine Might Hall. The Divine Might Hall was a place where much general information about the cultivation world was gathered for the purposes of study. After studying the detailed explanation about Foundation establishment, Bazius Hun confirmed that what Zubekai had said was accurate, and it was like a spark was lit within him. In his view, only by reaching Foundation establishment could he truly take his first step upon the road of eternal life. What got him even more excited was the information about how there were 3 ways to reach Foundation establishment, each of which affected longevity in a different way. At long last, he had a much clearer understanding. Heaven, Earth, and Man. 3 types of Foundation establishment. Foundation establishment via the Tao of Man requires a Foundation establishment pill. The probability of success is low, but if you succeed, you acquire 100 years of longevity. Foundation establishment via the Tao of Earth involves absorbing Earth energy and transforming it into shocking power. The probability of success is even lower, but the result is an addition of 200 years of longevity. Last is the legendary Foundation establishment via the Tao of Heaven. That's very rare, and can only come via random chance. However, if you can succeed with that type of Foundation establishment, then you get an extra 500 years of longevity. After more detailed study, Bazius Hun confirmed that Foundation establishment via the Tao of Heaven could not be specifically pursued. As for Foundation establishment via the Tao of Earth, there were special requirements to be able to acquire Earth energy. Therefore, the simplest thing for him to do was aim for Foundation establishment via the Tao of Men, which required a Foundation establishment pill. Bazius Hun put down the jade slip he was holding and took a deep breath, his eyes shining brightly. I need to start planning for the future, and make sure I'm completely prepared. And I have to get one of those Foundation establishment pills. Foundation establishment pills are expensive, and just to be prepared for all possibilities, I should definitely have more than one on hand. In that case, the best thing to do would be to concoct some myself. Bazius Hun's eyes flickered as his dream of becoming a master apothecary and concocting a live forever never die pill became even stronger than ever. Apprentice apothecary, journeyman apothecary, master apothecary. Right now I'm an apprentice apothecary. To become a journeyman apothecary, I have to concoct some medicinal pills and take the promotion test. The minimum requirement for the test is that you master the 5th volume of Plants and Vegetation. But that alone is no guarantee. I also need to completely master all 5 volumes of Spirit Creatures. Eyes gleaming with determination, he pulled out the jade slip that contained the 3rd volume of Plants and Vegetation and went through it in detail one more time. After confirming that he had memorized everything, he immediately left his courtyard. However, moments later, he came running back and quickly put on several layers of clothing, and also disguised himself a bit. Only then did he actually leave. Those fans of Zhuzinki are too frightening. Supposedly they've been telling people they're going to cut me to pieces. I really have no choice other than to keep a low profile. He still felt a little bit uneasy. After considering the difference between himself and Zhuzinki's fans, he finally reached a decision. Humphrey. Just wait until I reach Foundation establishment. Then I'll make a big scene and tell everyone that I'm Lord Turtle. Then we'll see who dares to try to cut me to pieces. As usual, the 10,000 Medicines Pavilion was completely packed. It wasn't just Outer Sect disciples from Fragrant Cloud Peak in attendance, there were also disciples from Green Crest Peak and Violet Cauldron Peak, who for various reasons were required to be proficient in plants and vegetation. Currently, Bazius Hun was worming his way through the crowd, trying to make sure he didn't attract any attention. After reaching the log cabin dedicated to the 3rd volume of Plants and Vegetation, he snuck in, took the test, then melted back into the crowd. Although he had originally planned to just leave, after a moment passed, he couldn't hold back from popping his head up and looking around. It didn't take long before a clamor rose up as people realized that on the stone stele of the 3rd volume of Plants and Vegetation, the turtle design had overtaken the magic bottle. Feeling quite pleased, he plastered a shocked look on his face and shouted out in astonishment. However, it only took a moment for Zhuzinki's fiendish fans to appear, which caused Bazius Hun to ball his fists in frustration. It's their fault that I have to keep such a low profile, the thought angrily. He glared at them for a moment and then turned and hurried away. In the following days, news about the little turtle once again spread like wildfire through Fragrant Cloud Peak's outer sect. Everyone was talking about the little turtle design that was so prominently displayed on the stone steles. However, another month later, just as the rumors were beginning to settle down, the disciples outside the 10,000 Medicines Pavilion suddenly noticed that the little turtle had appeared on the 4th stone stele, and it had once again passed the magic bottle to take one street place. The result was an instant uproar. The little turtle is going to completely surpass Elder Sister Zhuzinki soon. He has 4 one-street placed spots. He has 4 stone steles, and Elder Sister Zhuzinki has 5. Just who is the little turtle? Of course, it was Bazius Hun shouting these things out, and it made him feel quite good. However, when Zhuzinki's fans started devolving into a frenzy, he cleared his throat, lowered his head, and went on his way. A few days later, Zhuzinki showed up in the 10,000 Medicines Pavilion and studied the 4 stone steels, a very serious expression on her face. Then she entered the 10th stone steel. When she emerged, her name now occupied the 1 street-placed spot. By that point, all of the outer sect disciples on Fragrant Cloud Peak were paying close attention to the 10,000 Medicines Pavilion. Zhuzinki had her 6 stone steels, and the little turtle had 4. Everyone was speculating as to whether or not the little turtle would eventually take a 5th stone steel, which would put him on par with Zhuzinki. In fact, some of the outer sect disciples were starting to place bets on whether or not the little turtle could actually take 1 street place in 5 stone steels. It even reached the point that some of the elders of Fragrant Cloud Peak were taking note. Baziushun was going absolutely all out to try to take that next 1 street-placed spot. After getting the relevant jade slip, he studied it day and night. Coupled with how much he hated Zhuzinki's fans, whenever he made his monthly visit to the 10,000 Medicines Pavilion and got a first-place spot, he would make a point of whipping up the crowd in favor of the little turtle. Gradually, quite a few disciples began to admire the little turtle, and much of that had to do with Baziushun himself. He never passed up an opportunity to promote the little turtle to whomever he could speak to about it. For example, by this point, Huziomai was thoroughly obsessed. Eventually, a month later on a bright and sunny day, the magic bottle on the 5th stone seal flickered and then dropped down by 1 spot, whereupon the little turtle appeared above it. As of that moment, the outer sect disciples of Fragrant Cloud Peak were thrown into pandemonium. Entire crowds came to check out the scene, and soon, all conversations on the mountain revolved around the little turtle. The little turtle's skill with plants and vegetation is definitely at an indescribable level. How else could he be so shocking? So awesome. The little turtle and elder sister Zhu are about the same now. It wasn't that nobody in the crowd suspected that the little turtle might be Baziushun. In fact, some of Zhuzinki's fans didn't ignore any possibilities, and naturally were paying attention to him. Feeling quite indignant, Baziushun decided that he needed to get rid of any doubts, so he made a big scene of reluctantly trying to take the test for the 4th stone steel. He remained inside for a bit, after which he stepped out and did his best to convince everyone that he had performed badly. After doing this a few times, Zhuzinki's fans started to shift their attention to others. Of course, there was no way to prove anything about anybody one way or another. However, they continued to spread hateful gossip, telling people that if they found out who the little turtle was, they weren't going to cut him into bits, they were going to cut him into teeny tiny bits. When Baziushun heard about that, and thought about what he would look like in such a state, he began to tremble. Finally, he gritted his teeth, and his vicious determination once again bubbled up. Not happy, huh? Well, I'll make you even less happy when I take more 1 street-placed spots. Gritting his teeth, he decided that he was going to make that happen, and close the distance between himself and Zhuzinki. A month later, the little turtle took 1 street place on the 6th stone steel. After another month, it took 1 street place on the 7th. Shouts of alarm and astonishment rang out around the 10,000 Medicines Pavilion at that point. 7 1 street placed spots. Go, little turtle, go. Not even elder sister Zhu was able to get 10 1 street placed spots. Ha ha ha, I like this little turtle. He's definitely going to pull it off. Even as numerous disciples in the crowd were crying out such things, there were a dozen or so young men in the area, all of whom had very grim expressions on their faces. Some of them were even inner sect disciples, whose expressions were particularly icy. One of them was a young man with a pockmarked face, whose eyes glinted with particular ferocity. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow disciples, he called out. If anyone knows who the little turtle is, please tell me, and I'll owe you a favor. That pock-faced young man's voice caused everyone to tremble, and instantly silenced all of the voices calling out about the little turtle. People in the crowd immediately recognized who this young man was, and quickly averted their gazes. Others were incensed, but were too afraid to speak up. That's elder brother Kion from the court hall, Kion Dajin. I heard that he's been chasing both elder sister Zhu and also Du Lingfei. Baziushun stood there in the crowd, glaring at the pock-faced Kion Dajin with righteous indignation. Finally, he stalked back to his courtyard, feeling very irritated. You can't even find me, and yet you insist on fighting a duel with me? Setting his jaw, he focused on studying the 5th volume of Spirit Creatures. As he learned more about how the various parts of spirit creatures could be used when concocting spirit medicines, his skill with plants and vegetation made further advancement. In fact, because he was able to compare and contrast the two, and see how they work together, his skill with plants and vegetation actually experienced significant growth. The next month, the little turtle design replaced the magic bottle as the 1 street place spot holder on the 8th stone steel. After another month, he took 1 street place in the 9th. He now had 9 one-street placed spots. The outer sect disciples around the 10,000 Medicines Pavilion were aboil. More and more people were loudly proclaiming that the little turtle was definitely going to take 10 one-street placed spots. As for Shuzinki's fans, there was nothing they could do to stop it at this point. All they could do was watch as the little turtle's popularity gradually exceeded Shuzinki's. When the final month came, Baziushan went to the 10,000 Medicines Pavilion when it was at its busiest. He went in disguise, but his expression was one of determination as he worked his way unnoticed through the line leading up to the log cabin beneath the 10th stone stele. Once he entered, he sat down cross-legged, reached out, and placed his hand onto the stone altar. Rumbling filled his mind as he once again entered that familiar void. In front of him were 1,000,000 flickering fragments of medicinal plants and spirit creatures. Eyes gleaming with focus, his hands began to fly about and reorganize the pieces. 1,000. 5,000. 10,000. 30,000. 50,000. 80,000. This was the most difficult of all the tests he had taken so far. Soon, sweat was dripping down his face, and his eyes were bloodshot. He looked crazed, as if he had forgotten about everything else. He was fully immersed in the process of reconstructing plants and vegetation, and spirit creatures. His hands hurt, and his mind reeled, and yet he kept going. Before long, the test was over, and Baziushan sat here, his hands trembling as he put the last medicinal plant together. With that, his vision went blurry, then cleared, and he was back in the log cabin. Breathing heavily, eyes shining with satisfaction, he wiped the sweat from his brow and clenched his fists. Chapter 37, Heaviness in Lightness. 10 stone steels, 10 one-street placed spots. The 3 peaks on the south bank of the Spirit Stream sect were completely shaken. Outside the 10,000 Medicines Pavilion, a buzz of conversation could be heard. People were speeding over from all directions to catch a glimpse of the little turtle in one street place on all 10 stones steels. Gasps rang out. 10 one-street placed spots. The little turtle actually did it. The last time anyone in the Spirit Stream sect ever took 10 one-street placed spots in the stone steels was 1,000 years ago. How could I ever have imagined that I would see something like this in my life? Everyone was clamoring in shock, and although many people had predicted that this would happen, it was still a shocking event. That was especially true considering the previous 3 months, in which one stone stele after another fell into the hands of the little turtle. When people thought about that, they simply couldn't stay calm. Just who exactly is the little turtle? In less than half a year, he started from the 3rd stone stele and then swept through all his competition in the rest of them. This guy is totally famous. His skill with plants and vegetation completely exceeds Shuzinki's. Maybe in the future, there will even be another master apothecary in addition to Shuzinki. In the same moment that the little turtle secured one street place on all 10 stone steels, the steels began to vibrate, letting off intense rumbling noises that merged together, and then were joined by the sound of a clanging cauldron coming from further up the mountain. It was as if someone were striking a medicine cauldron with an enormous log. The muffled boom spread out through all of Fragrant Cloud Peak, and then echoed out to fill the entire south bank of the Spirit Stream sect. It was accompanied by a medicinal aroma that filled the area, and caused the mists that covered Fragrant Cloud Peak to grow even thicker. At the top of Fragrant Cloud Peak was an immortal's cave where Elder Zhu was in the middle of feeding some of his cherished 5-colored spirit birds. When he heard the sound of the cauldron, his eyes lit up with surprise. The Fragrant Cloud Cauldron? He sent his divine sense out and instantly detected what was happening among the 10 stone steels outside the 10,000 Medicines Pavilion. His expression immediately flickered, and he stepped out into the air. Next, Elder Sun appeared, along with other Foundation establishment cultivators. All of them had heard the sound of the cauldron, and were now proceeding in the direction of the 10,000 Medicines Pavilion, excited expressions on their faces. The last to appear was Li King, who had been in the middle of meditation. When he heard the sound of the cauldron, his face flickered, and he looked outside. Then, he transformed into a beam of colorful light that shot toward the 10,000 Medicines Pavilion. As the sound of the cauldron rang out, the crowd grew even more excited. Both the outer sect and inner sect disciples of Fragrant Cloud Peak were completely shaken, and many began to rush in the direction of the 10,000 Medicines Pavilion. That's the sound of the precious treasure of Fragrant Cloud Peak, the Fragrant Cloud Cauldron. Someone took 10 one-street place spots at the 10,000 Medicines Pavilion. That hasn't happened for 1,000 years. This is unheard of. Excitement even broke out on Green Crest Peak and Violet Cauldron Peak. Big Fatty Zhang was hanging his head as a beautiful, alluring woman berated him. That woman was none other than the old shrew that Big Fatty Zhang had complained to Baziushan about. As soon as she heard the sound of the cauldron, her expression flickered, and she looked off into the distance. Big Fatty Zhang's face fell in shock as he did the same thing. The sound of the Fragrant Cloud Cauldron. Could it be that some disciple on Fragrant Cloud Peak has actually gotten perfect results in all of the tests? Similar scenes played out on Green Crest Peak, causing the elders and the Peak Lord there to look over in astonishment. More and more people were filling the area around the 10,000 Medicines Pavilion. Bazius Hun was there in the crowd, and when he heard the uproar, he looked up at the 10 stone steels. Although he didn't join in with the shouting, his heart was filled with an indescribable feeling. He stood there, a smile growing on his face, not a complacent smile, or a lofty smile, a smile of pure happiness. It had taken him more than a year to work this miracle. He had started from the first stone steel, then taken one street place in all 10. However, having a bunch of one street place spots didn't mean much to him in the end. The most important thing was that he had gained the complete mastery over plants and vegetation, as well as the spirit creatures, something that apprentice apothecaries needed to be proficient in. He had crafted an unprecedentedly deep foundation. As he thought back to the long days and endless nights he had spent obsessively studying plants and vegetation, and then spirit creatures, Bazius Hun sighed emotionally. In the entire spirit stream sect, there weren't even any inner sect disciples who had such a strong foundation in their skill with plants and vegetation. Currently, Bazius Hun was feeling very satisfied. Soon, numerous beams of light could be seen flying through the air, all of them emanating powerful cultivation base fluctuations. Among them were Elder Zhu, Elder Sun, and of course Li Qingyu. They looked over the 10 stone steels, and the little turtle in the one street placed spot, and their eyes began to shine brightly. That was especially true of Li Qingyu. That little turtle design caused him to first start in shock, then begin to laugh loudly, a strange expression on his face. He looked out over the crowd, and caught sight of Bazius Hun, after which a glint of praise appeared in his eyes that no one could detect. After a long moment passed, he flicked his sleeve and left, quite happy after having guessed that the little turtle belonged to none other than Bazius Hun. Soon, the other members of the senior generation left. However, more and more inner sect disciples were showing up to stare in shock at the little turtle. After all, they had all risen up from the outer sect, and knew very well that only outer sect disciples were allowed to challenge the stone steels. They also knew how difficult of a challenge that was. Any outer sect disciple who can do this is definitely a chosen. Humphrey. We're journeymen apothecaries, so all we care about is spirit medicines. Incredible skill with plants and vegetation is meaningless if you can't synthesize spirit medicine. Some of the inner sect disciples clearly admired the little turtle, and others disdained it. However, regardless of their feelings, a deep impression had been made, and in fact, most of them were actually a bit frightened. None of them had any idea how skilled this person would be at medicine synthesizing, but with such a solid foundation, once that person became a journeyman apothecary, his path would certainly be much smoother. The uproar continued until eventually Zhuzinki showed up. She stood there on her blue flying silk, examining the little turtle. Slowly, the crowd quieted down, and all eyes turned in her direction. The sight of the little turtle in the one street place spot on all of the stone steels caused an unyielding gleam to appear in her eyes. In the past, this was the sort of complicated expression that she caused to appear in the eyes of others, but now, the opposite had happened. "Just who are you?" she murmured through clenched teeth. Although she couldn't bear to admit it, she had tried hard on numerous occasions to match the mysterious little turtle in terms of skill with plants and vegetation, but his ability was just too profound. As of this moment, she had no confidence whatsoever in being able to surpass him. By now, that little turtle was completely and utterly branded onto her heart. "You might be stronger than me with plants and vegetation, but just wait until you become a journeyman apothecary. I refuse to believe that you'll surpass me when it comes to medicine synthesizing." She took a deep breath and calmed herself down. She had already taken the test and been promoted to journeyman apothecary, so after giving the stone steels one last look, she spun and vanished off into the distance. After giving the 10 stone steels one last look, Bazius Hun turned and left. This is just the first stop along my path to becoming a Grandmaster apothecary. The matter of the 10 stone steels caused a commotion that lasted for months. People talked about it non-stop, especially when they went to the 10,000 Medicines Pavilion and actually saw the little turtle on the stone steels. Meanwhile, Zhuzinki's fans were combing the sect, employing all tactics possible to try to figure out who the little turtle was. That was especially true of the young man surnamed Kion, who was infuriated about the matter. The entire south bank of the Spirit Stream sect was affected. While people were constantly discussing the little turtle, Bazius Hun was in his courtyard, eyes bloodshot as he controlled a tree leaf that floated in front of him. He was now studying the stage of heaviness and lightness. Actually, he had repeatedly attempted to do so throughout the past half year, but it wasn't until now that he had been able to do anything with it. Because of how things had ended at the 10,000 Medicines Pavilion, Zhuzinki's fans were constantly searching for him. A sensation of crisis slowly built up within him, So he decided to weather things out in his residence while he worked on heaviness and lightness. Lightness and heaviness is about speed. Heaviness and lightness is about control methods. A thoughtful expression appeared in Bazius Hun's eyes as he pondered everything he had came to understand recently. Or perhaps you could say that such control is actually an eruption of one's internal spiritual energy. Bazius Hun's eyes glittered. He was now in the 6th level of chi condensation, and his internal spiritual energy was like a huge river. When it came to lightness and heaviness, he could sustain it indefinitely, and unleash shocking speed. He had long since came to understand that the so-called stage of heaviness and lightness was simply a way of utilizing one's internal spiritual energy. It was like how a flat leaf could be used to pull a small branch up into the air, but a rolled-up leaf could hoist up a small rock. Likewise, if you cut a leaf into strips and then braided it into a rope, it would be able to lift even heavier objects. Many materials were like that. In the end, the different weights that could be lifted depended simply on how one combined the various elements. Heaviness and lightness was just such a technique, and by mastering it, you could reach a new stage. Bazius Hun thought about the matter for a bit longer, then waved his hand, causing another leaf to fly over, which he began to experiment with. Sometimes the leaf moved quickly, at other times it moved as slowly as if a mountain were crushing onto it. However, he wasn't getting the result he wanted. After one try didn't work, he tried 10 times. After 10 tries didn't work, he tried 100 times. After 100 tries didn't work, he tried 1,000 times. He eventually lost track of how many times he had tried. Soon, his courtyard was filled with fragments of leaves which had been destroyed, and he even had to go out looking for new leaves. Eventually, nearly all of the spirit plants on Fragrant Cloud Peak were devoid of leaves, until, on one particular day, Bazius Hun's eyes flickered, and he performed an incantation gesture and pointed out. The leaf in front of him was floating there gently, but when it fell to the ground it sounded like a boulder. A huge boom rang out, and the entire courtyard residence shook. It was as if that one leaf weighed hundreds of kilograms. It worked. Bazius Hun's eyes were shot with blood, but his expression was one of excitement. He suddenly waved his hand, sending his little wooden sword flying out. It turned into a black streak that shot through the air with incredible speed. It was now even more incredible than before, and emanated a shrill whistling sound as it pierced through the air. Then, a boom rang out as a huge boulder was shattered to pieces. Such incredible power was no longer equivalent to the 6th level of chi condensation. Even someone in the 7th level of chi condensation would be completely shocked by what had just happened. Chapter 38, Violet Chi Cauldron Summoning. Bazius Hun looked very excited as he leaped to his feet and shook out his arms and legs, then sent the wooden sword flying around the courtyard dramatically. Sometimes it would speed through the air rapidly, other times it would hang ponderously in the air, motionless. The wooden sword experienced a complete transformation there in the courtyard. Soon, sword chi swirled around the entire area, almost as if a huge wind had kicked up. Bazius Hun was even more excited than before. A moment later, he waved his right hand, and a little wooden sword flew back into his hand. The gaudy sword didn't look very remarkable, but the truth of the matter was that thanks to the threefold spirit enhancement, it was completely beyond what it had been before. If I can master both heaviness in lightness and lightness in heaviness, then by using them together, I can perform the only divine ability within the Violet Chi Cauldron control art. Bazius Hun took a deep breath, and his eyes shone with anticipation. Violet Chi Cauldron Summoning. Bazius Hun put the wooden sword away, then closed his eyes for a long moment. Suddenly, he lifted his right hand and pointed up into the sky. Instantly, his previously invisible internal spiritual energy suddenly appeared in a dazzling flash, the thin strands of spiritual energy rapidly forming into the outline of a cauldron. It was as if some mysterious power were guiding them, transforming them into that specific shape. Pulses of incredible pressure began to radiate out from the cauldron, spirit pressure which was even more powerful than the pressure from the flying sword. Bazius Hun's face rapidly drained of blood as the spirit pressure within him was depleted by nearly 80%. At that point, the cauldron was fully formed, and was emanating an intense spirit pressure. Bazius Hun gestured with his fingers, sending the cauldron smashing down toward the ground. When that happened, the cauldron shattered, and vast quantities of spiritual energy scattered about. A powerful boom echoed out, and the ground for 300 meters in all directions emitted cracking sounds as fissures spread out. Thankfully, Fragrant Cloud Peak's protective spell formation almost instantly repaired the damage. Even still, quite a few outer sect disciples who were nearby heard the muffled boom, and were shocked. Bazius Hun took a deep breath. He had never imagined that the Violet Chi Cauldron summoning would be so impressive. A single attack from it seemed almost unbeatable. Violet Chi Cauldron summoning definitely deserves to be the only divine ability within the Violet Chi Cauldron control art. No wonder it can only be unleashed after both heaviness in lightness and lightness in heaviness are completely understood. Bazius Hun's eyes shone with a brilliant light, but almost in the same instant, he frowned. Although this divine ability was strong, it took a lot of energy out of him. Bazius Hun knew that the reason he had wasted only 80% of his spiritual power, and not more, was because it was so pure. Any other disciple who gained enlightenment of this divine ability before the 8th level of chi condensation would have had all of their internal spiritual energy drained. The only way to truly utilize the technique without incredible wastage was to wait until the 9th level of chi condensation. According to the description of the Violet Chi Cauldron summoning, it can be divided into high-grade, mid-grade, and low-grade levels. The cauldron I just produced was low-grade. If I can reach the mid-grade level, I'll be able to form 2 cauldrons. By reaching high-grade, I can have 3 cauldrons, then form them together into one big cauldron. After standing there thoughtfully for a moment, Bazius Hun sat down cross-legged and began to perform breathing exercises. It was not until the moon hung high in the sky that he finally opened his eyes, revealing a bright spirit glow in his eyes. As of now, his cultivation base had almost fully recovered. A divine ability like this can be used as a trump card. If Uzinki's fans ever mess with me, I can use it to crush them. Although Bazius Hun felt a little bit better, when he thought about the inner sect disciple named Kion, his brow furrowed. You have to be at least in the 8th level of chi condensation to get into the inner sect. When he thought about that, Bazius Hun felt just as worried as before. He glanced down thoughtfully at his skin for a moment, and his eyes glittered. With that, he rose to his feet and took a few steps forward, picking up speed as he reached out with his thumb and index finger. A black light flashed as the tips of those 2 fingers then touched each other. Cracking sounds rang out in the air, along with an explosive aura. Bazius Hun looked at his 2 fingers in surprise for a moment before recovering his composure. This is a killing move. That I can use to save my own life. After some more thought, he came to the conclusion that the more powerful the killing move, the better it would be for him. Now, the main thing he was worried about was the Undying Live Forever technique. After acquiring his Undying Iron Skin, he had attempted to continue cultivating the Undying Live Forever technique, but found that as soon as he began, he started feeling hungry again. Furthermore, the spirit tail chickens on the south bank of the spirit stream sect were no longer an option. He had only ordinary spirit food to rely on, which he was sure wouldn't be enough to stave off his hunger. He had searched the rest of the mountain high and low for other spirit creatures to eat, but ever since the chicken thieving fiend's rise to fame, the 3 mountains on the south bank began to closely guard all the areas where spirit creatures were raised. The anxiety on his face grew as he contemplated the problem. Even as he pondered how to solve the problem of the intense hunger, he suddenly thought back to the age-prolonging longevity-enhancing pill. Yeah, that's right, he said, eyes beginning to shine brightly. Not only could that pill increase one's cultivation base, it also replenished vital energy. After acquiring his Undying Iron Skin, he realized that cultivating it actually required vital energy, which was why he got so hungry. I've made huge strides in my skill with plants and vegetation, and although I haven't been promoted yet, I can still concoct medicine on my own. Furthermore, although the cost of some spirit medicines is very high within the sect, the actual ingredients relatively cheap. Bazius Hun was becoming more and more convinced that he had come up with a solution. Basically, I can just concoct my own medicine. That way, when the time comes to take the promotion test, I'll be much more confident. Also, it will be much easier to concoct a foundation establishment pill in the future. Having made his decision, he set his jaw thoughtfully to ponder the matter further. The next morning at dawn, he fairly leapt to his feet. Concocting medicines requires medicine formulas, and I can get those even without being promoted to journeyman apothecary. All I have to do is head to the market at the bottom of the mountain and I'll be able to purchase whatever random medicine formulas are available. Bazius Hun patted his bag of holding and thought about how he hadn't really spent much money at all since arriving at Fragrant Cloud Peak. As an outer sect disciple, he was given a stipend of spirit stones every month, which meant he had quite a bit of savings built up. The truth was that Bazius Hun didn't really care much about material possessions, though. He immediately flew out of his courtyard onto the path that led down the mountain. During the entire time he had been on Fragrant Cloud Peak, this was only the second time he had left the mountain to go to the markets. The first time was when he had purchased the medicinal plant he needed to trade for that medicinal pill. Almost as soon as he stepped foot off of Fragrant Cloud Peak, 2 people suddenly flew toward a nearby courtyard residence. Elder Brother Chen, are you home? Elder Brother Chen, Bazius Hun left the mountain. These 2 people were both quite powerful, with extraordinary cultivation bases in the 4th level of chi condensation. They burst excitedly into the courtyard, where a burly man could be seen sitting cross-legged in meditation. The burly man was incredibly muscular, as broad-shouldered as a bear and as tough-looking as a lion, and as soon as he heard the words spoken by the 2 men, a bright gleam flickered in his eyes. Bazish-han? So, he finally left the mountain, huh? The burly man laughed viciously, then suddenly shot to his feet. He looked as big as a mountain, and had profound energy, which came from a cultivation in the 5th level of chi condensation. As a result, he emanated a powerful spirit pressure. This was none other than Chenf, who used to work in the supervisor's department. These three had been friends since back in those days, and at that time had lacked for virtually nothing. Not only did they have other servants to wait on them back then, they had also been able to embezzle quite a sum of spirit stones. Of course, they had never expected to be literally pushed into the outer sect by Bazish-han and his friends. The past 2 years had been hard on them, and their hatred for Bazish-han had seeped deep into their bones. However, they couldn't afford to provoke Big Fatty Zhang, much less Third Fatty Hai. On the other hand, even though Bazish-han seemed strong, they were of the opinion that he was actually relatively weak. Thus they had long since planned their revenge. Unfortunately for them, during that entire time, Bazish-han never left the sect. And in the end, even though Chenf had some connections, he didn't dare to violate sect rules. Actually, his biggest connection in the sect was his older cousin, who was an inner sect disciple. However, his cousin didn't pay much attention to him, and had only helped him to a limited degree, even in his days as a servant. Therefore, they had been forced to wait for 2 whole years for Bazish-han to leave the sect. Now, the moment they had been waiting for had arrived. Chenf was feeling completely confident thanks to his recent breakthrough into the 5th level of chi condensation. After asking around, he knew the level of Bazish-han's cultivation, and had also heard about him taking 1 street place in the recent competition, although the news was that he had won that victory by pure chance. Back then he scared us all by tricking us into thinking he had mastered lightness and heaviness. Humphrey. I can't believe he forced us into joining the outer sect. At long last, I'm going to give vent to this anger of mine. A fierce gleam appeared in Chenf's eyes. His plan wasn't to kill Bazish-han, just crush his bones and sever his tendons, enough to keep him bedridden for at least a year. Although the sect would surely investigate the matter afterwards, because there would be no eyewitnesses, because no death would be involved, and because Chenf had connections in the sect, the big matter would become a small one, and then that small matter would be easily resolved. You can't blame us if he just doesn't measure up. Chen flickered into motion, immediately heading down off the mountain, followed by his 2 friends. The 3 of them moved at top speed to a certain path they knew that Bazish-han would pass on his way back from the market, and lay there in wait. The market wasn't huge, so it didn't take Bazish-han long to find 2 random Tier 1 formulas. One of them could be used to replenish spiritual energy, the other was to enrich vital energy. When it came to formulas for enriching vital energy, the high-tier versions were very expensive. However, the low-tier versions, despite being uncommon, were mostly used by mortals for health and exercise purposes. Although most cultivators wouldn't find them useful, to Bazish-han, they were like precious treasures. After using his turtle walk to perform a 3-fold spirit enhancement on the resulting medicinal pills, they would have completely different results. Bazish-han didn't even spend very many of his spirit stones to get the necessary medicinal plants he would need to concoct the spirit medicines. Patting his bag of holding in happiness, he began to hum a little tune as he left the market. As he walked along the little path back to the sect, he fantasized about what it would be like to concoct the medicines, and he was very happy. However, before he had walked very far down the path, his expression suddenly flickered, and he stopped in place. After reaching the 6th level of chi condensation, his senses had grown much keener, and he could instantly detect the breathing of 3 people hiding in the nearby bushes. Their hearts were also racing as they watched him coming up the path. Seeing that Bazish-han had stopped in place, Chenf and his 2 friends burst out to stand in front of him. Bazish-han, he said viciously, the day has come to end our grudge. His friends wore equally ferocious grins on their faces as they spread out to flank Bazish-han. Chapter 39, Crushing. Chenf. Bazish-han blurted, blinking. He quickly scanned Chenf and his 2 friends, and after determining the level of their cultivation bases, immediately relaxed. Bazish-han, even if you drop to the ground and beg for mercy, it's too late. It was your idea to force us into the outer sect, and you're going to pay for that. I, Chenf, have been waiting for this day for a long, long time. Laughing loudly, Chenf waved his right hand, unleashing the power of the 5th level of chi condensation. Numerous leaves were swept up into the air as a result, making for a very impressive scene. After joining the outer sect, I spent the entire time practicing cultivation, and now I'm in the 5th level of chi condensation. Let me tell you, Bazish-han. Today you will truly understand what it means to be bullied. Your bones are going to be broken and your tendons severed. Laughing with complacent arrogance, Chenf performed an incantation gesture with his right hand, causing a green flying sword to appear. It was only about 15 centimeters long, but radiated a cold, ancient air. As for Chenf's two friends who had flanked Baziush-hun, they smiled viciously as they unleashed their cultivation bases and produced their own flying swords. Considering they had him surrounded, and outnumbered him 3-1, they were completely confident that they could crush Baziush-hun. That was especially true after their own analysis led them to the conclusion that Baziush-hun had never fully mastered lightness in heaviness like they originally thought he had. You would have been safe if you had never left the mountain. But here you are, outside the sect. And now you will understand the great price to be paid for the error of your ways. Chen felt a little better after having vented in this way, although anger still burned within him. Aren't the three of you afraid of violating sect rules by ambushing me here? Baziush-hun asked, genuinely curious. Sect rules? Ha ha ha. We're outside the sect right now. Plus, you don't measure up to us at all in skill. No one's going to blame us for breaking a few bones and severing some tendons. At the worst, we'll have to make some apologies, and then the whole matter will be over with. Chen laughed proudly, imagining the image of Baziush-hun smashing into the ground. He was even preparing some good taunts to use after beating him down. However, when he noticed how calm Baziush-hun was acting, he suddenly realized that something wasn't right. Despite being surrounded on three sides, Baziush-hun's expression hadn't changed at all, and in fact, he seemed to find the situation somewhat odd. Looking like a master cultivator, Baziush-hun proudly said, "Oh, so that's how it is. Well, in that case I feel a lot better." Chen's pupils constricted, and he felt even more ill at ease. However, now was not the time for pondering the situation. "Attack!" he barked, performing an incantation gesture to send his flying sword shooting toward Baziush-hun. At the same time, his two friends also performed incantation gestures and sent their flying swords into action. 3 flying swords were bearing down on Baziush-hun, who suddenly smiled. He didn't even produce a magical item, he simply stepped backward. To the eyes of Chen and his friends, Baziush-hun just seemed to vanish into thin air. When he reappeared, he was right next to one of the burly men in the 4th level of chi condensation. The man's eyes went wide, but before he could do anything, Baziush-hun clenched his right hand into a fist and punched out. The fist moved with incredible speed, landing on the man's neck with a boom. The man's entire body was shaken, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood as he bent over backward. It was as if some massive object had slammed into him. He immediately flipped head over heels, slamming into a nearby tree. The tree shuddered, and the man coughed up some more blood, then collapsed, unconscious. This sudden development left the man's companion staring at Baziush-hun in complete shock. His mind felt as if it were being struck by countless bolts of lightning. Even in his wildest dreams, he would never have imagined that Baziush-hun could possibly move so fast, or unleash such astonishing power. Chen's face fell, and he gasped. Without even thinking about it, he backed up, looking at Baziush-hun in disbelief. "You. Too weak," Baziush-hun said, looking like a profound master, alone in the world, unable to find a worthy opponent. Sighing, he took a step forward, appearing directly in front of the other 4th-level chi condensation cultivator. The burly man let out a maddened shout, causing cultivation base power to surge wildly, sending the flying sword slashing toward Baziush-hun at top speed. However, because of the undying live forever technique, and his undying iron skin, Baziush-hun's fleshly body had reached a shocking level. He easily sidestepped the sword, then once again punched out with his right fist. A boom rang out, and the man let out a miserable shriek. Blood sprayed everywhere as he was sent spinning backward. There was no tree for him to run into, so he landed about 30 meters away, his internal organs vibrating painfully. He couldn't even get back to his feet, he just lay there, seemingly struggling to hold on to life. "Too weak," Baziush-hun said, shaking his head. Then he looked back at the trembling Chenf. "Why you? You?" Chenf's mind was spinning, and he suddenly felt like a complete fool. He had absolutely no confidence in being able to win now. Baziush-hun had suddenly transformed into something like a wild beast. 2 fist attacks had easily knocked out his 2 friends, that in itself required an incomprehensible amount of power. Subconsciously swallowing, Chen backed away. He had no desire to keep fighting, and the only thing he could think about now was to flee. Before he could get very far, though, Baziush-hun flew forward at top speed, hand clenched into a fist which sped toward Chen. Before it could land, a flashing light appeared in front of Chen, and a little shield materialized, which met Baziush-hun's fist. The resulting boom caused Baziush-hun to sigh. He shivered slightly, but at the same time, the shield trembled, and it was sent spinning off to the side, its spiritual energy fading rapidly. Chen was now scared out of his mind. He had spent quite a few merit points on that shield, and it should have been able to hold out for a while even against the 6th level of chi condensation. And yet, Baziush-hun had severed his connection with it in a single blow. "Baziush-hun, why you?" You push things too far," he shrieked. "Humphrey. Let me tell you, today you will truly understand what it means to be bullied. Your bones are going to be broken and your tendons severed." Bazish was happier than ever to see the terror in Chenf's eyes. He would never give up an amazing chance like this. Furthermore, he didn't just repeat Chenf's words, he also unleashed his cultivation base, allowing the power of the 6th level of chi condensation to erupt out. A huge wind swept up, sending his hair flying about, and his energy soaring. 6th level of chi condensation. Chenf gasped, his eyes bulging and his scalp tingling in fear. He staggered backward as Bazish closed in with another punch. This time, there was nothing he could do to block it, and the fist slammed into him. Blood sprayed out of his mouth as he flew backward, his entire body vibrating. A miserable shriek rang out. It didn't matter that he was as broad-shouldered as a bear and as tough-looking as a lion, or that he was in the 5th level of chi condensation. He was now going all out to escape, heart filled with intense bitterness, ruining his decision to try to ambush Bazish in a place so far away from the sect. However, Bazish was chasing after him like a wild beast, causing Chenf to shriek, "Bazish, aren't you afraid of violating sect rules?" Bazish cleared his throat, then repeated Chenf's own words. "Sect rules? Ha ha ha. We're outside of the sect right now. Plus, you don't measure up to me at all in skill. No one's going to blame me for breaking a few bones and severing a few tendons. At the worst, I'll have to make some apologies, and then the whole matter will be over with." Then he kicked out with his foot. That kick sent Chen flying up into the air, where he once again coughed up a mouthful of blood. A look of despair appeared on his face, and he screamed. However, before he could even land on the ground, Bazish began to batter him with more punches and kicks. Chen was terrified, and couldn't stop screaming. Soon, he was completely swollen from head to toe, and his screams were weakening. His bones were broken, his tendons severed, and his face ashen. He soon lay there, numb and staring at Bazish in complete horror. Although Bazish was pure, fair and somewhat skinny, what Chen saw was a vicious beast disguised in human skin. That was even more so the case when Chen realized that Bazish hadn't even used any magical items. He had only relied on the terrifying strength of his own body to crush him. Off in the distance, the 2 burly men in the 4th level of chi condensation regained consciousness, and when they saw what was happening, their scalps went numb and their hearts began to pound. They immediately pretended to go unconscious again, not daring to move lest they attract the attention of Bazish. Seeing that Chen was gasping for breath, Bazish finally lost interest. He settled his spiritual energy, then emptied their bags of holding and also took the little shield. Humming a little tune, he continued on his way down the path. As he watched Bazish leaving, Chen wanted to cry, but no tears would come. Who the hell told me that Bazish won the Fragrant Cloud Peak competition by pure chance? If he had known all along that Bazish was this terrifying, not even the threat of being beaten to death could have convinced him to stir up trouble. As for the other 2 burly men, they were scowling miserably, hearts filled with terror as Bazish made his way off. "Elder brother Chen, what do we do now? Let's just leave him alone, let bygones be bygones. I heard that's what Zubakai did." The 2 men anxiously awaited Chen's response. Chen's heart was filled with bitterness. After a moment of thought, he gritted his teeth. "I want revenge, but can't get it myself. What should I do? I need to think." Chapter 40, Pursuing the Pinnacle. Bazish returned to the sect humming a little tune and feeling secretly delighted. After reaching his courtyard, he sighed. "I practice immortal cultivation to live forever. People like that who are always fighting and killing are complete lunatics." He sat down in his courtyard, and began to organize the various items he had taken from Chen and his friends. They were by no means rich, which meant that Bazish didn't actually make off with very much, although he didn't really care either way. When he was finished, he took out the medicinal plants he had just purchased and examined them carefully for a while. Although he had a profound foundation in plants and vegetation, he actually didn't have much experience dealing with the plants themselves. Now that he was able to examine these plants in person, his observations melded with the information that already existed in his mind. He even scratched the surfaces of some of the plants off to examine their internal structure. After doing some tests, a thoughtful expression appeared on Bazish face, and he pulled out the 2 random formulas he had acquired. After glancing at the formula for replenishing spiritual energy, he focused on the other formula, designed for mortals who wish to strengthen their physical bodies. "Longevity incense," he murmured. This particular medicine formula didn't require the use of very many medicinal plants, only 7. Furthermore, there wasn't anything very special about the way they interacted. However, by using the techniques of mutual augmentation and suppression, it was possible to draw up the power of those 7 medicinal plants, crush them into a powder, and then turn that into incense. 2 of the plants were even toxic. If a cultivator consumed them, it would merely lead to 2 weeks of diarrhea. To mortals, however, they would be fatal. There are many types of spirit plants in heaven and earth. Some can be directly ingested, whereas others need to be concocted into pills to bring out their optimum effects. There are many which, because of their toxicity, can only be used to concoct incense. Muttering to himself, Bazish took out the medicinal plants needed for the longevity incense, whereupon he began to study them in minute detail. I'm still not totally confident in this, he thought. The most important thing to think about in concocting medicine is the success rate. Even the simplest Tier 1 spirit medicines still have a high rate of potential failure. I have 10 sets of each medicinal plant. I can't waste them. Bazish was a cautious person, and preferred to be confident before doing anything. That was exactly how he had been back when he had absorbed himself in memorizing all the different types of plants and vegetation, and the current situation was the same. Instead of immediately trying to concoct the medicine, he preferred to pour over the medicine formula first. 7 days passed. After fully absorbing the information from the medicine formula, he then closed his eyes and began to analyze the matter further. It was evening when he finally opened his eyes. Then, after a bit more thought, he produced the formula for the spiritual energy replenishing medicine and began to review it. 2 more weeks passed. Bazish eyes were bloodshot, but by now, he felt that he completely understood all of the various medicinal plants that were part of these medicine formulas. After more thought, he rose to his feet and walked out of the courtyard. Medicine concocting required a pill furnace, but those were quite expensive, more expensive than Bazish could afford. Thankfully, in the medicine concocting pavilion, there were pill furnaces available for use by disciples in their medicine concocting, at the price of a few merit points. The medicine concocting pavilion was on the east side of Fragrant Cloud Peak, not too far from where Bazish lived. It wasn't like the 10,000 Medicines Pavilion, which was always teeming with crowds of people. The medicine concocting pavilion was a relatively quiet and peaceful place. After all, even on Fragrant Cloud Peak, people who qualified to concoct medicine were relatively few in number. Of that small number, quite a few already had their own personal pill furnaces, and didn't need to come here to rent one. Bazish paid for the right to use the medicine concocting pavilion facilities for an entire month. He was given a personal workshop, complete with a protective spell formation that prevented any interference from outside while he worked. Clutching the wooden key he had been given, Bazish quickly found workshop number 13 and walked inside. It wasn't very large, and was completely empty except for the pill furnace and the flame which burned beneath it. After sitting down cross-legged, Bazish took a deep breath, then examined the pill furnace closely. When he tried to manipulate the flame with some spiritual energy, he found that he could cause the flame to grow much hotter, filling the entire room with intense heat. At the same time, the pill furnace itself began to glow bright red. Drawing upon his foundation in the violet chi control art, he performed some tests, and quickly got used to the intense heat. It didn't take long before he became familiar with how to control the level of the flame. Finally, he slapped his bag of holding to produce the various types of plants and vegetation. The longevity incense is too important to put first on the list to concoct. First I'll get familiar with the general concoction process, then I'll try. I'll start out with the spirit replenishing pill. That's a tier 1 pill, useful for the 5th level of chi condensation and lower. Bazish was now completely determined. Expression very serious, he mentally reviewed the medicine formula for the spirit replenishing pill, then began to concoct. He produced the first medicinal plant, then waved his hand, causing the leaves to fall off. Eyes gleaming with concentration, he sent his internal spiritual energy out, forming a powerful yet gentle force that crushed the leaves together into 9 beads of sap, which he then dropped into the pill furnace. A plopping sound could be heard, and a green mist instantly rose up within the pill furnace. Bazish's eyes gleamed brightly, and as soon as the mist actually appeared, his hands flew through the air as he extracted the stems and veins of the medicinal plant, which he then tossed into the furnace as well. Occasionally, he adjusted the flame, ensuring that more and more mist built up inside the furnace. None of that mist escaped outside, though. It congealed together, swirling as Bazish pulled out the second medicinal plant. After catalyzing it briefly, the medicinal plant bloomed with flowers, the petals of which he plucked and put into the pill furnace. Time passed. Bazish was completely focused on what he was doing as he pulled out one medicinal plant after another. Soon he was on the 8th plant, and his eyes were shining brightly as he stared at the pill furnace. As he continuously adjusted the temperature of the flame, sweat dripped down his face. 2 hours later, a muffled rumbling could be heard from inside the pill furnace. Black smoke poured out, to be absorbed by the room's spell formation. Bazish was choking and coughing, and a frown could be seen on his face as he stared at the charred slag inside of the pill furnace. Failure. he murmured. Sitting down and placing his chin on his hand, he began to think. After reviewing everything he had done, he didn't begin another batch immediately. After all, he was a cautious person, and whether it came to memorizing plants and vegetation or concocting medicine, he always wanted to do it in the most prudent way possible. He contemplated the matter for 3 full days. During that time, he reviewed what he remembered regarding his first attempt at least 1,000 times. That helped him to identify at least 50 problematic areas. Finally, he took a deep breath, rested for a moment, and then once again heated up the furnace. The actual time it took to produce the pill wasn't very long. 4 hours later, the pill furnace emitted rumbling sounds once again, and when the smoke cleared, the spoiled remnants of the pill once again became visible. At this point, his stubborn determination once again rose up. Removing the slag from the pill furnace, he examined it closely, then compared it to the information he had gleaned so far about medicine concocting. He then spent 10 more days further examining the medicine formula, as well as the plants and vegetation involved. Finally, eyes bloodshot, he began to try a third time. The third batch seemed much more stable, but just in the moment when the pills were about to solidify, everything fell apart, accompanied by muffled booms. Baziush leapt forward and stared at the slag again. After more thought, he sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to ponder the matter further. This time, he spent nearly half a month. His time in the medicine concocting pavilion was almost up. Finally, his eyes opened, and he gritted his teeth as he began a 4th batch. Eventually, his time was up, and the most recent batch was a failure. If any journeyman apothecary could observe what was happening, he would find it hard to believe. Almost any other person would have attempted at least dozens of batches of medicine within a month's time, and would have succeeded in at least some of them. Even if they only came up with 1 pill in the end, it would still count as a success. After all, most people viewed medicine concocting as something extremely difficult. If that weren't the case, then there would be more than a mere 2 master apothecaries in all of the Eastwood continent. Even journeyman apothecaries were not very common, and most of them didn't have any hope of ever becoming master apothecaries. Of course, the real reason for that was most people didn't have access to the resources which were needed to truly develop as a journeyman apothecary. In the end, though, if anyone worked long enough at it, their chances of eventually becoming a master apothecary would be much greater. Therefore, most people believed that the best way to increase one's success rate in medicine concocting was simply to practice a lot. And that was why most people simply pursued practice. After you got familiar enough with the process, your confidence in success would increase. Of course, simultaneously, journeyman apothecaries came to view failure as an ordinary thing. After a failure, one could just begin again, and thus slowly improve. That was especially true of the more ordinary medicinal pills. Ingredients for pills like that were not very expensive, and could be used as fuel for that hard work and practice. However, Baziush walked a different path than others. He went much slower, and after every failure, he would spend more time analyzing why he had failed than he had in the actual concocting process. This had a lot to do with his caution. It would even be appropriate to call him scrupulous. Only a bit of that scrupulousness had come out during his time studying plants and vegetation. Now that he was making his first foray into medicine concocting, his scrupulous nature increased dramatically, becoming the most outstanding aspect. Because of that scrupulousness, he was able to identify even more problem areas than the average person would. In fact, the number of problems that other people might identify couldn't even compare. He thought and pondered the matter in ways that others wouldn't even consider, and thus identified various fishy areas. Because of his caution, even the slightest problem was something he would wish to control before he continued with any concocting. It was because of these reasons that he spent so much time thinking. The month had passed, Baziush's hair was disheveled and his face was streaked with ash. Exhausted, he left the medicine concocting pavilion and returned to his courtyard, where he sat there thinking and reviewing. There are still 9 problem areas. Once I solve those problems, I should be able to continue with the medicine concocting. Gritting his teeth, he sat there in his courtyard, eyes closed, analyzing the matter, occasionally taking a medicinal plant out to observe and study. Half a month passed before he suddenly rushed out, spent the merit points, and entered the medicine concocting pavilion again. The 5th batch was a failure. After analyzing the matter for 7 more days, he found more problems, solved them, and then tried again. The 6th batch was a failure. His eyes were bright red. He spent 20 days contemplating the matter before trying a 7th batch. 2 hours into the process, no rumbling sounds could be heard. Instead, a medicinal aroma spread out, and Baziush's face lit up. There inside the pill furnace were 2 green medicinal pills. The 7th batch was a success. He tried again, and the 8th batch succeeded, producing 3 pills. The 9th batch succeed, producing 5 pills. The 10th batch also succeeded, however, in the end, only 1 pill appeared. It was not green, but rather, black. Furthermore, it emanated no medicinal aroma, but rather, different odd scent. Even as Bazius-hun pondered the matter curiously, the entire medicine concocting pavilion was thrown into an uproar. Chapter 41, The Effectiveness of Spirit Enhancement. There were no rats or mice on Fragrant Cloud Peak. Such things could not exist in a cultivation location such as this, not unless they were actually spirit creatures. However, ants were a common thing on the mountain. Ants were an ordinary part of nature, and usually lived in the cracks and crevices of the boulders which could be all over the mountain. They didn't cause problems for the cultivators, and were essentially just an ordinary part of mountain life. As such, few people paid them much attention. Today, however, the disciples on duty around the medicine synthesizing pavilion were shocked to find that innumerable ants were filing across the ground toward the pavilion itself. The disciples on duty gasped. There were so many ants it was impossible to determine how many they were. The sight itself was enough to make their scalps go numb. What's going on? At the same time, many of the disciples in the various pill concocting workshops cried out in alarm, and the sound of exploding pill furnaces could be heard. Although the pill concocting workshops were protected by spell formations, they were also built into the mountainside, which meant that the ants could easily get into them through the various tiny crevices that riddled the mountain. All of them were heading toward one particular workshop. That was of course the workshop occupied by Bazius-hun, who wore an expression of curiosity as he looked at a black medicinal pill. It was at about this time that he noticed the clamor outside, and suddenly realized that the workshop he was in happened to be filled with ants. The ants almost seemed to have gone insane, and all of them were heading directly toward him. An ant apocalypse has struck Fragrant Cloud Peak. Bazius-hun shrieked, leaping to his feet. Unexpectedly, even as Bazius-hun leaped to his feet, so did the ants, heading directly toward the black medicinal pill he held. Bazius-hun's scalp was completely numb, and the first thing he could think of to do was throw the medicinal pill away. Almost as soon as it left his hand, the ants changed directions, pouncing onto it. The pill was instantly engulfed, transforming into a ball of ants, the sight of which caused the blood to drain from Bazius-hun's face. A moment later, the ant ball suddenly collapsed, and the ants scurried back into the cracks and crevices. No trace remained of the medicinal pill. In fact, not an ant remained in the entire medicine synthesizing pavilion. The ants had come quickly, and vanished just as quickly. Of course, many of the disciples who had lost the spirit medicines they were working on felt a bit depressed at what had happened, but there was nothing they could do about it. Furthermore, the disciples on duty, having determined that no major losses had occurred, decided not to report the strange incident. Bazius-hun knew exactly why the ants had gone crazy, but as for everyone else, the only thing they saw was a mass of ants passing through. Bazius-hun's heart was still thumping in fear. There hadn't seemed to be anything unusual with the pill he had just concocted. However, he had been very focused on doing a perfect job, a job even better than the previous attempt. Now that he thought about it, he realized that he had actually made some adjustments to the ratios in the last spirit replenishing pill batch. Could it be that the final spirit replenishing pill was something extremely beneficial to ants? Bazius-hun shook his head as he thought about how incredible he was. Not only could he concoct shocking medicinal pills, he could concoct pills drove ants crazy. Upon leaving the workshop, he heard the depressed mutterings of the other disciples, and felt a bit guilty. Ducking his head down, he quickly hurried away. A few days passed, during which Bazius-hun confirmed that the incident in the medicine synthesizing pavilion didn't cause any waves in the sect. Finally, he went back, paid his merit points, then selected a different workshop within which to concoct medicine. This time, he started working on the longevity incense. Concocting incense and concocting pills were two different things, and required the use of different techniques. Pills were consumed, whereas incense was inhaled. Of course, the final form was different too, one being a pill, the other being a stick of incense. Considering what happened last time, Bazius-hun was very careful in the way he went about working on the longevity incense. 2 months passed, and after using 10 batches of ingredients, he ended up with 7 portions. He left feeling quite satisfied, 7 portions of longevity incense in hand. Back in his log cabin, he performed a 3-fold spirit enhancement, after which the longevity incense changed to a deep violet color. Although the 3-fold spirit designs were somewhat faint, they were still visible. Furthermore, the feeling he got when looking at the incense was completely different than before. Bazius-hun looked thoughtfully at the longevity incense, and realized that he himself was also very different than he had been. Before, he didn't understand much at all about spirit medicine, but after concocting some on his own, he was much more knowledgeable. For example, he knew that any type of spirit medicine would have impurities that shouldn't be absorbed into the body, and yet were difficult to separate out. Such impurities could build up inside the body and eventually become so-called medicinal toxins. That was why many experienced members of the inner sect were hesitant to recommend that less experienced disciples consume medicinal pills. Theoretically speaking, much of the medicinal toxins could be expelled out of the body. However, if someone consumed too many medicinal pills and accumulated too much medicinal toxin, it could influence their future cultivation. Therefore, depending on how many impurities existed within a given spirit medicine, it would be classified as one of 6 different levels: low, mid, high, superior, premium, supreme. He murmured, looking down at the longevity incense. If the medicine was more than 90% impure, it would be considered a toxic medicine, and wouldn't be classified in the hierarchy. Furthermore, such medicines would never be consumed unless absolutely necessary. If the medicine was around 80% impure, it would be considered low grade, which was the most common type of spirit medicine. 60% impurity was considered mid-grade, and such medicines were not common. In fact, only true master apothecaries were known to produce such medicines. Medicines which were only 40% impure were high-grade, and were rare. As for medicines that were 20% impure, they were considered superior grade, and if they were only 10% impure, they were premium grade. Those were medicines that usually only appeared in large auctions. Then there were the spirit medicines that had no impurities whatsoever, the legendary supreme grade medicines. Before, he hadn't really understood what he was doing when he performed spirit enhancements on the spirit medicines. But after closely examining the longevity incense, he realized that it didn't make it more powerful, the way it did with magical items. Instead, it actually improved the quality of the spirit medicine. The longevity incense he held was now only 40% impure, meaning that it was a superior grade medicine. As soon as he realized this, Baziashun got very excited. Then he considered the matter a bit more, and decided to make a trip to Violet Cauldron Peak. His purpose was not to visit Big Fatty Jong, but rather, to visit the only spirit enhancement hall that existed on the south bank of the Spirit Stream sect. There, outer sect disciples could spend merit points to get help from the elders in the spirit enhancement hall to perform spirit enhancements. Although there was still a chance of failure, many disciples frequented the place. After looking around the spirit enhancement hall, and also making some discreet inquiries, Baziashun was able to confirm that performing spirit enhancements on spirit medicine did indeed reduce the impurities and make them more effective. After returning to Fragrant Cloud Peak, Baziashun looked excitedly at the incense he had made, then finally lit one stick and took a deep breath. Almost immediately, he felt as full as if he had eaten a big meal. Furthermore, as the aura of the incense spread out within him, he felt warm and comfortable. It was as if the flame of his life force had been fueled, and was now burning a bit hotter. Continuing to inhale the incense, he went on to cultivate the undying live forever technique. As soon as the feeling of hunger hit him, he took a deep breath, and the feeling quickly faded. The 7 sticks of longevity incense enabled Baziashun to cultivate the undying live forever technique for half a month. During that time, he could sense his undying iron skin growing tougher and stronger. Feeling in very high spirits, he organized his bag of holding, then went down to the market and sold some of the things he had acquired from Chenf and his friends. Using the profits, he purchased 10 more sets of ingredients for longevity incense, and then once again began to concoct medicine. Thanks to his constant caution and attention to detail, his success rate in concocting the longevity incense increased, rising from 70% to 80%, and eventually reaching 100%. However, he still wasn't satisfied. Although his success rate had reached 100%, the quality of the resulting spirit medicine was merely low grade. His skill was not something that could be changed in a short period of time, leaving him with only option: use spirit enhancement to remove the impurities. When he used the longevity incense in cultivation, he would breathe in deeply and feel the true happiness that could be attained in heaven and earth. His undying live forever technique improved with each day, as did his cultivation base, which was now nearing the great circle of the 6th level of chi condensation. His greatest progress was with his undying live forever technique. With only a bit more work, he would be able to achieve a major success with his undying iron skin. Baziashun's body was far tougher and more durable than before, and when he used a throat-crushing grap, his fingers were an even deeper black color than before. By the time, though, the longevity incense was beginning to slowly lose its effectiveness. In the end, it did virtually nothing, causing Baziashun to sigh. He was aware that if you consumed enough of any given spirit medicine, the body would eventually adapt to it, and it would lose effectiveness. If he wanted to continue his cultivation, he would need a spirit medicine that was even better than the longevity incense. Unfortunately, the formulas for spirit medicines like that were strictly controlled. It was impossible to purchase them at the market, they could only be acquired with merit points after being promoted to journeyman apothecary. The only other option would be to go to a larger market, but places like that were some distance away from the sect. After considering the matter, Bazius-hun lit up with determination. I'm going to get promoted to journeyman apothecary. Considering his experience concocting medicines, as well as his skill with plants and vegetation, it shouldn't be too much of a problem to qualify for promotion. However, just to be safe, he spent the following several days buying a few more random medicine formulas. After concocting each one a few times, then analyzing his failures, he felt much more confident, and went to sign up for the journeyman apothecary promotion test. Of course, the promotion test wasn't something held for a single individual. Only when enough people had signed up would the test be held. After waiting for another month, even as he was pondering some matters regarding spirit medicines, his identity medallion inside of his bag of holding began to vibrate. When he pulled it out, an ancient voice filled his mind. Tomorrow at dawn, come to the Journeyman Apothecary Hall, where the test for Journeyman Apothecary promotion will be held. Chapter 42, Promotion Test. The Journeyman Apothecary Hall was located on the south face of fragrant Cloud Peak. It was surrounded by lush trees and vegetation, and could only be accessed by a narrow limestone path which snaked off of one of the main thoroughfares that ran up and down the mountain. Unless there was a promotion test underway, few people would walk along that path. However, when the time came for the test, it would be packed. In addition to the disciples who had came to take the test, there were also friends who had came to support the test takers, or even people who weren't confident enough to take the test without first observing it being held a few times. From a distance, the Journeyman Apothecary Hall actually looked like a person sitting cross-legged in meditation. In front of that person was a pill furnace, beneath which was a passageway that led into a main square. Set up in that main square were 20 pill furnaces, all of which looked completely identical. Laid out next to each of the pill furnaces was a bag containing various types of plants and vegetation that could be used in medicine concocting. It was dawn, and Bazius-hun, worried about getting lost, had come very early. However, when he arrived, he found that there were people who had arrived even earlier than him. There were dozens of people standing around in groups of 2 or 3, chatting quietly, and even some people who stood apart from the others alone, waiting cross-legged in meditation. Bazius-hun wasn't the type of person to sit around like an idiot meditating. After glancing around, he caught sight of Zubakai and walked over. When Zubakai saw him approaching, he clasped hands in greeting, and the two of them began to chat. It quickly became apparent that virtually nothing went on in the sect without Zubakai finding out about it. "Elder Brother Bei," he said, "did you hear that about half a year ago, Chenf and his friends were mysteriously beaten into bloody pulps? They've been bedridden ever since, and for some reason, won't talk at all about what happened." Even as he spoke, he looked at Bazius-hun carefully to see his reaction. Bazius-hun yawned dramatically, and was just about to start boasting about what had happened when all of a sudden, a buzz of conversation rose up in the crowd. At the same time, Bazius-hun felt as if someone had suddenly looked in his direction. When he turned his head, he saw a young woman walking toward him. She wore the long garment of an outer sect disciple, but it did nothing to conceal her curvaceous figure. She had a waist as slender as a willow tree, which only served to accentuate the rest of her curves, and make her seem incredibly beautiful. She had long legs, and a perky rear end, and as she approached, people couldn't stop from staring. With her pretty face, and clear white skin that seemed so delicate it might be broken by a faint breeze, she oozed an attractiveness that could easily prove fatal to almost any man. Bazius-hun was a bit disgusted to hear people gulping dramatically, even Zubakai. Zubakai licked his lips, and his eyes shone with infatuation. "That's elder sister Du Lingfei," he whispered excitedly. "She's one of the 5 hottest women on the South Bank. She's the immortal beauty of my heart. Oh my goodness, she just looked at me. She's looking at me," Bazius-hun said derisively. He simply watched as Du Lingfei got closer. Suddenly, her phoenix-like eyes flickered with a murderous aura as she glared straight at Bazius-hun. She had long since came to admit that Bazius-hun's skill with plants and vegetation exceeded hers. However, she was still filled with complete and utter revulsion for him. With a slight snort, she walked off to the side. Zubakai stared at her in a daze, completely oblivious to Bazius-hun's derision. In fact, he seemed more infatuated than ever. So Du Lingfei is going to take the test too, Bazius-hun thought. After looking over the 20 pill furnaces, he calmed himself down and focused. Whatever, it doesn't matter. I'm not here to compete with her. This is an exam administered by the sect, not a contest. Everybody has a chance to get promoted. Soon, Qin Zhang appeared, and when he noticed Bazius-hun, he hesitated for a moment, then grinned and called out a greeting. Bazius-hun smiled and clasped hands in response, after which Qin Zhang sat down off to the side to wait. Eventually, Eva Jiaduo showed up, whom Bazius-hun had first encountered outside the mission's offices. Then, More and more people began to appear, and a good-sized crowd built up. Before too much time passed, the main door of the Journeyman Apothecary Hall creaked open, and an old man walked out. He had a full head of white hair, and piercing eyes, and as soon as he appeared, everyone quieted down. The old man's expression was calm as he strode forward with hands clasped behind his back. He came to a stop at the front of the square, looked around at all the outer sect disciples, then nodded his head and began to speak. I am surnamed Zhu, and I shall preside over this test for promotion from apprentice apothecary to journeyman apothecary. The test will consist of one portion regarding plants and vegetation, and another regarding medicine concocting. To pass the portion regarding plants and vegetation, simply walk through the passageway. Elder Zhu didn't seem to want to offer any further explanations. After speaking only 3 sentences, he simply closed his eyes and ignored everyone. Even as Baziush-hun blinked in response, a long-faced young man walked out from the crowd. After clasping hands and bowing to Elder Zhu, he strode toward the passageway leading under the giant pill furnace. As entered the doorway of the passageway, a beam of light appeared, which surrounded him, then vanished. A moment later, the pill furnace trembled, then let out of 5 muffled reverberations. Zhu Bakai leaned over and whispered, 5 reverberations means that his skill with plants and vegetation encompasses the 5th volume. He definitely deserved his reputation of knowing about everything in the sect. Baziush-hun blinked again. Before coming, he'd had no idea of how exactly the test would be carried out. Having heard Zhu Bakai's explanation, he examined the huge stone pill furnace, and suddenly had the feeling that it must be connected to the stone steels outside the 10,000 medicines pavilion. What do I do now? He thought hesitantly. Zhuzinki's fans are still combing the mountain for me. Soon, more people approached, most of whom received 5 reverberations. However, one of them only received 4 reverberations, upon which Elder Zhu flicked his sleeve, sending that disciple spinning away. Elder Zhu! The disciple exclaimed, face flickering. I thought volume 4 of plants and vegetation was the minimum requirement to be able to take the test. The rules have changed. Now it's the 5th volume. But... The young man stared in shock, then bitterly clasped his hands and bowed. Not daring to say anything further, he left. This turn of events caused the sound of whispered conversations to swell. Zhu Bakai's eyes flickered with surprise, and he suddenly produced a tiny notebook, within which he began to take notes. Baziush-hun looked over and saw a page filled with lines of handwriting, each character as small as the head of a fly. Apparently it was a record of all matters pertaining to the sect, large and small alike. Baziush-hun couldn't help but admire how seriously Zhu Bakai took the whole matter. It was at this point that Zhao Yiduo stood up and entered the passageway. The reverberations echoed out 6 times, after which Elder Zhu opened his eyes and nodded slightly. Zhao Yiduo clasped hands and then stepped out of the passageway. Qin Zhang's eyes flickered. He and Zhao Yiduo had never gotten along, so he snorted coldly and walked into the passageway, after which 6 reverberations could be heard. After giving Zhao Yiduo a meaningful stare, and sat back down cross-legged off to the side. The fact that both Zhao Yiduo and Qin Zhang had received 6 reverberations caused a buzz of envious conversation to rise up. At the same time, Du Lingfei's eyes flickered, and she walked through the passageway. As she did, 6 reverberations could be heard, which caused even more envious gleams to appear in the eyes of the onlookers. Murmured conversations instantly broke out. Qin Zhang, Zhao Yiduo, and Du Lingfei are all persons of outstanding talent within the outer sect. Not only have they mastered 5 volumes of plants and vegetation, but they also have command of the 1st volume of spirit creatures. I would say that they have a 70 to 80% chance of passing the test and being promoted to journeyman apothecary. Historically speaking, anyone who takes the journeyman apothecary test having already mastered 6 stone steels will pass, as long as that disciple's performance in medicine concocting isn't lacking. Even as everyone discussed the matter, Baziush-hun gritted his teeth. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do about Zhuzinki's fans. Just as he was about to take a step forward, a figure suddenly appeared off in the distance, speeding along the mountain path. It was a middle-aged man, his hair completely disheveled, but his eyes sparkling with life. Even before he arrived, his voice echoed out to be heard by all. I, Han Jian, having spent 7 years in secluded meditation, and have finally made a huge breakthrough in my skill with plants and vegetation. Finally, I have emerged once again into the world, not just be promoted to journeyman apothecary, but to become the top journeyman apothecary in the entire test. Looking very proud and lofty, he flickered through the air toward the giant pill furnace's passageway. Elder Zhu didn't pay the man any heed, not even deigning to open his eyes. However, everyone else in the crowd seemed astonished to have heard the name Han Jian. Han Jian? Who's that? I've never heard of him before. Considering how old he is, He must be an outer sect disciple from 7 or 8 years ago. He wants to be the top journeyman apothecary, which isn't a very easy thing to do. Even as everyone expressed their shock, Han Jian stepped into the passageway, looking extremely proud and confident. Almost immediately, powerful reverberations began to echo out into the air. 1 reverberation, 2 reverberations. 5, 6, 7. Before anyone in the crowd could even react, 8 reverberations echoed out from within the pilferness. Elder Zhu's eyes snapped open, and he looked over at the middle-aged man, a broad smile of praise on his face. 5 volumes of plants and vegetation, and 3 volumes of spirit creatures, he said. Excellent. Looking very excited, Han Jian clasped hands and bowed to Elder Zhu. Then he turned, and when he looked at Du Lingfei and the others, the pride in his eyes was very clear. Swishing his sleeves, he sat down confidently in front of the centermost of the pilfurnaces. Finally, gasps could be heard from the crowd, as well as the clamor of conversation. 8 reverberations. Not only did he master everything about plants and vegetation, he even got through 3 volumes of spirit creatures. It seems he might be able to do exactly as he said and become the top journeyman apothecary. When Bezish Hun witnessed what happened, he was left feeling quite underwhelmed. Therefore, when everyone in the crowd started getting excited, he almost couldn't believe it. He only mastered 3 volumes of spirit creatures, right? He asked of Zubakai. Why is everyone making such a big fuss? If he remembered correctly, when it came to the 3rd stone stele of spirit creatures, over 1,000 people were listed as having passed it. Even the 10th stone stele had been passed by hundreds of people. Zubakai rolled his eyes, feeling more contemptuous than ever of Bezish Hun. Of course, he didn't dare give voice to that contempt, and instead cleared his throat and said, Elder Brother Bei, you just don't understand. To master all 5 volumes of plants and vegetation is hard enough as it is. The volumes of spirit creatures are even harder. Even mastering one of them is enough to make you the subject of much envy. Obviously, to master 3 is even more shocking. Do you think everyone can be consummate chosen like Zhuzinki or the little turtle? Look, just forget about those 2. On Olive Fragrant Cloud Peak, there are probably less than 50 people who have passed the stone steles of all 5 volumes of plants and vegetation plus all 5 volumes of spirit creatures. Each and every one of those people are dragons and phoenixes among mortals. Think about it. There are a lot of names on those stone steles, but those name lists are thousands of years old. Plus, many of those people have already moved on to the inner sect, leaving only their names behind here in the outer sect. Furthermore, you only need to master 5 volumes to take this test. This guy has 8. Just as he said, he's definitely going to become the top journeyman apothecary, which will earn him the 5,000 merit point prize. Although Zubakai's words were actually a bit contemptuous if you paid close attention, Bezish Hun didn't really notice. Eyes gleaming with elation, he looked at Zubakai and said, Did you just say that Zhuzinki and the little turtle are consummate chosen? Are they really that awesome? Of course. Especially the little turtle. He's completely shocking. He's the first person in 1,000 years to get first place in all 10 stone steles. Elder Brother Bei, I have to say, you really shouldn't aim too high. Even as the contempt in Zubakai's heart rose to new heights, Bezish Hun laughed heartily. The more he was around Zubakai, the more he liked him. Clapping him on the shoulder, he suddenly strode forward. Zubakai gaped in shock as Bezish Hun walked toward the passageway. Of course, Bezish Hun was somewhat well known for his skill with plants and vegetation, considering that he had defeated Du Lingfei. It was a given that he would eventually take this test. However, what happened next caused Zubakai's eyes to bulge. Zubakai strode proudly into the passageway, after which a flash of light could be seen, and the muffled reverberations began. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8. Everyone became deathly quiet. However, the reverberations didn't stop. A 9th reverberation echoed out and then a 10th. Rumble. When the 10th reverberation echoed out, Elder Zhu's eyes shot open, and they glowed with unprecedented brightness. He looked over at Bezish Hun, completely shocked. It must be stated that it would be rare enough for one of the thousands of outer sect disciples on Fragrant Cloud Peak to master all 10 of the volumes, including the 5 for plants and vegetation, and the 5 for spirit creatures. Virtually all of them would have already taken this test. For someone to be so patient as to wait until they had mastered all 10 was something that Elder Zhu had never seen, not until this very day. Even Zhuzinki had taken the test after having mastered only 9. Du Lingfei's eyes went wide as she stared at Bezish Hun standing there in the passageway. Although she had already known that he was far more advanced than her in his skill with plants and vegetation, she had never imagined that he would have reached such an astonishing level. Not only had he completely mastered plants and vegetation, he also had shocking skill with spirit creatures. Her mind was spinning, and she could do nothing but gape blankly. She couldn't help but recall how she had demanded to compete with him in skill with plants and vegetation, and how he had cautiously and even nervously asked about her ranking. Then she thought about how anxious he had looked when he had agreed to compete. As of this moment she realized that Bazish Hun's nervousness back then had been a front, concealing the wide smile that had blossomed in his heart. Bei. Zhao. Chun. She thought, gnashing her teeth. Qin Zhang and Zhao Yiduo also gasped and stared at Bazish Hun in astonishment. As for Han Jian, who had spent so many years in secluded meditation, he began to tremble. He was glaring at Bazish Hun, his mind spinning, waves of shock crashing into him as he realized that Bazish Hun was definitely his lifelong archenemy. The most important part of a journeyman apothecary test is medicine concocting. He thought. He might be strong, but I refuse to believe that he can outdo me in concocting medicine. I spent 7 years in secluded meditation just to take the top spot in this test. At the same time, the surrounding outer sect disciples were gasping and even crying out in shock. That was 10 reverberations. That means he mastered all 5 of the volumes of spirit creatures too. He passed all of the stone steels outside the 10,000 medicines pavilion. There aren't even 50 disciples in the entire outer sect who can do that. This guy has incredible patience. He waited to pass all 10 of the stone steels before taking the promotion test. Chapter 43, Slow. So slow. Don't tell me. He's the little turtle? The crowd was in an uproar. Of course, most flabbergasted of everyone was Zubeke, who was staring at Bazish Hun with eyes so wide they seemed to be on the verge of popping out of his head. Moments ago, he had despised Bazish Hun for not thinking much of having mastered 3 volumes of spirit creatures, but now, he clearly had every right to have that attitude. Mastery of plants and vegetation and mastery of spirit creatures. Bazish Hun was clearly just messing with me. But this is simply unbelievable. He's only been in the sect for a few years. Could it be that he really is the little turtle? Gasping, Zubakai pulled out his little notebook and began to write down the new developments. Inwardly, he was rejoicing that he had chosen to smooth things out with Bazish Hun, and was also rejoicing that he hadn't said anything too derisive earlier. Even as everyone was giving voice to their shock, Bazish Hun walked out of the passageway, sighing. Actually, if there had been a way to conceal his accomplishments regarding the 10 stone steels, then he would have. After all, there were still inner sect disciples among Zhuzinki's fans. Unfortunately, there was nothing that could be done about it. He couldn't just give up on the promotion. Despite the fact that he had been forced to reveal the truth, when he saw how excited the crowds were, and when he heard people calling out his name, he was actually quite moved. What wonderful fellow disciples. Ah, if only everyone were like that. Sighing emotionally, and under the eyes of everyone in the audience, he selected a pill furnace and sat down. Elder Zhu looked thoughtfully at Bazish Hun. A smile flickered across his face, but quickly vanished. After recovered his composure, he calmly said, "The bag in front of you has 10 sets of medicinal plants, which you can use to concoct 10 Tier 1 spirit medicines, specifically, Ink Spirit Incense. You will be judged based on your success rate, with a minimum of 2 successes being the requirement to pass. Whoever has the most successes will be awarded 5,000 merit points. You may begin immediately." The outer sect disciples in the audience instantly began to buzz with excitement in response to Elder Zhu's explanation. This time the test is to concoct Ink Spirit Incense. Ink Spirit Incense isn't the most difficult Tier 1 medicine to concoct, but it's not easy. It's not like Spirit Condensation Incense or other spirit medicines like that, which many apprentice apothecaries have experience with. Humphrey. They're only refining the ways to test one's qualifications in medicine concocting. Can't you see what's happening? Before, they required 4 volumes of plants and vegetation, now it's 5. They even increased the level of difficulty of the spirit medicine to be concocted. Presumably, things will only continue to get harder in the future. As everyone discussed the matter, the group sitting in front of the pill furnaces in the square had very serious expressions on their faces. Although some of them smiled bitterly when they heard that the test involved Ink Spirit Incense, they didn't allow themselves to be distracted, but instead opened the bags and began to inspect the medicinal plants. Zubakai had mentioned the matter of the 5,000 merit points earlier. Now that Bazish Hun heard confirmation from Elder Zhu, his heart was thumping. He was already running low on merit points, which he needed to get medicine formulas and medicinal plants. If I can get those 5,000 merit points, it will save me a lot of time and effort. With those thoughts on his mind, Bazish Hun opened the bag, within which were the 10 sets of medicinal plants, plus a jade slip, which was none other than the medicine formula for the Ink Spirit Incense. He didn't immediately begin to concoct the medicine, but instead settled his chi and cleared his mind, then began to study the formula. He took his time, which was how he had grown accustomed to concocting medicine. Even the slightest question about anything needed to be analyzed completely until he felt completely confident. His initial research alone took him 2 hours. By the time, Du Lingfei and everyone else had already finished inspecting the plants, and were beginning to actually concoct the medicine. In fact, most of them were more than half finished with their first batch. It didn't take long before everyone except Bazish Hun was already in the middle of medicine concocting. Bazish Hun was the only one who was sitting there, looking thoughtfully at the jade slip. That sight left Zubakai somewhat shocked. By now, the first batches of spirit medicine were coming out. Rumbling sounds began to emanate from the pill furnaces of everyone except Bazish Hun. Most of them had long faces as black smoke rose up, indicating that their first batches were failures. Han Jian, on the other hand, threw his head back and laughed loudly. His pill furnace was trembling, and a medicinal aroma began to spread out. Shockingly, a 3-inch-long stick of ink spirit incense appeared. The surrounding outer sect disciples all craned their necks to look. He succeeded with his first batch. This Han Jianyu has talent in medicine concocting. An excited expression appeared on Han Jianyu's face as he glanced around at the other test takers. His gaze lingered for a moment on Bazish Hun, and when he realized that he was still studying the medicine formula, a look of disdain appeared in his eyes. Finally, he pulled out the second set of plans and began concocting a second batch. Du Lingfei and everyone else all had unsightly expressions on their faces, and gritted their teeth as they began to work on a second batch. Time passed. By the time the 4th hour of the test had passed, most of the group was finished with their second batch. Muffled rumbling could be heard as not a single test taker succeeded. It was at about this time that Bazish Hun put the jade slip down. His mind was now permeated with the medicine formula for ink spirit incense. However, just when everyone thought he was about to begin, they were stunned to see him take out one of the medicinal plants and begin to study it closely. What is Bazish Hun doing? He already studied the medicine formula for 4 hours. What's the point of studying the plants? I know this is a test, but does he really have to go so slow? Zubakai's eyes were wide with disbelief as he watched everyone else starting their third batches. The audience waited in befuddlement as the 6th hour of the test arrived. By now, 18 of the test takers had all consistently failed. Soon 8 hours had passed, then 10. Eventually, 4 people succeeded in concocting the ink spirit incense, including Du Lingfei, Qin Zhang, and Zhao Yiduo. The aura of the incense spread out in all directions. Han Jianw was chuckling proudly at being the first person to concoct a second stick of ink spirit incense. Looking around proudly, his contempt for Bazish Hun grew. At this point, Bazish Hun was studying the 4th of the medicinal plants. Occasionally he would even tear a perforation into the plant itself, which left the audience shocked. Even Elder Zhu had noticed. Time flew by. Soon, 12 hours had passed. Everyone failed in their 6th batch of spirit medicine, except for Han Jian, who was the only person to succeed. That caused quite an uproar, and even elicited a slight nod from Elder Zhu. This Han Jian has already concocted 3 sticks of incense. Nobody else even has more than 1. In tests passed, 2 successes meant you passed the test, and 4 successes made you a chosen. All Han Jian has to do is concoct 1 more stick to become a chosen. As everyone discussed the matter, a gleam of self-confidence could be seen flickering in Han Jianyu's eyes as he murmured, "I'll definitely concoct a 4th stick of ink spirit incense. I'm going to be chosen, and I'm going to be the top journeyman apothecary." Swishing his sleeve in grand style, he began to work on his 7th batch. Du Lingfei's face was ashen as she gritted her teeth and began working on her own 7th batch. When the 14th hour arrived, Du Lingfei's eyes shone with elation as a medicinal aroma began to spread out from her pill furnace. Even as black smoke rose up from everyone else's 7th batches, she produced the only success. "I've met the minimum, but mere promotion is not enough." Du Lingfei constrained her excitement, taking a deep breath as she, along with the ashen-faced Han Jian, began work on another batch. In the 16th hour, more rumbling sounds could be heard as yet again. Everyone met with failure. As of this moment, of the 19 other people besides Bazish Hun who were taking the test, Han Jian had 3 successes, Du Lingfei had 2, Qin Zhang and Zhao Yiduo both had 1, and everyone else had nothing but failures. As for Bazish Hun, he was studying the last of the medicinal plants. This test is so hard. That was the thought running through the minds of the outer sect disciples in the audience. They could feel the anxious pressure building up. Most of the test takers only had 2 sets of ingredients left. With the exception of Du Lingfei and Han Jian, who had already met the minimum requirement, and Qin Zhang and Zhao Yiduo, who both had 1 success already, the other test takers had to succeed with both sets of ingredients, otherwise they would fail completely. Those remaining disciples were now extremely nervous. Essentially, this 9th batch was the most crucial batch. If they failed, then Elder Zhu wouldn't allow them to waste the ingredients set aside for the 10th batch. If that 9th batch failed, then their test-taking effort would be a complete failure. Filled with apprehension and nervousness, everyone focused completely on their 9th batches. Each and every step received complete and utter attention. Those who had already met the minimum requirement wanted to get a better final score, and for those who hadn't met the minimum, they had to do everything they could right now to pass. Bezius Hun, on the other hand, was sitting there holding the final medicinal plant. Apparently, he was considering some important question about that plant, as his brow was furrowed thoughtfully. By now, few people were paying attention to him. The 18th hour seemed to pass very slowly. This was the moment everyone had been waiting for. Soon, rumbling sounds echoed out. As for the disciples who had not succeeded at all, they rose to their feet, faces pale, chuckling bitterly. After clasping hands to Elder Zhu, they dejectedly left the square. One by one, the disciples left, until soon, only 6 people remained concocting medicine. Soon, rumbling sounds echoed out from the 6 test-takers' pill furnaces, and yet a medicinal aroma emitted from only one of those furnaces, the one belonging to Jia Yiduo. Jia Yiduo's hands were clenched tightly into fists, he was panting, and his eyes were completely bloodshot. He was more excited right now than he had ever been before. He had met the minimum requirements. With 2 successes, he passed. Some people were excited, some were depressed. 5 people had failed, 2 of them being disciples who hadn't succeeded a single time. Sighing, they rose to their feet and left. Qin Zhang couldn't be more on edge. He was glaring at Jia Duo, heart filled with bitterness and anxiety. Then he looked with bloodshot eyes at the final set of medicinal plants. Du Lingfei frowned, then closed her eyes to think. Han Jian felt the least pressure of all, and yet, he wasn't happy to be stuck with only 3 successes. He wanted to break through to become chosen. The last batch. People took deep breaths as they looked out at the square, and the 5 people left behind. Han Jian, Du Lingfei, Jia Yiduo, Qin Zhang, and of course, Bezius Hun. 3 of them had already met the minimum requirements. Qin Zhang had 1 chance left to do so. As for Bezius Hun, people weren't even paying attention to him, and were actually beginning to wonder why he had even come. After 18 hours, all he had done was study the medicine formula and the medicinal plants. Some people were even wondering if he had just came to be a part of the excitement. It was with unprecedented seriousness that Du Lingfei and the others began to focus completely on their 10th and last batch of spirit medicine. As everyone looked on with fixed gazes, the 20th hour slowly passed. Rumbling sounds could then be heard from Jia Yiduo's pill furnace, after which black smoke rose up. He sighed. He had failed in the final batch, but at least he still met the minimum requirements. In almost the exact same instant that Jia Yiduo failed, Qin Zhang's pill furnace began to emit a medicinal aroma. His wasn't the only one. Medicinal aromas were also spreading out from Du Lingfei's and Han Jian's. In that instant, all 3 of their faces lit up with joy as they realized that they had succeeded. I did it. 4 sticks of ink spirit incense. I took the top spot. Han Jian shot to his feet and his excited laughter began to ring out in all directions. Du Lingfei sighed in relief. Although she hadn't reached the level of a chosen, 3 successes was still astonishing. Qin Zhang felt almost as if he had been resurrected from the dead, and began to laugh heartily. As of this moment, the feelings that the 4 of them had been suppressing for the last 2 hours finally erupted out. What a difficult test. The fact that Han Jian could succeed 4 times despite this level of difficult shows that he really is a chosen. Du Lingfei got 3 successes, Qin Zhang and Jia Yiduo both got 2. They all met the requirements to be promoted. I bet if the test wasn't so hard, they all would probably have been able to get 4 successes. Even as everyone began to discuss the matter, as the friends of the test-takers were cheering in support, as Elder Zhu nodded approvingly at Han Jian and was about to announce that the test was over, Bezius Hun moved. Chapter 44. The sun is rising. After fully studying the final plant, and resolving all of the issues he had, Bezius Hun continued to completely ignore all of the clamor around him. He had focused hard on the information in the jade slip, had become completely immersed in the Tao of plants and vegetation, and had even entered a sort of trance. Nothing short of the crash of thunder and lightning would be able to break his concentration, nor did he even glance at the results of the others' concocting efforts. Of course, that attracted the attention of some in the audience, including Zubeikai. Curious expressions could be seen on their faces as they looked over, clearly wondering why Bezius Hun had spent so much longer in his initial observations. This Bezius Hun is just too slow. Everyone else is finished and he's just starting. Shouldn't the test be over by now? You know what, I don't think I ever heard anything about the Journeyman Apothecary promotion test having a time limit. It wasn't clear who exactly said that last sentence, but when people heard it, They began to turn toward Elder Zu, blank expressions on their faces. Elder Zu hesitated for a moment, but the truth was that the Journeyman Apothecary promotion test really didn't have any time limit. Therefore, he continued to stand there watching Bazius Hun concoct medicine. Han Jianw wasn't worried at all, and was even chuckling coldly, eyes flashing with disdain. At first, he had been worried that Bazius Hun would be a formidable opponent, but after the way this part of the test had played out, he was convinced that there was no way Bazius Hun could surpass him. Du Lingfei's brow was furrowed. Bazius Hun rubbed her wrong no matter how she considered the matter. Bazius Hun's movements were blindingly fast, and his eyes glowed brightly. To him, the entire world consisted only of that pill furnace. The various medicinal plants rapidly changed form as he kneaded them into pastes, broke them down into powders, or made other preparations. Then, after putting all of the ingredients into the pill furnace, he performed an incantation gesture with his right hand and pointed at the pill furnace, causing the earth flame underneath to burn brightly. 2 hours flew by, and soon a strong medicinal aroma emanated out from the pill furnace. Bazius Hun waved his hand, causing a 4-inch-long stick of ink spirit incense to fly out. As soon as it landed in his palm, he examined it, and then frowned. Everyone in the audience had very serious expressions on their faces, and Elder Zu's eyes were flickering. However, just when everyone was expecting Bazius Hun to start his second batch, they realized that instead, he was simply studying the incense. What is he doing? He succeeded. Why hasn't he started the second batch? Everyone was looking on, stunned. As for Bazius Hun, he was looking at the ink spirit incense, feeling quite unsatisfied. Although he had indeed succeeded, he knew that based on the ingredients he had used, the incense should have been 7 inches long. What went wrong? He thought. Then he contemplated the matter. For 6 hours. Just when everyone was getting to the point where they were running out of patience, Bazius Hun's eyes glittered, and he produced a second set of ingredients and began to concoct. Everyone in the audience anxiously watched him work. Yet again, 2 hours passed. This time, the medicinal aroma was even stronger than before as a 5-inch-long stick of ink spirit incense flew out. Du Lingfei's face flickered, and shocked expressions could be seen on the faces of both Qin Zhang and Zhao Yiduo. As for Han Jian, his eyes flickered, but his expression remained calm. Only he knew that, inwardly, he was starting to get anxious. Of course, what made him anxious was not just that Bazius Hun had succeeded 2 times, but that he might continue to succeed. Under the shocked gazes of all present, Bazius Hun flicked his sleeve, sending the third set of medicinal plant ingredients out. His third batch was now beginning, and all of the outer sect disciples were watching closely. 2 hours passed in silence. Suddenly, the pill furnace shuddered, and a medicinal aroma even stronger than before filled the area as a 6-inch-long stick of ink spirit incense appeared. 3 times in a row. How could this be happening? How is Bazius Hun doing this? Could it be that he has actually concocted ink spirit incense before? Cries of astonishment could be heard because of the successive successes. People could hardly believe what they were seeing. Du Lingfei's breath came in ragged pants as she glared at Bazius Hun, waves of shock battering her heart. Qin Zhang and Zhao Yiduo were both gaping dully. 3 in a row. Han Jian thought, clenching his hands into fists. His eyes were now completely bloodshot. He must already be familiar with ink spirit incense. Well, he got lucky with this batch, but the next batch will be a different story. Just when everyone was expecting Bazius Hun to start his 4th batch, he held up the 6-inch-long stick of ink spirit incense, then frowned and rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Then everyone waited. For 10 hours. If this sort of thing had happened with the first batch, everyone would have left. But after having seen Bazius Hun succeed 3 times in a row, they knew that a 4th success would push him past everyone else to the same level as Han Jian. That was something everyone was itching to see happen. Bazius Hun takes way too long. It's only a tier 1 spirit medicine. Why does he need so much time to think about it? Of course, Du Lingfei and Han Jianw were the most invested of all, and were staring dead at Bazius Hun, completely unwilling to leave. It was at this point that Bazius Hun's eyes glittered brightly. His eyebrows shot up as he waved both hands, sending plants and vegetation flying out as he began his 4th batch. Everyone was now looking on in complete excitement. 2 hours later, rumbling sounds could be heard, but not the type that indicated a failure had been met. Instead, a powerful blast of medicinal aroma spread out, filling the entire area in the blink of an eye. Then, astonishingly, a 7-inch-long stick of ink spirit incense appeared. The 4th batch was another success. The audience went wild. 4 in a row. I can't believe something like this actually happened. Just how many times will Bazius Hun actually succeed? 2 successes are the requirement to pass, and 4 makes you chosen. If I remember correctly, Elder Sister Zhuzinki got 7 successes back when she was promoted. As the crowd clamored, Du Lingfei's face turned very unsightly. Although she was aware that Bezia's Hun's skill with plants and vegetation far surpassed her own, to see that such a vast gap existed between them in terms of medicine concocting filled her with mixed emotions. As for Han Jian, he was grinding his teeth, and his hands were clenched tightly into balls. He was trembling, and couldn't bear to believe what he was seeing. And yet, everything was happening right in front of him, making it impossible for him to deny it. 4 successes. 4 successes has to be his limit. The rest will definitely be failures. Everyone in the audience was now buzzing with speculation regarding how many total successes Bezia's Hun would achieve. But then, they realized that Bezia's Hun was simply staring at the ink spirit incense. What is this guy doing? He's doing more studying? Although they were a bit chagrined, the audience members weren't about to leave now. Instead, they sat there, waiting and watching, looking forward to seeing the results of Bezia's Hun's next study session. 16 hours passed before Bezia's Hun finally took a deep breath. His eyes were completely bloodshot. Although no one else realized it, the 4th batch he had just produced had come very close to failing. This ink spirit incense is much, much harder than any of the other spirit medicines I've concocted in the past. Bezia's Hun was prudent and meticulous. After thinking back to all the other batches he had produced so far, he identified what the problem was, and after confirming that he could prevent it from happening, began a 5th batch. He was completely oblivious to any of the conversations around him. When he was concocting medicine, his level of focus exceeded imagination. It didn't matter what anybody said, he wouldn't begin to concoct unless he was absolutely confident in succeeding. Everyone in the audience had been sitting here for so long that they were completely exhausted, and were having trouble staying focused, and yet they were now all craning their necks to see what was happening. It didn't take long before more rumbling sounds could be heard, and a medicinal aroma spread out in all directions, a fragrant odor that sent shock into the hearts of everyone present. The 5th batch was a success. Han Jian sat there dumbfounded, heart overwhelmed with bitterness. After a long moment, he simply sighed quietly. This was the moment the crowd had been waiting for. Bezia's Hun waved his sleeve and began the 6th batch. Before long, more rumbling could be heard, and smell of incense spread out. The 6th batch was a success. Bezia's Hun's eyes glittered. Not pausing for even a moment, he pulled out more medicinal plants and started his 7th batch. However, in almost the exact same instant that he started the 7th batch, an acrid odor suddenly wafted out. It was very faint, and could only be detected by Bezia's Hun, and yet it caused his heart to begin pounding. He performed an incantation gesture with his right hand and pointed out, reducing the earth flame temperature. After manipulating the ingredients with the greatest care, he succeeded with the 7th batch. However, this stick was only 3 inches long, and contained many impurities, leaving it on the verge of being low-grade, almost toxic. However, as far as the audience was concerned, that still counted as a success. At this point, the audience was completely and utterly wrapped up in what was happening. Everyone was panting in excitement, especially Zubachi, whose eyes glowed with disbelief. 7 successes. Heavens! Bezia's Hun actually succeeded 7 times. He's just as good as elder sister Zhuzinki. I remember hearing that the only person to ever exceed 8 successes was a disciple from years ago named Wang Qingshan, an elder brother who is now in the supreme position of being a successor disciple. Succeeding 9 times is completely unheard of. Nobody has ever done it. The audience was in an uproar, but Bezia's Hun was sitting there quietly, looking at the pill furnace. His eyes were bloodshot, and by this point, he wasn't even thinking about the test. He was immersed in thoughts of concocting medicine, and was analyzing the near failure from all angles. Next, he pulled out the ingredients and began to examine them again to try to determine the cause. This spirit plant is called ink fruit, and the ink elements within each one are slightly different. He held the ink fruit in his hand and continued to observe and analyze it. Time passed, and more wry smiles could be seen on the faces of the audience as they realized what was happening. Although they were excited, Bezia's Hun was so thoughtfully slow in medicine concocting that it could make one bristle with anger. And yet, nobody was willing to leave. The outer sect disciples all sat there cross-legged, some of them meditating as they waited for Bezia's Hun. Others were so exhausted that they leaned up against nearby boulders to sleep. A strange expression could be seen on the face of Elder Zhu. Coughing dryly, he sat there cross-legged, waiting. Of course, Du Lingfei and Han JianIW weren't going to leave. Although Bezia's Hun left them physically and mentally exhausted, they had no choice but to sit there quietly. Everything was very quiet, except for the occasional snores which echoed out. And yet, people were still waiting, and watching Bezia's Hun. Zubakai was among their number. Hours passed, during which some people awoke from their sleep to find Bezia's Hun sitting there in contemplation. They couldn't help but sigh. I can't believe he's still studying. The sun is rising. Eventually, after more than 20 hours had passed, Bazius-hun suddenly looked up, and his eyes were completely bloodshot. Chapter 45, I could kill you, easy. Bazius-hun was panting. By this point, he was focused to the point of tuning everything else out. He wasn't even worried about whether or not he would succeed. His eyes were bloodshot, and his mind was occupied with only one thing, how to be completely and utterly confident. Unless he was totally confident, he wouldn't start the next batch. When it came to concocting medicine, his cautious and prudent personality was fully on display. However, even after all the thought he had put into it, he still couldn't figure out how to solve the problem without first standardizing the ink elements within the ink fruit. Although that wouldn't count as changing the medicine formula, it would be a slight adjustment to it. After a moment of thought, Bazius-hun's eyes flickered with determination. The only way is to adjust the formula on a case-by-case basis. He quickly crushed the ink fruit. A squishing sound could be heard as juice flowed out, although Bazius-hun didn't send it into the pill furnace. Instead, he congealed it in the air in front of him, then began to make adjustments here and there. Most people in the audience were surprised, but didn't really understand what he was doing. Even Bazius-hun himself didn't really think that his actions were anything special, he just felt that this was the best course of action considering the circumstances. However, Elder Two had opened his eyes, and a gleam of shock flickered deep therein. Although he had been a bit surprised that Bazius-hun had succeeded 7 times in a row, what he was doing now was far more shocking. This Bazius-hun is actually trying to adjust the medicine formula. Incredible. No wonder the Peak Lord told me to keep an eye on him while he was away from the mountain. Elder Two continued to observe Bazius-hun silently. A moment later, Bazius-hun waved his hand, flushing away the extra ink elements, leaving behind a drop about the size of a fingernail. After sending it into the pill furnace, he produced the rest of the medicinal plant ingredients and then began his 8th batch. The pill furnace instantly turned bright red. This time, it didn't take 2 hours. After enough time passed for 2 incense sticks to burn, the pill furnace trembled, and a medicinal aroma spread out. The 8th batch had succeeded. Elder Two looked at the pill furnace, and what he saw was a 7-inch long stick of ink spirit incense that was black with violet specks. That's almost mid-grade. Elder Two thought, his eyes shining brightly. Bazius-hun could also tell that this stick of ink spirit incense was different than the others. Although he was initially confused, he suddenly realized why all of the other spirit medicines he had produced before were low-grade. The medicine formula isn't standardized. If you adjust things based on your current needs, you can concoct mid-grade spirit medicines or higher. Bazius-hun suddenly felt as if the world had been opened up to him. Feeling very excited, and before even waiting for the crowd to break out into an uproar, he started his 9th batch. Everyone was panting, and nobody was talking. They were all completely and utterly shaken. They might have been excited before, but now that they had personally witnessed Bazius-hun succeed 8 times in a row, they were in a state of complete and utter incredulity. Not only had he surpassed Juzinki, he was now on almost the exact same level as the successor disciple Wang Qingshan. Before everyone could recover from their shock, Bazius-hun rapidly went about concocting the next batch. He only used the time it takes an incense stick to burn before rumbling sounds could be heard from the pill furnace, and a powerful blast of medicinal aroma spread out. The 9th batch was a success. This is unheard of. Nobody has ever succeeded 9 times, and especially not with ink spirit incense. Bazius-hun spent an infuriatingly long time thinking, but his success rate is completely astonishing. Zhu Bakai's mind was spinning, and his jaw hung wide open. Du Lingfei felt her heart being battered by waves of astonishment, and couldn't help but think back to the competition, and how Bazius-hun had analyzed that grafted plant. Han Jian simply sighed bitterly. Although he was disappointed, he was no longer enraged. If Bazius-hun had surpassed him by a small amount, he might have continued to pursue a grudge, but now, he had to admit that he had lost. With only one more success, elder brother Bei will do something nobody has ever done, not even in ancient times. He is going to pull off a miracle. Boy, was it worth it to come watch the test this time. We got stuck here for a few days, but it was definitely worth it. As of this moment, Bazius-hun was the center of all attention. Everyone was panting, and their eyes gleamed with intense anticipation. Even Elder Two felt completely shocked, and was staring with wide eyes. Finally, Bazius-hun moved. His eyes shone with focus as he produced the final set of ingredients. After organizing them into the order that he would use them, he began to feed them into the pill furnace, then performed a double-handed incantation gesture to stoke the earth flame. Time passed in complete silence. The only thing the audience could hear was the beat of their own hearts as they waited for the time it takes an incense stick to burn. An intense rumbling sound could be heard from within the pill furnace. No smoke of failure poured out, and yet, neither did a medicinal aroma. Everyone was shocked. Did he fail? Zubakai thought, so nervous that his tongue was sticking to the roof of his mouth. Baziush-hun stared in shock, but then he suddenly realized what was most likely happening, and his eyes began to shine. It was at this point that everyone watching could see a scintillating light shining out from the joints and cracks in the pill furnace. Elder 2 suddenly leapt forward to peer into the pill furnace, within which was a 1-inch long stick of ink spirit incense that was completely violet. His eyes danced with elation. Mid-grade, he said, laughing loudly. Flicking his sleeve, he collected up all of the pill furnaces and sticks of ink spirit incense which had been concocted. The final round of the test is over. Baziush-hun, Han Jian, Du Lingfei, Qin Zhang, Jia Yiduo, you 5 have all been promoted to Journeyman Apothecary. Baziush-hun, you take the top spot and are awarded 5,000 merit points. The crowd dissolved into wild commotion, the sound of which echoed out in all directions. 10 successes. He got 10 successes. Plus, the final batch produced a mid-grade product. He is only a journeyman apothecary, but can already concoct mid-grade spirit medicine. Zubakai, Du Lingfei, Han Jian, and everyone else present were completely stunned. It was somewhat grudgingly that Baziush-hun watched the only mid-grade spirit medicine he had ever concocted be whisked away by Elder 2. He was of a mind to give voice to his discontent, but Elder 2 seemed too imposing, and was clearly not going to return the incense. Baziush-hun sighed and exhaustedly left the square. As he walked through the crowd, people looked at him with excitement and admiration. Obviously, the fact that he had succeeded 10 times in a row was no fluke, and was something that an ordinary disciple could never do. Congratulations on pulling off a miracle, Elder Brother Bei. This is completely unprecedented. Congratulations, Elder Brother Bei, I truly admire you. Elder Brother Bei, I have some questions about plants and vegetation, do you think you could help a junior sister out? Baziush-hun blinked. He had been so engrossed in medicine concocting that he had completely tuned everything else out. After seeing what a commotion he had caused, he quickly clasped hands and bowed to the audience. At the moment, he felt nothing short of elated. Back when no one knew who the little turtle was, he had never been able to find the right opportunity to make a big debut. Now that he was experiencing exactly the feeling he had hoped for. As for the female disciples who were asking for his help, Baziush-hun instantly nodded in agreement. Furthermore, as for all of the disciples who were calling him Elder Brother Bei, he asked them to call him Baziush-hun, lest people be unaware of his full name. Just as he was feeling exceptionally proud of himself, he suddenly caught sight of a young man in the crowd, glaring at him. Baziush-hun instantly recognized him as one of Zhu Xingqi's devoted fans. Baziush-hun's face flickered, and he quickly extricated himself from the crowd and sped off. After hurrying all the way back to his log cabin, he realized that he was feeling a bit dizzy. Having spent days concocting medicine, he was completely drained, and instantly fell asleep on his bed. He slept for 2 days straight. In the afternoon of the 3rd day, he opened his eyes, feeling completely refreshed. Then, he thought back to how he had personally concocted a mid-grade spirit medicine, and how Elder 2 had then taken it away. Sighing, he took a look at his identity medallion to confirm that 5,000 merit points had been added, and then felt a little bit better. With those merit points, he could continue to work at concocting medicine, which would also help him cultivate the undying live forever technique. Next, he made a quick trip out of his residence to retrieve 7 or 8 medicine formulas from the sect. After picking one for vital energy replenishment, he spent some merit points to get a large quantity of medicinal plants. The entire process went quickly, but he was jumpy with fear the entire time. Wherever he went, it seemed people recognized him, and he even noticed some of Zhu Xingqi's fans, who glared at him with cold smiles, then produced jade slips to transmit messages to their cohorts. Baziush-hun nervously got all the medicinal plants he needed, then headed, not to his courtyard residence, but to the medicine concocting pavilion. Using the remainder of his merit points, he bought an entire year's worth of time, and then hold up. I was a bit careless this time. Humphrey. Just wait till I come out. I'm going to make a big breakthrough in my undying iron skin, and if you people mess with me, well, if you come at me one at a time, I'll take you out. If you gang up, then I'll just call for the Peak Lord. Snorting coldly, he began to concoct medicine there in the workshop. He could well imagine how, during those 2 days in which he had slept, word of him being promoted to journeyman apothecary had spread. In fact, it wouldn't take long before the entire Fragrant Cloud Peak was talking about it. And of course, that was exactly what happened. Furthermore, many people were already speculating that Baziush-hun was the little turtle. There were too many coincidences for there to be any other explanation. Not only had he shown amazing talent with both plants and vegetation and spirit creatures, but Bazius-hun had concocted a mid-grade spirit medicine. He had even passed the journeyman apothecary test with 10 successes in a row. Zhu Xingqi's fans immediately sprang into action, as did Du Lingfei's fans. However, none of them realized how cautious Bazius-hun was, so much so that he would never return to his residence, but would instead stay at the medicine concocting pavilion. Then they found out that he had purchased an entire year's worth of time in one of the workshops, and they were instantly enraged. However, the medicine concocting pavilion wasn't a place that they could just barge into. Furthermore, Bazius-hun's new status struck fear into their hearts. Although they couldn't really do anything to him, if they roughed him up to teach him a lesson, the sect wouldn't care. After all, people who provoked those above their skill level would get what they deserved. However, there was nothing to be done now, so the group which had gathered to catch Bazius-hun dispersed begrudgingly. However, there was one of their number, a pock-faced young man, who looked at the medicine concocting pavilion with a cold smile. "You think that hiding in there will keep you safe from me? I couldn't care less that you beat up my cousin Chenf. However, you bullied my beloved junior sister Zhu, and also my most cherished junior sister Du. Plus, my favorite of all, junior sister who won't stop talking about you. Bazius-hun, you might have talent in plants and vegetation, but killing you won't be any trouble at all for me." The young man laughed coldly. He was none other than the inner sect disciple surnamed Kion Dajan. Bazius-hun spent one carefree day after another in the medicine concocting pavilion, either concocting medicines or cultivating his undying live forever technique. As the days went by, he truly did advance by leaps and bounds in the undying live forever technique. His skin became tougher and more durable, and he could move even faster than before. Another 2 days, and my undying iron skin will be complete. Bazius-hun took a deep breath, and his eyes gleamed with elation. However, it was on that very night at dusk that, all of a sudden, a green beam of light shot from the mission's offices toward the medicine pavilion. It completely bypassed the protective shields surrounding the pavilion, and appeared right there inside of Bazius-hun's workshop. Bazius-hun gaped in shock at the command medallion which was now hovering in front of him. Chapter 46, Mission for the Hall of Justice. The command medallion was pitch black, and in the very center was the character Justice, which emanated a bleak and somber air. Even as Bazius-hun stared in at its shock, a cold voice echoed out into the workshop. "Outer Sect Disciple Bazius-hun. After an investigation carried out by the Hall of Justice, it has been confirmed that after being in the sect for several years, you have only accomplished a single mission, to raise a spirit plant. Because of this violation of sect rules, you must participate in a mandatory out-of-sect mission, which begins 3 days from now." From the cold and sinister nature of the voice, it seemed apparent that if Bazius-hun refused to comply, he would receive the strictest of punishments. The Hall of Justice. Bazius-hun's eyes bulged, and his heart began to pound. At the same time, the command medallion transformed into a black glow, and then vanished. Everything was dead quiet. Bazius-hun's face flickered with various emotions as he pulled out his identity medallion. Sure enough, he found that a mandatory mission had been added. He had completely forgotten about the rule about a minimum number of missions required for disciples on a yearly basis. However, the abrupt arrival of the command medallion from the Hall of Justice was something that Bazius-hun found very odd. After a moment of thought, he left his workshop, walked out of the medicine concocting pavilion, and headed toward the top of the mountain. Something's not right here. Why do I feel like a cold wind is running down my back? Well, I've been in the sect for years now, and have never taken the initiative to go see the Peak Lord. I might as well go pay my respects and see if I can figure out what's going on. Bazius-hun was wrapped up in very important thoughts the entire way up the mountain. Eventually, he found Li Qing's Taoist assistant, only to discover that Li Qing had been out of the sect for several months. Bazius-hun was feeling very bitter, and very nervous. Instead of returning to the medicine concocting pavilion, he went to find Zhu Bakai. After all, Zhu Bakai knew everything that was going on in the sect, so perhaps he would have some clue about what was going on. Zhu Bakai was still an outer sect disciple, and lived on a different part of the mountain than Bazius-hun. By now it was evening, and not very many people were out and about. Soon, Bazius-hun had arrived outside Zhu Bakai's courtyard residence. This residence was not as remote as Bazius-hun's, and was clustered together with 7 or 8 others. Now that it was dark, firelight could be seen shining out from several of the courtyards. Bazius-hun ducked his head down to make himself inconspicuous. Instead of knocking on the main gate, he flew over the wall, after which he caught sight of Zhu Bakai bent over a little notebook, writing. "Zhu Bakai," he whispered. Zhu Bakai was startled, but once he saw who had come, he said, "Elder Brother Bei." A bit confused, he rose to his feet and invited Bazius-hun into his room. "Elder Brother Bei, weren't you in secluded meditation in the medicine concocting pavilion?" he asked curiously. What are you doing out here? Zubake, what do you know about the Hall of Justice? Baziush-hun asked immediately. Seeing the grim expression on Baziush-hun's face, Zubake could tell that something was wrong, and quickly responded, the Hall of Justice? Well, there's a southern hall and a northern hall, who administer the two different parts of the sect. They oversee the outer sect disciples and servants, but usually don't do anything unless there's been a serious violation of sect rules. If a violation does occur, they have a lot of power. There are all sorts of punishments they can enforce. In fact, they even have the power to execute traitors. Essentially, the Hall of Justice is like a sword hanging over the necks of the outer sect disciples, ensuring that none of us ever dare to violate sect rules. If someone does, and gets noticed by the Hall of Justice, they'll receive swift and severe punishment. Of course, although the Hall of Justice has a lot of power, that power is limited. As long as you don't violate sect rules, then you don't really have to worry about them at all. As usual, Zubake went on to give a very detailed description of the Hall of Justice to Baziush-hun, based on everything that he knew. He even went on to tell Baziush-hun the grisly fates of some of the disciples who had run afoul of the Hall of Justice. 500 years ago, a traitor rose up within the Spirit Stream sect. The Hall of Justice tracked him down for 7 days before finally killing him and wiping out his soul. 300 years ago, an outer sect disciple flagrantly violated sect rules. Although the Hall of Justice gave him a chance to repent, he ignored it. In the end, the Hall of Justice reported the matter to the sect, and the disciple was punished in the Black-Wind Abyss, where to this very day, he is constantly scourged by biting winds. 100 years ago, the Mountju Society planned an armed rebellion. Despite warnings from the Hall of Justice, they refused to back down. When they finally made their move, the Hall of Justice executed all the cultivators from the Mountju Society, sparing only the mortals. As Baziush-hun listened to all of this, his expression grew more unsightly than ever, and his heart began to pound. Are you telling me that normally the Hall of Justice gives a warning first, and resorts to serious punishment only if you don't repent? Yeah, exactly. That's one of the limitations placed upon the Hall of Justice. Otherwise, they would have far too much power. By this point, Zubake had guessed that the Hall of Justice must have set their eyes on Baziush-hun. However, matters pertaining to the Hall of Justice were sensitive, and Zubake was intelligent enough to look out for his own interests. Therefore, although he told Baziush-hun what he knew, he didn't dare to get any more involved than that. In the end, just before Baziush-hun was about to leave, Zubake hesitated for a moment as he thought about Baziush-hun's skill with plants and vegetation, and then suddenly lowered his voice and asked, Elder Brother Bay, do you happen to know an inner sect disciple from Green Crest Peak named Hyundajan? He's Chenth's older cousin, and he also happens to be a member of the Hall of Justice. After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, Baziush-hun left. As he walked along the path in the sect, he looked up at the moon and thought about everything Zubake had said, which only served to confirm what he had already surmised. In the end, he sighed. I didn't offend anyone in the sect, he thought, clenching his jaw. Other than Chenth, there's only the fans of Juzinki. Hyundajan. After returning to the medicine concocting pavilion, he sat down cross-legged in the workshop and looked at the pill furnace. Then his face twitched. It's pretty obvious that me failing to complete a sect mission every year is just an excuse. Something like that wouldn't be noticed unless someone specifically looked into it, and even still, it isn't a very big deal. Besides, I couldn't possibly be the only person in the sect who has done that. Since Hyundajan is a member of the Hall of Justice, he is using his public office to avenge private grudges. After more thought, Baziush-hun's eyes were growing increasingly bloodshot. If I go on this mission, he'll definitely make sure something happens to me at some point. Why else would he go through all the trouble of setting this up? However, he would still have to be careful to make sure the sect doesn't find out. Overall, I still have the initiative. If I ignore the mission order, then I would be falling right into his hands. He would be able to take control of the initiative, using his status in the Hall of Justice to directly punish me. Baziush-hun thought about it from many directions, but there was no perfect solution. Eventually, he took out his identity medallion and examined the mission. It only took a moment before he realized there was a familiar name in the mission description. Hueco. Baziush-hun's eyes went wide as he thought back to when he had first become an outer sect disciple, and the detailed introduction to the sect Hueco had given him. Then, he closed his eyes to think more. This mission didn't seem to be a difficult one. A few years ago, Hueco had accepted a mission outside of the sect, and would check back in every month with news. That was a common arrangement for disciples who took on long-term missions. However, 2 months ago, contact was lost, and no news had come back. Therefore, this new mission had been handed down. 3 outer sect disciples would be sent to investigate, with no specific instructions regarding the clues they were to gather. Search missions like this were common within the sect. All the disciples had to do was investigate a bit, turn up some clues, and then come back to the sect to let someone follow up further. Furthermore, for an outer sect disciple to go missing wasn't a very important matter as far as the sect was concerned. Of course they were still disciples, so the matter had to be handled eventually. That was why missions like this existed in the first place. Bazish-hun thought about it further, and after weighing all the options and facts, clenched his teeth. Fine, I'll take the mission. Panting, eyes bloodshot, he immediately began to concoct more medicine. If he was going to go out of the sect on a mission, then he needed to have a major breakthrough with his undying iron skin. 2 days later, Bazish-hun's body was shaking, and his skin was vibrating. Suddenly, a wave of blackness spread out across him, which quickly vanished. However, if you looked closely, you could just barely see red streaks of light flashing across him. The black is iron, the red is bronze. When he pushed down on his skin, a sound like ringing metal echoed out. Next, he shot to his feet and confirmed that he was much faster than before. After a few more tests, he leaped up into the air and pinched his thumb and index finger together. There were no cracking sounds this time, but rather muffled booms. They weren't very loud, and yet Bazish-hun could tell that this move of his was at least twice as powerful as before. Breakthrough with my undying iron skin, he thought excitedly. As of this moment, he was a bit more confident regarding the mission. It's too bad I can only concoct Tier 1 spirit medicine appropriate for the 5th level of chi condensation and lower. Bazish-hun stood there in the workshop feeling a bit disappointed. However, time was limited, and he simply couldn't produce the type of Tier 2 spirit medicine appropriate for the 8th level of chi condensation and lower. Because of that, his cultivation base couldn't progress very much, and remained in the great circle of the 6th level of chi condensation. Tomorrow at dawn I leave the sect, he thought anxiously. This would be his first time truly leaving the sect since he had joined, and he didn't feel safe at all. In fact, he even took out the shield he had acquired from Chenf and performed a 3-fold spirit enhancement on it. That didn't leave him feeling very safe, though. Next, he performed spirit enhancements on the leather clothing he had worn in the competition. After more thought, he went out in the middle of the night and found Big Fatty Jong, to borrow his big black hawk that supposedly had an earth flame spell formation built into it. Even still, he didn't feel at ease. However, there was nothing more to be done. Looking very anxious, he returned, not to the medicine concocting pavilion, but his courtyard, where he waited for the sun to rise. Kiondajan, you just wait until I get to Foundation Establishment. Then I'll show you a thing or two. Bazish-hun was more nervous than ever, and his eyes were completely bloodshot. He was scared of dying, after all, and now that he was no longer a newcomer to the sect, he was well aware of how the cultivation world worked. For the entire night, his imagination went wild as he thought about all the bad things that could happen, until eventually the sun rose. Chapter 47, Bazish-hun ventures out of the sect at dawn. When the first ray of sunlight poked out into the sky, Bazish-hun felt his identity medallion vibrating. He stood there at the front of his courtyard, looked back at what had been his home for the past 2 years, and let out a long sigh. I'm definitely going to need to be very careful. I absolutely must not lose my poor little life. Bazish-hun had a very anxious look on his face. He had 8 layers of leather clothing on, and was wearing Big Fatty Jong's huge black hawk on his back. Although he was actually relatively skinny, having dressed up in this fashion made him look almost spherical. With a very serious look, Bazish-hun left Fragrant Cloud Peak and headed toward the main gate that marked the border of the South Bank. On the way, the numerous disciples who looked at him all stared in shock at his unusual get-up. He scowled miserably the entire time, and whenever he ran into people he knew, he would simply wave goodbye to them. Soon he was approaching the main gate, whereupon he saw 2 people who had arrived ahead of him. One of them was a young man sitting cross-legged in meditation. The other was a young woman who was pacing back and forth in front of the gate, but who currently had her back to him, and yet looked familiar. Du Lingfei, he thought, a look of shock appearing on his face. It was at this point that Du Lingfei also caught sight of him, and her jaw dropped. Then she noticed what he was wearing, and her brow furrowed. You're the last person in the team going to investigate elder brother whose whereabouts? She asked. Yeah, what a coincidence. He replied with a dry cough. Then he looked from Du Lingfei over toward the young man. Although his face was expressionless, a murderous aura rippled off of him, and as soon as Bazish-hun looked over at him, he opened his eyes and looked back, an enigmatic half-smile on his face. Bazish-hun's heart twitched. After analyzing the matter, he had come to the conclusion that the easiest way for Kiondajan to do something to him was to place a friend within the mission group. Then, after they all left the sect, that friend could strike at him secretly. At the moment, he found both Du Lingfei and this young man to be worthy of suspicion. And yet, he acted completely at ease, and even smiled widely at the young man. Bazius Hun at your service, he said. Elder brother, you are. The young man smiled back and replied, Feng Yan of Green Crest Peak. Bazius Hun quickly clasped hands in respect. Oh, elder brother Feng, I should have known it was you. At first glance you're obviously an extraordinary individual. This is my first mission outside of the sect, so I really hope you can show me how it's done, elder brother Feng. It only took a moment for Bazius Hun to assess that Feng Yan's cultivation base was at the 7th level of Qi condensation. No problem. You flatter me. A flicker of scorn passed through Feng Yan's eyes. The only reason he'd agreed to take the mission was that inner sect disciple Qi Ondajan had promised him a lucrative reward to secretly kill Bazius Hun. As far as he was concerned, that wouldn't be difficult at all. All he had to do was be careful and make it look like an accident. Bazius Hun was as good as dead. The only thing he had to be careful about was to make sure that Du Lingfei didn't see. Of course, he was mostly convinced that Du Lingfei had taken the mission for the same reason he had, because of Qi Ondajan. As for Du Lingfei, she was currently frowning. She had never imagined that accepting a mission outside the sect would result in her being stuck with one of the people she despised the most. After all, no one had forced her to take this mission, she had selected it on her own. Although there might be some danger associated with it, it was a relatively simple mission with a hefty reward of merit points. She had been stuck in the great circle of the 5th level of Qi condensation for some time now, and needed some cloud saw earring incense to break through, which of course required merit points. As soon as she thought about cloud saw earring incense, her revulsion for Bazius Hun stirred. The lily-livered rat. She thought, glaring at Bazius Hun in disgust. She especially despised his sphere-like appearance with all the clothes and the black walk, which made it more obvious than ever that he feared death. Snorting coldly, she completely ignored Bazius Hun and turned toward Feng Yan to clasp hands and bow. Elder brother Feng, now that we're all here, please produce the wind skiff. The sooner we get this mission done, the sooner we can come back. Feng Yan gave a slight smile, then slapped his bag of holding, causing a white beam of light to fly out. A blast of wind could be felt as the beam transformed into a small white ship, about 6 meters long. Fluctuations of spiritual power emanated off of the ship, transforming into an extraordinary pressure. Bazius Hun looked it over and immediately blurted, Elder brother Feng, what's that? This was his first time seeing anything like this. As the ship hovered there in midair, it was obvious that it was some type of vehicle. Even as Du Lingfei's eyes flickered with scorn, Feng Yan smiled. This is a wind skiff? When missions require us to go some distance away from the sect, we can rent ships like this from the sect to make things easier. We can save some of our own spiritual power, at the cost of some spirit stones. With that, he leaped up into the air and settled down into the ship. Du Lingfei quickly followed, as did Bazius Hun. The ship wasn't very big, and was somewhat cramped, but there was still plenty of room for the three of them. Bazius Hun sat down in the very back and began to study ship even more closely. The more he looked at it, the more he realized that it truly was an incredible item. One of these days, he murmured, I'm going to get one of these for myself. Seeing Bazius Hun looking like a complete country bumpkin, Du Lingfei couldn't hold back from sarcastically remarking, even if you sold yourself into slavery you couldn't afford one. Bazius Hun looked over at Du Lingfei, measured her up, then nodded. True. But if I sold you, I could definitely afford one. You. Du Lingfei's phoenix-like eyes went wide, and she was just about to say something more when Feng Yan sent the wind skiff flying off into the distance in a beam of prismatic light. As they sped along at top speed, whistling through the air, a shield sprang up around the ship, creating a barrier against the wind. Although they could hear the wind buffeting the shield, the inside of the ship was very calm. Meanwhile, back on Fragrant Cloud Peak, in the Journeyman Apothecary Hall, Elder Zhu, who had been in charge of the promotion test, was looking at a jade slip and frowning slightly. The Hall of Justice circumvented Fragrant Cloud Peak to force Bazius Hun into accepting an outside mission? After examining the jade slip a bit further, his frown faded away. After examining the details of the mission, he realized that although there might be some danger involved, it was nothing deadly. Then he thought about what Li King had mentioned about Bazius Hun's personality. If the kid's a bit lazy, then some punishment isn't uncalled for. Finally, he put the jade slip down and continued to concoct medicine. At the same time, Qi Ondajan stood outside his immortal's cave in the inner sect, watching the ship flying off into the distance, and a cold smile appeared on his face. With Feng Yan's cultivation base, secretly killing Bazius Hun should be as easy as flipping over his hand. Bazius Hun. You might have exceptional skill with plants and vegetation, but unfortunately, you'll never have a chance to do anything with it. You're dead. A sinister gleam appeared deep within Qi Ondajan's eyes. Smiling, he turned and headed back into his immortal's cave. The azure sky stretched out in all directions. Bazius Hun sat there on the ship, feeling somewhat nervous, but at the same time looking out excitedly as the scenery changed. Off in the distance he saw numerous mountain peaks that looked like swords sticking up into the sky, part of a mountain range that looked like a slumbering dragon. There was also a massive, shocking river. The Heavenspan River. He said, taking a deep breath. After becoming an outer sect disciple, had done a lot of research, and had learned that the entire cultivation world relied on the Heavenspan River. It was actually the source of all spiritual energy. That was why all of the sects were located in areas near it. Furthermore, the further you went into the upper reaches of the river, the stronger the spiritual energy was. Although the Spirit Stream sect was technically in the middle reaches, even that position had allowed them to stand strong and tall for 10,000 years. According to what Bazius-hun had read, the Spirit Stream sect hadn't always existed in its current position. It had previously been located in the lower reaches. But then an extraordinary patriarch had appeared among the countless sects and cultivator clans there. After distinguishing himself in intense fighting, he gained the approval of a higher-ranking sect, and thus earned the qualifications to establish his own sect in the middle reaches. Supposedly, the sects in the upper reaches of the Heavenspan River are so powerful that the Spirit Stream sect can't even compare to them. Furthermore, according to the legends, there are even more terrifying sects at the source of the river. Bazius-hun forced himself to calm down, and reminded himself that he needed to be extra careful in this mission. Off in the distance, the Heavenspan River looked golden, almost like a huge churning sea. Furthermore, hugging the river were 4 towering mountain peaks. That must be the north bank of the Spirit Stream sect, Bazius-hun thought. Also visible was the main peak of the Spirit Stream sect, which arched over the Heavenspan River like a huge bridge. Mount Deoseed. Bazius-hun had actually seen all of this when Li King had first brought him to the Spirit Stream sect. However, at that time he had been a mere mortal. Now that he was an outer sect disciple, he got a completely different feeling when looking at it. The ship shot away from the sect at top speed, following the rippling water beneath as they headed toward the lower reaches. Junior Sister Du, Junior Brother Bei, I presume both of you have already examined the details of the mission, Feng Yan said coolly, his voice so light that it was almost hard to hear. We're heading to an area in the lower reaches of the Heavenspan River called the Fallen Star Mountains. Junior Brother whose last message came from that area. The Fallen Star Mountains mark the boundary of the Spirit Stream sect's sphere of influence. The rest of the mountains count as the territory of the Bloodstream sect. We might find ourselves in some danger on this mission. However, by preparing ourselves mentally, and also being as cautious as possible, we will likely avoid any major problems. However, our final destination is quite a distance away, and will take quite a few spirit stones to get there. Most of our time on this mission will be spent traveling, but with our wind skiff, we will be able to bypass some of the more difficult terrain. With that, a cold gleam flickered in his eyes before he closed them in meditation. Du Lingfei ignored Bazius-hun and began to perform breathing exercises. Bazius-hun felt more vigilant than ever. Despite also sitting cross-legged and closing his eyes, he was really pondering which among these two had been sent by Qian Dejun. It's unlikely to be Du Lingfei, he thought. Which means there's an 80 to 90% chance that it's Feng Yan. Chapter 48, The Big Wide World. A day later, when the first spirit stone was completely used up, Feng Yan put the wind skiff away, and the 3 of them stood atop a mountain peak under the evening sky, watching the sun slowly set over the horizon. Soon, darkness blanketed the lands. At the foot of the mountain, the dense jungle echoed with the roars of animals and wild beasts. The air was very humid. After we get past this jungle, we can rest, Feng Yan said coolly. What do you two think? He looked at Du Lingfei and Bazius-hun. It's dark, Bazius-hun pointed out. That jungle might have some dangerous wild beasts in it. Why don't we just fly over it with the wind skiff? Take a break on your own, if you want, Du Lingfei said with a cold snort. It's just some trees. Not concealing her disdain for Bazius-hun's fear of death, she flashed into motion, heading directly toward the jungle. A glimmer of scorn stirred deep in Feng Yan's eyes, but he smiled nonetheless and then shot down the mountain. Bazius-hun frowned as he watched the 2 of them leaving. Finally he sighed, and followed them down the mountain toward the jungle, more vigilant than ever. The humidity increased when they entered the jungle, and there were even some spots which were marshes or bogs. Animals appeared occasionally, but these were 3 chi condensation cultivators. They didn't slow down at all as they proceeded along, gradually forging their way deeper and deeper into the jungle. Time passed. Eventually, the night deepened. By the time the moon rose, they were already about halfway to the other side. So far they hadn't encountered any fierce beasts. The trip had gone very smoothly. Bazius-hun was in the rear position, and even the slightest sound or movement would cause him to leap in fright. Du Lingfei's scorn grew stronger. Watch out! Bazius-hun suddenly blurted, stopping in place with a very uneasy expression on his face. Du Lingfei laughed coldly, and was just about to say something sarcastic when all of a sudden, a wild wind blasted toward them, along with an acrid odor. Du Lingfei's face flickered, and she looked out into the jungle to see countless eyes staring back. They were bright red, and in almost the exact same instant that she saw them, the sound of flapping wings could be heard. Numerous bats appeared, each one about the size of a hand, flying in their direction. "Two-headed bats!" exclaimed Feng Yan. "Their venom dries up the blood and seals the throat. Split up and meet at the mountain peak on the other side of the jungle." Face flickering, Feng Yan burst into motion, heading off at top speed. Du Lingfei's pupils constricted, and she waved her hand in front of her, throwing out a paper talisman. As it burned, a blue light spread out, covering her with a shield and also increasing her speed. She picked another direction and sped off. Looking over her shoulder as she left, she was shocked to find that Beziash Hun had long since disappeared. Beziash Hun had begun fleeing as soon as the wind kicked up. Of course, Beziash Hun was very careful and perceptive, and was extremely attuned to danger. Even as he fled, the bats approached, causing a droning sound to fill the air. They quickly split up into 3 groups, which began to pursue the 3 disciples. A cold smile appeared on Feng Yan's face as he sped through the jungle, and he quickly put away the stick of incense that he had just been holding. That stick of incense was what had attracted the bats, and was also why he had chosen to pass through this jungle on the way to their mission. He had sensed that this would be a likely location to contain 2-headed bats. The weakest of them are at the 3rd level of chi condensation. Beziash Hun, don't blame me that someone wants you dead. Laughing coldly, he slapped his bag of holding to produce a wooden stick. After blowing a breath of air onto the stick, it ignited with black flames that caused the bats to let out piercing shrieks. Apparently, they hated those flames, and thus instantly dispersed. Feng Yan smiled and then continued onward, feeling much more at ease. As for Beziash Hun, he was speeding along through the jungle being pursued by numerous bats. However, the bats couldn't match his speed, and before long, there was quite a distance between the two of them. Occasionally, a beam of sword light would flash out, and a bat would scream and fall out of the air. Beziash Hun ran along, and after enough time had passed for an incense stick to burn, he looked over his shoulder and frowned. It sure was strange for all those bats to suddenly show up, he thought. He walked back a bit and found one of the bats he had killed with a flying sword, and after examining it closely, his eyes gleamed. These aren't 2-headed bats, they're violet vein bats. They're just as venomous, but they're different from 2-headed bats in that their fangs are the main ingredient for the Tier 2 spirit medicine blood-burning incense. Back in the sect, you can sell fangs like this for 50 merit points apiece. Beziash Hun was immediately delighted. Not very many people would recognize that these bats were actually listed in the 5th volume of Spirit Creatures. Feeling very excited, he began to collect the corpses of the bats. It didn't take long before he had 10 bats, from which he began to extract the fangs. These bats aren't that strong after all, he said, chuckling. Soon, a shield sprang up around him, and he began to search through the jungle. Before long, an entire group of violet vein bats was flying toward him. He quickly performed an incantation gesture with his right hand, sending a flying sword bursting out toward the bats. Its speed was incredible, and before they could even get close to him, miserable shrieks filled the air, and numerous bats began to fall to the ground. The few that made it past the sword slammed into his shield and were sent spinning away. Beziash Hun collected the dead bats. Realizing that he was actually in no danger, he felt more at ease than ever. Puffing his chest out proudly, he continued to search through the jungle. It was in that fashion that he made his way along, collecting more and more fangs. 4 hours later, Feng Yan made his way out of the jungle to the appointed meeting spot on the mountain peak. There, he sat down cross-legged, a slight smile on his face as he waited. Another 2 hours passed, and Du Lingfei shot out from the trees, looking very bedraggled. As she sped up the mountain, she looked back anxiously at the dark jungle. Eventually, she reached Feng Yan, and realized that Beziash Hun was nowhere to be seen. "Beziash Hun hasn't come out yet?" she asked. Feng Yan sighed and shook his head. "I wish Junior Brother Bei all the best. Unfortunately, 2-headed bats are most active at night. If we go back in looking for him, we would be in a lot of danger." In order to make things look even more realistic, he didn't rest, but instead craned his neck anxiously toward the jungle, as if he were waiting for Beziash Hun to appear. Du Lingfei maintained her silence. Although she hated Beziash Hun, she didn't hate him so much that she wished him dead. After all, they were fellow members of the same sect. Finally, she sat down cross-legged and looked down at the jungle, sighing. Time passed, and soon it was almost dawn. After waiting through the entire night without seeing Beziash Hun, Du Lingfei was getting a very uneasy feeling. Feng Yan rose to his feet. After having stayed up the entire night, His eyes were bloodshot as he looked dejectedly toward the jungle. If he hasn't appeared by now, I'm afraid it means that Bazish-hun has met with disaster. It's all my fault. If I hadn't suggested to go through the jungle, junior brother Bei wouldn't have. Elder brother Feng, don't blame yourself, Du Lingfei said. Who would ever have thought that there would be two-headed bats in this place? Maybe Bazish-hun isn't dead yet. Besides, if he is dead, then as fellow disciples, we should go retrieve his corpse. She was unsure of exactly what sort of emotions she was experiencing, which was a very strange sensation. Although Bazish-hun annoyed her, she somehow felt disturbed. After all, there was no deep grudge between the two of them. Feng Yan sighed and nodded seriously. You're right, junior sister Du. No matter what has happened, we can't give up on him. With that, the two of them prepared to head back down the mountain to begin the search. However, it was only a moment later that they caught sight of Bazish-hun strolling out from within the trees, yawning. As soon as he was out of the jungle itself, he stretched lazily. Du Lingfei's eyes went wide, and Feng Yan almost couldn't believe what he was seeing as Bazish-hun casually began to walk up the mountain path. He almost looked like he had just woken up from a good night's sleep. He seemed excited and energetic, as opposed to Feng Yan and Du Lingfei, who were weary from a night without rest. Soon, Bazish-hun was at the top of the mountain. When he caught sight of Feng Yan and Du Lingfei, he hurried over and called out, "Good morning. Elder brother Feng, elder sister Du, that jungle is way too scary. I almost lost my little life." Bazish-hun truly had rested well that night. After clearing the entire jungle of bats, not only had he profited handsomely, he'd found the bat's cave, where he had experienced wonderful night of sleep. An unsightly expression could be seen on Du Lingfei's face as she glared at Bazish-hun. Snorting coldly, she thought back to the complicated feelings she had felt, and suddenly felt even more annoyed with Bazish-hun. A cold glitter passed through Feng Yan's eyes, although his expression was one of joy. "Junior brother Bei. I'm so glad to see you safe. We worried about you the entire night." Bazish-hun chuckled, and although his expression seemed normal, deep within his eyes, a cold gleam flickered. Soon, the three of them were on their way again, seated in the ship. Considering what had just happened, Bazish-hun suggested that they fly on the ship at night and proceed along on foot during the day. In rare fashion, Du Lingfei agreed, and as for Feng Yan, after a moment of thought, he nodded. Thus, they proceeded along down the Heavenspan River as they headed toward the lower reaches. A month passed. This was the farthest Bazish-hun had ever traveled in his entire life. He saw numerous mountains and jungles, places where there was no sign of human habitation at all, and everything was like a huge wilderness. At one point in their travels, the ground began to quake, and Bazish-hun looked off into the distant mountains to see something completely astonishing. It was an enormous giant covered in thick fur, which caused the ground to shudder with each step it took. The sight of the giant caused Bazish-hun to gasp. One night when they were flying along, lightning crashed off in the distance, and Bazish-hun saw an enormous bird that was just as large as Fragrant Cloud Peak. As it whistled along through the air, countless bolts of lightning danced across its body. The mere sight of such a creature flying along in the middle of the night was completely astonishing. The most memorable thing Bazish-hun saw was during the daytime when he caught sight of a beast on the south bank of the river. It had 4 stumpy legs, and a head as huge as a mountain. Suddenly, a huge 30,000-meter golden crocodile burst out from within the Heavenspan River and gobbled up the first creature. As the crocodile sank back down into the water, it cast a cold glance at Bazish-hun and the others. That single glance caused their minds to reel, and blood to ooze out of the corners of their mouths. Splitting pain tore at their eyes, and it took a long moment for them to recover. Bazish-hun shivered and then muttered, "Terrifying. The outside is so terrifying." Chapter 49, The Washan Clan. Although Feng Yan had been on many missions outside the sect, this was his first time traveling so far away. Even his scalp numbed after what had just happened, let alone Du Lingfei, who was petrified. Thankfully, none of the incredibly powerful creatures they encountered showed any interest in attacking them. At the most, they would look over curiously. Apparently, the auras cast off by the group of 3 caused such creatures steer clear of them. Bazish-hun got the feeling that it was because they were disciples of the Spirit Stream sect. Although this area was far away from the sect, it was still within their sphere of influence. Despite the fear the group felt, they continued onward. After the first month of travel, they made contact with the sect on a pre-appointed day, informing them of their current location. The same thing happened after the second month. It was around that time that they reached the area in the Fallen Star Mountains which was the border of the Spirit Stream sect's territory. Along the way, Feng Yan had considered making a secret strike against Bazish-hun, but the things he was seeing along the journey left him unnerved. He was in no mood for fighting, and when you coupled that with how cautious Bazish-hun was being, and how close he stuck to Du Lingfei, Feng Yan was simply too apprehensive, and couldn't find a chance to make his move. In the end, he was forced to simply bide his time. When Feng Yan looked at Bazish Hun, an imperceptibly sinister flicker could be seen in his eyes. So, he's really determined to kill me, huh? Bazish Hun thought, eyes narrowing. Hates me that much. Bazish Hun was getting worried. He was a perceptive person, and was now very sure of what was going on in Feng Yan's head. The Fallen Star Mountains were a mountain range that swept from north to south. They looked endless, like an enormous sleeping dragon that split apart the lands. In fact, even the sky looked different above the mountains, almost as if it were tinged with blood. According to the legends, many years ago, a star had fallen from the skies and slammed into the earth, causing some of the lands to collapse, and other parts to rise up into the form of this mountain range. The mountains were covered with dense jungle and filled with wild beasts. However, numerous rare types of plants and vegetation could be found there. Because of that, there were always cultivators willing to go in and brave the danger, however terrifying it might seem. These are the Fallen Star Mountains, Du Lingfei said. The long journey had left her exhausted, so to catch sight of their final destination after all this time caused her to sigh with relief. The last messages sent to the sect by a junior brother who came from this area, Feng Yan said, producing a magical device from his bag of holding, a Feng Shui compass. The Feng Shui compass had a silver needle on it, which was currently spinning around in circles. According to sect rules, disciples on outside missions are supposed to notify the sect of their location every month. This spirit stream compass should help us locate junior brother whose last known position. Even as he spoke, the silver needle on the Feng Shui compass suddenly pointed off in one particular direction. Got it. Feng Yan said, flashing into motion. Du Lingfei's expression flickered as she followed along behind him. Bazish Hun looked out over the Fallen Star Mountains, and the thick vegetation which covered them. It was like a sea of plants, within which could be heard the cries of various beasts. Even the occasional roar echoed out. Bazish Hun had a very serious expression on his face as he activated the shield from his jade pendant. With that in place, not even the slightest breeze would get past him unnoticed. Only then did he cautiously follow after Feng Yan. Feng Yan and Du Lingfei proceeded along without pausing for a moment, speeding along through the Fallen Star Mountains until they found themselves deep in a valley. The valley was filled with trees that had been growing together for so many years that their branches were all interlocked. The knotted and gnarled bark added to the effect. If it were nighttime, the entire scene would be extremely terrifying. After proceeding along through the valley for 2 hours, they suddenly came to a stop. Feng Yan looked down at the Feng Shui compass, the needle of which was pointing toward a tree with a trunk so wide that 10 people could circle around it with arms extended. Feng Yan looked at Bazish Hun and then pointed toward the huge tree. Junior brother Bei, please go investigate. Bazish Hun hesitated for a moment, then looked the tree over. Seeing nothing initially suspicious, he tapped the jade pendant hanging at his waist, causing the green shield to grow a bit stronger. He also placed some paper talismans onto his body before finally edging closer. So afraid of dying, and yet you still want to practice cultivation? Du Lingfei gave a cold harumph. She had never liked Bazish Hun, so even though she herself was afraid of the dangers they had witnessed, to see him so incredibly terrified of dying made her look down on him even more. Bazish Hun didn't have the time to worry about Du Lingfei. Cautiously approaching the tree, he noticed a portion of bark that seemed to have grown recently. Taking out a flying sword, he cut away that portion of the tree and found that a jade slip was hidden inside. After removing the jade slip from the tree, Bazish Hun scanned it with divine sense, whereupon his expression flickered, and he tossed the slip over to Feng Yan. Within that jade slip was a single fragment of information. I found some other clues, and I'm going to the Luotian clan to get proof. After looking at it for a moment, Feng Yan frowned, and then handed the jade slip to Du Lingfei. Du Lingfei looked at it, whereupon her expression turned grim. The Luotian clan. She murmured after a long moment. Then she turned to stare deeper into the Fallen Star Mountains. These mountains were very large, and filled with numerous natural resources. Considering that this place was on the very edge of Spirit Stream Sect territory, where it bordered with the territory of the Bloodstream Sect, it was only natural that the Spirit Stream Sect would have the area guarded. Those guards were none other than the Luotian clan. The Luotian clan was a relatively large clan, which had stood guard in the Fallen Star Mountains for 1,000 years. Every generation of the clan had foundation establishment patriarchs. Generally speaking, the mere threat posed by such people was more than enough to help them in their duties of guardianship. In fact, the mission instructions even said to make contact with the Luotian clan if they ran into any danger. However, Hu Yunfei's jade slip seemed to indicate that the Luotian clan was where he had been heading to find some sort of evidence. After that was when he lost contact. What do you guys think? Feng Yan asked. Should we go check out the Luotian clan? Feng Yan glanced over casually at Baziash Hun and Du Lingfei. Baziash Hun immediately said, "Elder brother Feng, elder sister Du, having found this jade slip, our mission is complete. We should put safety first. What's the point in going on?" This entire place made Baziash Hun feel as if an invisible pressure was weighing down on him. Du Lingfei hesitated for a moment. If they went back now, they would only be able to acquire the minimum amount of merit points. However, if they investigated further, they might be able to get more. Feng Yan could see that Du Lingfei was hesitating, and he frowned, thinking about how going back now might reduce the chances he had to kill Baziash Hun. After a moment, he said, "I think we should go to the Luotian clan and look around. We've come all the way here, how could we simply go back now? After we find out exactly what befell junior brother Hu, we might even be able to get help from the Luotian clan in finding him. If we do, we'll be rewarded with many more merit points. Furthermore, as long as we don't go into the depths of the Fallen Star Mountains, we should be relatively safe. Besides, if you're worried about the Luotian clan, don't forget that all of the cultivator clans in Spirit Stream Sect territory have special seals placed into their blood, making it impossible for them to turn traitor. How could they possibly treat us with any disrespect?" After he finished speaking, Feng Yan looked over slowly at Du Lingfei. She nodded. After all, what he said made sense. "Very well. We'll go to the Luotian clan to look around. Who knows, maybe junior brother who left the Luotian clan, and then went missing." Seeing that she had agreed, Feng Yan smiled. Then he turned to look at Baziash Hun, and his gaze grew a bit colder. Frowning, Baziash Hun asked, "We accomplished the mission, why let ourselves get dragged into side issues? If you're so scared, then just don't come with us," Du Lingfei said, turning a cold shoulder to Baziash Hun as she headed off. "Junior brother Bei," Feng Yan said, "I'm responsible for evaluating our performance on this task. We're supposed to make our decisions unanimously. If you don't come with us, it will make it hard to make my evaluation." With an enigmatic smile, he began to follow Du Lingfei. In his opinion, Baziash Hun was sure to come along. If he didn't, Du Lingfei would be able to corroborate the fact that they had committed dereliction of duty. When that happened, the Hall of Justice surely wouldn't let things slide. Baziash Hun's face darkened, and his blood began to surge through his veins as he stared with bloodshot eyes at Feng Yan walking away. He might be afraid of death, but as of this point, he was coming to the conclusion that he needed to take control of the situation. Only by settling things with Feng Yan could he ensure that his own position was stable. "Feng Yan, you're forcing my hand," he thought. After standing there reticently for a few breaths of time, he bowed his head for a moment, then strode forward to follow Du Lingfei and Feng Yan. Soon, they disappeared into the jungle. 4 hours later, they were still hurrying along. Evening was falling, and the sun was setting, ensuring that the jungle was slowly getting darker and darker. "We're here," Feng Yan suddenly said. The three of them stopped walking and looked off into the jungle. Up ahead, the trees thinned out, and numerous limestone boulders could be seen protruding out of the ground. Numerous courtyard houses were visible, which were organized into the larger form of a mansion that could apparently house hundreds of people. At this time of evening, a clan would normally be at its most active, but unexpectedly, the mansion was completely dark and quiet. Considering the darkness of the sky, the entire place seemed almost abandoned. The only light provided was by 2 lanterns which hung at the main gate. Even though there was no wind, the 2 lanterns swayed back and forth, casting flickering shadows onto the guardian stone lions beneath them. The scene caused Feng Yan and Du Lingfei's faces to flicker. As for Baziash Hun, as soon as he laid eyes on the mansion, a feeling of impending danger rose up in his heart. It felt like every inch of flesh on his body wanted to scream. "Something's off about," Feng Yan said, his heart thumping. However, before he could even finish speaking, the main gate slammed open, and a vile wind blew out. At the same time, a figure emerged noiselessly through the gate. Chapter 50, Bizarre Courtyard. The courtyard gate opened, and Du Lingfei, Feng Yan and Baziash Hun were completely on guard as they peered inside. Baziash Hun was so nervous that he started slapping paper talismans all over himself. The figure which had just appeared held a lantern in its hand, and stood in the opened gate, wreathed in shadows as it gazed at the 3 of them. "Why, might I ask, have the 3 of you come to the Luotian clan on this dark evening?" The flickering light of the lantern just barely revealed a young man, standing there looking at them calmly. He wore a long, green robe, and his face was pale and devoid of any color of blood. After seeing that it was a person who had appeared, Feng Yan and Du Lingfei breathed sighs of relief. Somehow, the creepy feeling they had experienced moments ago had subsided a bit. Feng Yan clasped hands and said, "Hello, fellow Taoist. We are disciples of the Spirit Stream sect, paying a visit to ask a few questions." By this point, Du Lingfei had noticed the numerous shields which were flickering around Baziash Hun, and her brow furrowed in response. Bezier Hun didn't notice Du Lingfei's look. For some reason, the fact that a young man had appeared hadn't caused his sensation of intense danger to lessen at all. "Ah, fellow Taoists from the Spirit Stream sect," the young man said. "Please, come in, and we can discuss matters." The flickering of the lantern cast shadows on the young man's face, making it difficult to see him clearly as he turned and walked off. The courtyard gate then opened wide to allow the three disciples to enter. Feng Yan hesitated for a moment, then walked through the gate. Du Lingfei followed along behind him. As for Bezier Hun, he looked around for a moment before gritting his teeth and cautiously entering the courtyard. Even as the large gate closed behind them, the two stone lions beneath the lanterns outside suddenly turned to look in the direction the gate, their eyes flickering with a blood-colored light. Inside the courtyard was a green limestone path that wound through various plants and decorative rocks. Faint moonlight shone down, casting everything into partial shadow. The only light came from the lantern, which swayed back and forth in the young man's hand. The four of them walked along the path, surrounded by gloomy silence. This place almost seemed like a different world than the one beyond the gate. On the right-hand side of the path were several fruit trees, laden with red fruit. Strangely, despite a lack of any breeze within the courtyard, the leaves on those trees suddenly rustled. Du Lingfei and Feng Yan seemed more on guard than ever, and Bezier Hun, who was last in line, looked around cautiously in all directions. For some reason, those rustling fruit trees seemed very bizarre. Gradually, a smell like that of fresh blood rose up, faint, but simultaneously distinct. Bezier Hun's heart began to thump, and he was just about to say something when, all of a sudden, fruit began to fall off of the fruit trees, landing on the ground and rolling toward Bezier Hun and the others. Strangely, faces could be seen on the fruit, childlike faces with broad smiles that almost seemed to have been painted on. La la la. Hello. Arms and legs sprouted out of the fruit, and as they ran toward Bezier Hun and the others, they clasped hands and then began to skip in circles around the shocked group of three. At the same time, the fruits began to cry out in excited voices, and he said to be good and not cry. We can only laugh. Ripe fruit is the best fruit. Their voices were very charming and sweet as they danced around and began to sing children's lullabies. Now that they were so close, it was possible to smell a sweet fragrance wafting about. It was so sickly sweet, in fact, that upon inhaling it, Bezier Hun and the others felt as if they were about to puke their guts out. When the fruit got too close to the young man with the lantern, he completely ignored them, and even stepped on some of them, crushing them. However, the crushed fruits simply crawled back to their feet, smiling as they continued to dance and sing. What the hell are these things? Feng Yan exclaimed, eyes flickering. He waved his sleeve, causing a gust of wind to kick up and send some of the fruits flying away. After splatting onto the ground, they lurched back to their feet and rejoined the circle, laughing just as loudly as before. Bezier Hun felt goosebumps rising up all over him, and by this point he was fully surrounded by flickering shields. Du Lingfei looked at the fruits all holding hands and singing, and her facial expression flickered with fear. Pushing down the disgust in her heart, she gritted her teeth, and her phoenix-like eyes flashed with anger. She was just about to perform an incantation gesture when suddenly, the fruits' faces fell in terror. Auntie's coming! They cried, running pell-mell back to the tree and leaping up into their original positions. Soon, their laughter and singing had faded away, and they looked like nothing more than ordinary fruit. The young man from the Luotian clan didn't look back at them, but they could hear his voice as he said, "Those are some spirit fruits the patriarch brought back from the depths of the fallen star mountains. What do you think of their singing, fellow Taoists? They love to sing." Unsightly expressions appeared on the faces of Feng Yan and Du Lingfei as they followed along. Bezier Hun was still in the very back. Suddenly, the cold feeling of fear rose up inside of him as he realized that another set of footsteps could be heard. Step, step, step. It was impossible to determine when exactly this development had occurred, but as of this moment, there were clearly 5 people walking along the path. Perhaps those footsteps had been mingled in with theirs from the moment they had entered the courtyard, and they hadn't noticed because of the strange fruits. But now, in the silence that followed the fruit's outburst, the sound of the additional footsteps was extremely conspicuous. The echoing footfalls caused Bezier Hun to shiver. What was most frightening was that the footsteps were coming from right behind him. Suddenly, an icy breeze seemed to run down his back, as if someone were behind him, breathing on him. "Hey guys," he said, "did any of you realize? There's another set of footsteps." As the hairs on the back of Bezier Hun's neck rose up, Feng Yan's face flickered as he also detected the footsteps. Du Lingfei's pupils constricted, and she began to pant. The 3 of them suddenly stopped walking, and as they did, the sound of the other footsteps vanished. Bezier Hun's heart was pounding. Gritting his teeth, He slowly turned his head to find himself staring into the eyes of a young woman wearing a red robe. Her robes swayed gently, and her face was as ashen, as if she were dead. She smiled oddly at Bazish-hun for a moment before her lips twitched, and she said, "This fire won't do, help me." The suddenness of what had just occurred caused Bazish-hun to leap into the air and scream. The red-robed young woman suddenly transformed into a streak of light that vanished in the blink of an eye. Bazish-hun's face was pale white as he looked around, but nothing was there, except for the echoing sound of his own scream. Du Lingfei and Feng Yan looked around in fright. Although they didn't see any unusual figure like Bazish-hun did, their hearts were still pounding. Then, a woman's voice suddenly rang out, singing a song. The lyrics drifted throughout the courtyard, strange and mysterious, almost like a lullaby being sung to soothe the baby. The mere sound of it caused the darkness to seem even more spine-tingling than before. "Good little baby, it's time to sleep, the wind is blowing and the flames do leap, don't you weep and don't make a peep. Enough with the parlor tricks," Feng Yan blurted, clearly nervous. He instantly performed an incantation gesture, summoning a flying sword, which began to swirl around him. Simultaneously, the young man with the lantern turned around to look at them. The flickering light from the lantern made him appear stranger than ever. "What are you standing there for? Come on, let's keep going." He smiled, a smile that was somehow very abnormal. Feng Yan took a deep breath, and then his eyes glinted with a fierce light as he said, "No, we're not going anywhere. Look, we're here to investigate the disappearance of one of our fellow disciples. Fellow Taoist, do you happen to remember anyone like us coming around here about 5 months ago?" Du Lingfei had already pulled out a magical device, and her eyes were shining in concentration. "No, I don't think so," replied the young man. His softly spoken words floated out into the air and seemed to harmonize with the woman's singing voice. "Fellow Taoist," Du Lingfei suddenly said, "how come none of your fellow clan members are around?" The young man's smile widened to the point of looking unnatural. "Oh, they're out on business. Are you done with your questions?" "Yes, we're done here," said Feng Yan. "We'll take our leave now." With that, he turned to walk the other way back down the path. Du Lingfei followed suit, and as for Bazish-hun, he had long since taken to flight, and was further on ahead of them. The young man's smile was now so wide that the sides of his mouth began to rip open, almost as if his head were about to be torn in half. "If you don't want to go any further, the least you could do is stay behind. Stay behind to keep us company." The lantern suddenly turned a greenish color, making the entire courtyard even darker than before. Even as the words left the young man's mouth, he suddenly began to float through the air toward Feng Yan. Feng Yan's face fell, and he performed an incantation gesture and pointed out, sending his flying sword speeding toward the young man. A boom rang out as the young man let the sword stab through him. Then, his smile widened even further as he shot toward Feng Yan. Panting, Feng Yan fell back, simultaneously pulling out a black medicinal pill, which he threw down onto the ground. A rattling boom echoed out as the pill then exploded. The charging young man was hit by the blast and sent tumbling backward, his body riddled with wounds. However, he apparently didn't feel any pain whatsoever. Smiling the same as ever, he arced through the air as fast as a kite on a windy day, to once again charge toward Feng Yan. In the spot where the medicinal pill had exploded, numerous glowing lines were now visible, all of which emanated a strong aura of death as they began to form together, as if they were repairing themselves. As soon as he saw the designs on the ground, Feng Yan cried out in alarm, "There's a spell formation here. It's a shadow L formation." At the same time, the green limestone beneath Du Lingfei's feet began to vibrate, and then eyes popped open upon them. Emaciated, corpse-like arms as skinny as twigs stretched out. Just beneath the surface of the skin of those arms were countless, worm-like creatures, wriggling and writhing. Those arms grabbed Du Lingfei's right leg. Voices rose up from the green limestone, sinister, fear-inspiring voices. "It hurts when you step on us. Come. Come be with us." Du Lingfei's face was ashen. She quickly performed an incantation gesture and pointed out, causing a flag to fly out from her bag of holding. It instantly transformed into 2 mist beasts, which swirled around her defensively. Simultaneously, a flying sword appeared, and the sword light that shimmered out severed the hands which had grabbed onto her leg, allowing her to fall back. As for Bazish-hun, the woman's singing suddenly grew louder in his ears. "Don't you weep and don't make a peep." Chapter 51, Elder Brother Feng, such a good guy. Bazish-hun's scalp was tingling so hard it felt like it would explode. Eyes crimson, he let out a powerful shout as he slapped more and more paper talismans down onto his body, causing more and more shields to spring up. Soon, he was surrounded by a barrier almost 2 meters thick. Almost in the same moment that all the shields sprang up, the red-robed woman suddenly lunged out of the darkness toward Bazish-hun. A bang could be heard as she pierced roughly 30% into the shield barrier before being stopped in place. Then she screamed, a scream that was apparently capable of piercing through the shields. When the ear-splitting sound stabbed into Bazish-hun's ears, he began to lose consciousness. Shocked, he bit his tongue hard, which made things clear just in time to see the woman transforming into a swarm of countless red beetles, which then began to batter against his shield. However, the shield was too thick, and the red beetles were incapable of piercing through the 70% that remained. After bouncing back, they flew back and reformed into the shape of the red-robed woman. She stared at Bazish-hun for a moment, then began to laugh as she charged toward him once again. Simultaneously, popping sounds could be heard as the ornamental rocks began to ripple and rise up, transforming into stone golems. The fruit trees also sprouted arms and legs, wrenched themselves out from the ground and began to walk forward toward Bazish-hun and the others. Especially bizarre was the fact that the fruit on the trees began to laugh and sing nursery rhymes again. One of the trees joined the red-robed woman to specifically target Bazish-hun. Puppets. Du Lingfei gasped. Bazish-hun was trembling violently. In all the years in which he had lived, he had never experienced such a sensation of imminent danger. As the woman closed in on him, he quickly performed an incantation gesture, drawing upon all his spiritual energy as he waved his finger at her. Instantly, his wooden sword flew out at top speed, a black streak that kicked up a huge blast of wind. Then, a boom echoed out as the sword stabbed into the woman's head. The woman let out a shrill scream, and her body suddenly dissolved into a mass of red beetles, which twitched and spasmed as they fell down onto the ground and then shattered into pieces. The wooden sword didn't vanish. After stabbing through the woman's head, it continued to speed onward toward the fruit tree behind her. It stabbed through the tree, which lurched to a stop and then suddenly exploded. Instantly, the fruit on the tree shriveled up, and yet continued to sing happily even as they died. Everything that was happening caused the hair on Bazish-hun's body to stand on end. Thankfully, his wooden sword was extremely powerful, and after stabbing through the tree, it continued to sail through the air and then blasted a hole into the nearby wall. As soon as the hole appeared, though, tentacle-like tendrils began to swirl out from the broken sides, as if the wall were preparing to reform itself. "Get out through that hole!" Du Lingfei cried, instantly flickering into motion. However, Feng Yan was the closest of all of them to the hole in the wall. Wincing at the pain of wasting such a valuable item, he produced another of the black medicinal pills and then threw it down in front of the young man with the lantern. A huge boom echoed out. Feng Yan then borrowed the force of the resulting explosion to fly toward the hole. Just when he was on the verge of shooting out through the hole, though, his face fell, as two huge stone lions leapt in from outside. Roaring, they charged, one of them toward Feng Yan, the other toward Bazish-hun. Astonishingly, these were the same two stone lions which had been standing guard outside the main gate. "You can't escape," said the young man with the lantern. "Everyone from the Spear Extreme sect shall die." He began to laugh as he once again began to fight with Feng Yan. When Feng Yan saw that the hole in the wall was already beginning to mend itself, he roared, hands flashing in a double-handed incantation gesture as he summoned a head-sized fireball. That fireball emanated blistering heat as it expanded, sending a wave of flames out in all directions. The stone lions were shoved back, and the young Luotian clan cultivator's face flickered. There were also two treants who were caught up in the flames, one of which exploded. The other treant tried to fall back, but was then directly hit by Du Lingfei's deadly flying sword. Rumbling booms echoed out as green sap exploded out from the destroyed treants. At the same time, it was revealed that inside of the two treants were emaciated, gasping figures, whose life force seemed to have been almost completely absorbed. One of those figures collapsed, unconscious, whereas the other struggled to open his eyes, and then looked excitedly at Du Lingfei. "Elder brother Hu!" she cried, having instantly recognized Hu Yunfei. She immediately scooped him up into her arms. At the same time, the weakened Hu Yunfei grabbed Du Lingfei's arm and poured his last remaining bit of spiritual power into her. "The Luotian clan has turned traitor. We have to get out of here and warn the sect." Du Lingfei's spiritual energy instantly swelled. Gritting her teeth, she held Hu Yunfei in her arms as she shot toward the hole in the wall with even greater speed. When Bazish-hun looked over, he instantly recognized Hu Yunfei. Then, he flickered into motion as he dodged the stone lion and sped toward the hole in the wall. As of this point, Du Lingfei was now closest to the breach in the wall, with Feng Yan and Bazish-hun close on her heels. The fastest of them all was Bazish-hun, who was quickly closing the distance between himself and Du Lingfei. Feng Yan's face was pale white. The fireball he had just unleashed had taken quite a toll on him. However, after noticing the speed with which Bazish-hun was moving, his eyes suddenly flickered with a cold glow, and he held up his hand, within which could be seen a black medicinal pill. "Junior sister Du, you have to get word back to the sect." I'll give you a bit of extra power. With that, he flung the black medicinal pill down into the space between Du Lingfei and Baziushun. As the medicinal pill exploded, a powerful force blasted out, pushing Du Lingfei toward the hole even faster than before. Then, a plopping sound like splashing water could be heard as she burst out. In contrast, Baziushun was blocked by the explosion, and was suddenly set upon by the stone lion. Instantly, his eyes turned bright red. Feng Yan! He bellowed. A wind blasted out as the stone lion pounced. Just as Baziushun was about to dodge, 3 treants closed in. There were now 4 puppets all attacking him simultaneously, making it impossible to evade. A popping sound could be heard as his shield glittered brightly and then began to shatter. Even the green shield from the jade pendant faded and shattered. Although the majority of the force of the blow was dissipated, the stone lion was extraordinary, and its attack landed fully on Baziushun's chest. The massive force sent Baziushun flying, his entire body shaking. "Junior brother Bei!" Feng Yan cried said. Although a cold smile twisted his lips, his words sounded bitter and lamenting. And yet, he didn't slow down at all. In the blink of an eye, he passed into the rippling hole in the wall. Just when he was about to burst through to the other side, the young Luotian clan cultivator let out a piercing shriek, then suddenly exploded into a mass of countless chunks of flesh, all devoid of blood, which then shot toward Feng Yan. Before Feng Yan could pass through the gap in the wall, the chunks of flesh wrapped around him and began to drag him backward. Feng Yan let out a roar of rage as he was pulled out. By this point, the hole in the wall was on the verge of closing up completely. After gritting his teeth for a moment, he then bit down on his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood, which landed onto his flying sword. The flying sword instantly turned crimson. Instead of shooting out in attack, it then exploded, transforming into a cloud of shrapnel that shot back toward him. Although it was injurious to himself, the hail of shrapnel also managed to slash away the chunks of flesh which had grabbed a hold of him. He was now freed, but was also covered in a mass of cuts and wounds. The pain from his mangled flesh threatened to render him unconscious, but he was still able to clench his jaw and shoot back toward the hole in the wall. Meanwhile, Baziushun had been slammed by the lion's paw, sending him tumbling backward, screaming. And yet, even as his scream was still echoing out into the air, Baziushun looked down in surprise at his chest to discover that, although his clothing was shredded, his skin hadn't been harmed at all. In fact, he didn't even feel any pain. After performing a quick inspection, he confirmed that, although the situation had seemed extremely dangerous, he hadn't been hurt in the least. The stone lion's blow had sent him flying, but other than that, it had done virtually nothing. Even as his elation grew, the treants closed in, and one of them punched him in the back. Although he was thrown forward, he felt no pain at all, whereupon he threw his head back and laughed uproariously. "I can't believe I'm actually so strong. Fudge. What do I have to be afraid of?" Enlivened, and now fully confident, he shot into the air toward the gap in the wall, moving with even greater speed than before. In the blink of an eye, he was at the gap. Feng Yan was now about halfway through the gap, and didn't even notice Baziushun and his sudden burst of speed. In his mind, Baziushun had probably already been killed by the numerous puppets. Just as Feng Yan was about to free himself, a furious gleam appeared in Baziushun's eyes, and he reached out toward Feng Yan's shoulder, which was already outside of the hole. "Free at last!" Feng Yan laughed. But then, he suddenly felt a huge force dragging him back through the hole. "No!" he howled. Before he could even see what was dragging him, he felt his bag of holding slip away, and then he was flung deep into the courtyard, away from the gap. It was only at this point that he saw Baziushun. "Baziushun!" he howled, eyes bloodshot. However, he was now cut off by the 2 stone lions. Booms rang out, followed by a miserable scream. "Elder brother Feng!" Baziushun screamed, simultaneously leaping through the hole in the wall. Just as he emerged on the other side, the hole finished closing up. He was now outside, no longer in the courtyard of the Luotian clan. As for Du Lingfei, she had continued to run as soon as she had emerged, and was now waiting some distance off at the edge of the forest. When she saw Baziushun appear, she was just about to call out to him when he suddenly began to wail miserably. "Elder brother Feng! Not only did you give me your bag of holding to help me escape, you also held off the puppets." "Oh, elder brother Feng!" After hearing Baziushun's words, Du Lingfei felt horrible. However, the gap was closed, and Baziushun was just standing there in grief and indignation, so she quickly said, "Baziushun, come on, let's go." Not needing any further coercion, Baziushun began to run, tears streaming down his face. Helping Du Lingfei support Hu Yunfei, they vanished into the forest. Looking over his shoulder, Baziushun frowned sadly and said, "Elder brother Feng, such a good guy." Du Lingfei was very upset. She had never imagined that the mission would be this dangerous. Then she remembered Bazius Hun's suggestion to not come to the Luotian clan, and realized that if they had listened to him, Feng Yan might not have died. And when she saw that Bazius Hun was in so much grief that he was on the verge of beating his own chest, she felt even worse. Finally, she sighed. "Junior brother Bei," she said, looking at him bitterly, "let's hurry up. If the Luotian clan has turned traitor, they won't want the sect getting wind of it. I just tried to send word back, but there's interference in the area. Transmission jade slips won't work." Bazius Hun shivered, feeling more in danger than ever before. Chapter 52, Luotian Betrayal. Meanwhile, beneath the Luotian clan mansion was a sprawling, underground necropolis. In one part of the necropolis was a lake of simmering blood, filled with countless floating skeletons. The glitter of a spell formation could be seen surrounding the entire thing, and countless members of the Luotian clan were prostrating themselves around the lake. There were men and women, youngsters and old-timers, all of whom knelt at key nexuses within the spell formation. It was with utter solemnity that one by one, they would slice open their right hands and squeeze blood down onto the nexuses, which carried the blood into the central lake. In the very middle of that lake of blood, an old man sat cross-legged. His hair was long and white, and he seemed threatening without being angry. With every breath he took, the lake of blood bubbled. Suddenly, the man's eyes opened, and they gleamed with a blood-colored glow. "What's going on?" he demanded, his cold voice echoing throughout the necropolis. One of the clan members closest to him was a young man, who looked exactly like the young man from up in the courtyard who had tried to kill Bazius Hun and the others. He leaned over and whispered, "Patriarch, 3 disciples from the Spirit Stream sect showed up. It happened so quickly that I was caught unprepared. I was worried that it would influence the larger task at hand, so my puppet body on the outside, along with the spell formation and the other puppets, tried to kill them. Unfortunately, I'm so useless, senior. I only managed to kill one. The other 2 escaped, and they took the other disciple we caught last time with them." The young man was feeling quite discouraged. Normally speaking, if a disciple of the Spirit Stream sect went missing, it would take at least half a year before the sect officially declared them as missing. Only then would other disciples be sent to investigate. Considering that, by the time such disciples arrived in the Fallen Star Mountains, at least 9 months should have passed. However, only 4 months had gone by, and yet disciples from the Spirit Stream sect had already arrived. It wasn't just this young man who was taken aback. No one in the entire Luotian clan could have guessed that the disappearance of a mere outer sect disciple was anything to worry about. Logically speaking, no one should have been sent to investigate so quickly. Furthermore, if Hu Yunfei hadn't managed to uncover the secrets of the Luotian clan, they would never have taken him captive. According to their original plan, they needed half a year to be completely prepared, then rise up and free themselves from the control of the Spirit Stream sect. However, that meant they still need a month of time. 2 outer sect disciples. Humphrey. The defensive spell formation has already been activated. Seal the area and send people to track them down and kill them. We only need 1 more month. And then nothing will be able to stop us. The old man didn't seem to be worried at all about what had happened, and closed his eyes to continue meditating. The young man sighed, bowing his head in compliance. It didn't take long before 7 figures emerged from within the Luotian clan. The one in the lead position was the same young man, whose cultivation base was in the 8th level of chi condensation. Of the other 6, the weakest were in the 6th level of chi condensation, with 2 being in the 7th. They won't be able to get far. Let's go. The 7 cultivators shot into the jungle, eyes shining with killing intent. Out in the jungle, Bazius Hun and Du Lingfei were moving along as fast as possible while simultaneously propping up Hu Yunfei. They tried to use their wind skiff, but apparently the same interference from the spell formation that made transmission jade slips inoperable had the same effect on the ship. The expressions on the faces of Bazius Hun and Du Lingfei grew even darker. Bazius Hun's face was pale, and the sensation of imminent crisis within him couldn't be greater. Every inch of flesh and blood within him was screaming out at him to flee as fast as he could. If he went any slower, he would surely die. The sensation of danger was far greater than what he had felt from Feng Yan. After all, even though Feng Yan had tried to kill him, he had been nervous about it and tried to do it secretly. Bazius Hun had known all along that as long as he was careful, he would most likely be able to avoid whatever move Feng Yan made against him, and could probably even strike back at him. But now, the instant he thought about the information in their possession, he trembled, and sweat began to pour down his face. Considering that they knew about the Luotian clan's betrayal, it was obvious that they wouldn't hesitate to kill all of them. They would no doubt go to any and all lengths to ensure their silence. Furthermore, they wouldn't strike out in secret, they would attack like a lightning bolt. Nor would they allow much time for them to get very far away. In fact, There were almost certainly members of the Luotian clan chasing after them already. Damn you, Hall of Justice. This mission is not the type that outer sect disciples can handle. Then Bazius Hun remembered that the Luotian clan had a Foundation Establishment patriarch, and he began to shake even harder. Foundation Establishment. The difference between chi condensation and Foundation Establishment is like the difference between being mortal and being in chi condensation. Bazius Hun was so nervous that his eyes were bloodshot. I practice cultivation to live forever. Bazius Hun wanted to cry, but no tears would come. He looked over at Hu Yunfei, and knew that he would never be able to abandon him just to gain some speed. That was something he could never bring himself to do. Du Lingfei's face was pale, her cultivation base was the weakest of them all, and her internal spiritual energy was recovering very slowly. The more time passed, the worse she felt about the situation. She knew that they were facing almost certain death. Perhaps someone in the 7th level of chi condensation might be able to fight back against a Foundation Establishment patriarch. But now, Feng Yan was dead, and she was only in the 5th level of chi condensation, with no hope of being able to break through to the next level anytime soon. As for Bazius Hun, considering how scared he was of dying, Du Lingfei would never place any hope in him. I never imagined I would die on my first mission outside of the sect, she thought, laughing bitterly. However, things weren't over yet, and it wasn't the time to give up, so she gritted her teeth and produced a medicinal pill from within her bag of holding and popped it into her mouth. Then she looked over at Bazius Hun, who was pale-faced and shivering, and she sighed. At the moment, she no longer felt any scorn for him. Producing a medicinal pill bottle, she tossed it over to him. Junior Brother Bei, make sure to keep your internal spiritual energy up. Bazius Hun stared in shock at the medicinal pill bottle, then opened it and consumed one of the pills. It was at this point that he suddenly remembered something, and produced 2 medicinal pill bottles from Feng Yan's bag of holding. Elder Brother Feng had some medicinal pills, he said, handing one of the bottles to Du Lingfei. She accepted it silently, and the two of them proceeded along as fast as possible. Before long, they were back in the location where they had discovered Hu Yunfei's jade slip. When Du Lingfei saw the tree, she sighed inwardly. By now, it was useless to have regrets, so without another word, they continued to speed along. Gradually, Du Lingfei began to slow down, which made Bazius Hun even more nervous. Finally, he then grabbed her by the arm and pulled her along, carrying Hu Yunfei at the same time. Du Lingfei had long since noticed that Bazius Hun was much faster than her. When he grabbed her arm, she almost pulled away, but when she saw the look of terror on his face, she sighed and allowed him to pull her along. It was at this point that Hu Yunfei shivered, and his eyes slowly opened. He looked exhausted. After assessing his current position, he laughed bitterly and said, Junior Brother Bei, I never thought that, after all these years, we would meet again like this. Seeing that Hu Yunfei was awake, Du Lingfei quickly offered him a medicinal pill. Bazius Hun looked at Hu Yunfei and sighed. Elder Brother Hu. There's still hope for us, Hu Yunfei said. For their own personal benefit, the Luotian clan slaughtered people from the mortal world, extracting their blood and bones for use in a spell formation. Their Foundation Establishment patriarch is currently presiding over the inverse blood grand magic, so he can't personally come after us. Furthermore, the entire Luotian clan is maintaining the spell formation. Therefore, they won't be able to send very many people after us. Hu Yunfei smiled, took the medicinal pill from Du Lingfei, and swallowed it. Then, his eyes began to shine as he said, although we can't get a message to the sect from this location, if we get far enough away, we'll definitely be able to. Something big like this, an entire cultivator clan rebelling, will definitely provoke a huge reaction from the sect. Thanks to the medicinal pill, he no longer needed help from Bazius Hun, and began to speed along on his own power. Because of that, they managed to pick up speed. Soon, the borders of the Fallen Star Mountains became visible, and eventually, they shot out into the open, whereupon Du Lingfei pulled out a jade slip and tried to make contact with the sect. Moments later, her face drained of blood, and she shook her head. Still not working, muttered Bazius Hun, his heart pounding. Hu Yunfei merely stood there silently. None of them spoke any further as they continued on dejectedly. It was at this point that, all of a sudden, a whistling sound could be heard from behind them. Their faces fell as 7 figures burst out of the trees not too far away. In the lead was the young man in the 8th level of chi condensation, who looked at Bazius Hun and the others, eyes flickering with killing intent. Like I said, you can't get away. Never forget that the person who killed you is named Chen Yu. Kill them. The Luotian clan members immediately pulled out magical devices, and cold light appeared in their eyes as they closed in. The faces of Bazius Hun, Du Lingfei, and Hu Yunfei flickered, and they gritted their teeth as they tried to pick up speed. Chen Yu was laughing coldly as he flicked his sleeve, causing a violet skull to appear. As it sped through the air, it cackled madly, and within the blink of an eye, it was almost directly upon Bazish Hun and the others. At that point, Chen Yu waved his finger, and the skull exploded. The resulting shockwave sent the three Spirit Stream sect disciples spinning apart. Du Lingfei and Hu Yunfei suddenly lost their momentum, and were almost instantly surrounded by the Luotian clan members. Bazish Hun, however, kept speeding along. Before, he had been somewhat held back by the other two, but now that he was on his own, he burst out with incredible speed, breaking free of the Luotian clan members. It only took a moment for him to put dozens of meters between them, and from the look of it, he was only starting to pick up speed. Even Chen Yu, the only member of the Luotian clan in the 8th level of Qi condensation, could do nothing but stare in shock. "He's fast," Chen Yu said coolly. "First kill these two, then we'll go after him." Waving his sleeve, he turned to Du Lingfei and Hu Yunfei, killing intent boiling. Du Lingfei coughed up a mouthful of blood. Her body was already spattered in blood, she was surrounded, uncertain that she was going to die. As she looked at Bazish Hun fleeing off into the distance, she began to laugh bitterly. She was well aware that Bazish Hun feared death, so although she wasn't very surprised, she couldn't help but feel bitter and hopeless. "Junior brother Bei, I hope you managed to get away," she thought. At the same time, she performed an incantation gesture, sending a flying sword out with the power of lightness and heaviness. Coughing up more blood, she continued to try to defend herself. Hu Yunfei was also laughing bitterly, but his eyes shone with a cold light. He let out a roar, and although his spiritual energy was mostly depleted, he wasn't ready to just give in. Gritting his teeth, he prepared to take some of the enemy with him as he died, if only to buy some more time for Bazish Hun. Chapter 53, Bravery. Bazish Hun's face was pale and his heart was pounding. The sensation of danger left him so alarmed that he felt like he might die at any moment, leaving him shaking uncontrollably. He had never been this frightened before in his entire life. Not when he had left his village to light the incense and brave the lightning, not when Li King had taken him to 10,000 Snakes Valley, not even when he had seen all those fantastic and powerful creatures while traveling. In all those situations, he had been nervous, but he had also been confident that he wouldn't die. But today, he had the distinct sensation that he was really going to die. As he flew along, he suddenly realized that he was alone. Then he looked back in shock to see that the 7 members of the Luotian clan had surrounded Du Lingfei and Hu Yunfei, several hundred meters back. He also saw that Du Lingfei was coughing up blood. Anyone in this situation would be able to tell that she and Hu Yunfei wouldn't be able to hold on for very long before they were cut down. A tremor ran through Bazish Hun as he stood there watching. He began to shake even harder, and his eyes were completely shot with blood. He could feel his very soul screaming at him to run away as quickly as possible. In fact, Bazish Hun was quite sure that, considering the speed he could maintain, and given that Du Lingfei and Hu Yunfei were preventing the enemy from giving chase, there was actually a good chance that he could get away. If he did, he could keep on living, he could continue to practice cultivation, and he could pursue what he really wanted, eternal life with no death. Not only would the sect not punish him if he survived, they would even reward him. However, if he simply ran away, leaving Du Lingfei and Hu Yunfei to their deaths, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. He felt as if his entire body had been split in half, with one half telling him to flee at top speed, otherwise he would die. The other half was telling him that if he left his fellow sect members to die, that he would never be able to rest at ease for the rest of his life. Panting, he let out a frustrated cry of anger. Blue veins popped out on his forehead, and he was shaking as hard as a tumbling die. At the moment, he wasn't thinking much about the specifics of the situation, or the potential consequences. His hands clenched into fists as a single thought ran through his head. I, Bazish Hun, might be afraid of dying, but I'm not gonna just run away. He suddenly began to beat at his chest with his fists. His eyes were completely bloodshot, and he let out a thunderous roar as he suddenly shot back toward Du Lingfei and Hu Yunfei. He moved so quickly that whistling sounds echoed out in all directions. Hu Yunfei trembled at the sight of Bazish Hun's sudden reversal in course, and his expression was hard to read. He looked astonished, thankful, and all of a sudden, he started laughing. Then, determination glimmered in his eyes, and without even thinking about defense, he charged toward the Luotian clan members with everything he had. Simultaneously, Du Lingfei, whose body was splattered with blood from where a flying sword had slashed across her, looked up to see Bazish Hun, eyes bloodshot, roaring as he charged in their direction. She felt as if she had been struck by lightning, and her jaw dropped. Tears began to roll down her cheeks as numerous emotions flooded through her. She was touched, excited, and shaken. She knew how much Bazish Hun was afraid of dying, so when she saw him flying toward them, physically trembling, eyes crimson, she could only imagine how much bravery he had summoned. To stop running away, turn around, and then come back for them. Get out of here, you idiot. Run. Don't get yourself killed. Tears streamed down her face. As Bazish Hun ran toward them bellowing at the top of his lungs, she didn't notice that one of the Luotian clan disciples in the 6th level of Qi condensation was unleashing a palm strike toward her back. A boom rang out, and blood sprayed out of her mouth. Her vision swam as she tumbled to the ground. Then, one of the Luotian clan cultivators' flying swords began to speed through the air toward her head. When Bazish Hun saw what was happening, he let out an even more violent roar, and pushed forward with another burst of speed, reaching his very limit. He streaked through the air, turning into a beam of light that shot toward Du Lingfei. Even as the flying sword bore down on her, Bazish Hun landed at her side, scooped her up with one arm, then clenched his right hand into a fist and punched out toward the flying sword. A boom echoed out as the flying sword was sent spinning away by the force of Bazish Hun's blow. The Luotian clan members were all greatly shocked. Chen Yu's eyes flickered with surprise, but then quickly began to radiate icy killing intent. Nice. An expert in disguise. I should have noticed you back when you were in the Shadow L formation. Listen up everyone, ignore the other two and kill this guy. As soon as the words left his mouth, murderous looks appeared in the eyes of the other Luotian clan members, and they began to close in on Bazish Hun. Du Lingfei was in a bit of a daze as Bazish Hun held her in his arms. Before she could do anything, he put her down off to the side and then shot toward the incoming Luotian clan cultivators. His eyes were bright red, and it almost seemed that as of this moment, he wasn't thinking about dying at all. In fact, he wasn't thinking about anything except, save Hu Yunfei. Save Du Lingfei. And kill all the enemies. The nearest of those opponents was in the 6th level of Qi condensation, and as he closed in, his hands flickered in an incantation gesture. In response, a glowing awl suddenly appeared, which shot viciously toward Bazish Hun. Screw off. Bazish Hun roared, unleashing a ferocious palm strike. The little awl began to wobble, and when Bazish Hun's palm slammed into it, the glowing light shattered, and the awl was sent spinning away. The cultivator who had summoned the awl gasped, and an expression of shock flickered across his face. Just when he was about to fall back in retreat, Bazish Hun performed an incantation gesture and pointed out. His wooden sword appeared and shot out like lightning. It didn't matter that his opponent was in the 6th level of Qi condensation, he was incapable of evading, and in fact, didn't even have time to react before the sword stabbed into his forehead. A miserable shriek echoed out as the wooden sword stabbed all the way through him, coming out the other side in a spray of blood. Then, it circled through the air and headed toward the next enemy. At the same time, one of the Luotian clan members in the 7th level of Qi condensation performed an incantation gesture, causing mist to roil up around him, making him look like an enormous mist giant. Even as he closed in, Bazish Hun's hand suddenly shot out, and his thumb and index fingers connected. Black light flickered, and the defenses provided by the mist could do nothing to stop the black light. Throat-crushing grasp. Cracking sounds rang out as the mist dissipated. The cultivator's eyes went wide at the sight of the arm grabbing his neck. Then, his throat was completely crushed. Everything happened with incredible speed. Only a few breaths of time had passed since Bazish Hun had begun his charge, and already, 2 members of the Luotian clan had been killed. Hu Yunfei, who had already fallen back to stand at Du Lingfei's side, gasped, and his eyes went wide with shock. Du Lingfei was completely and utterly taken aback. The Bazish Hun she was seeing right now was completely different from the one she remembered, causing her to pant in disbelief. Was this really the same Bazish Hun who was so afraid of dying? At this point, the remaining shocked members of the Luotian clan finally unleashed their killing moves. These were their most powerful trump cards, one being a flying sword, another a pearl, and the last, a little cauldron, all of which shot toward Bazish Hun. Astonishingly, the 3 of them were joining forces to attack simultaneously. Of that group of 3, 2 were in the 6th level of Qi condensation, and 1 was in the 7th. Their combined attack was completely vicious as they went all out with everything they had to try to strike down Bazish Hun when he couldn't dodge. Bazish Hun's eyes were glowing red as the 3 closed in on him. Even as their magical devices bore down on him, he curled his arms and legs up until he looked like a ball. Previously, Du Lingfei had mocked the big black wok he wore on his back, but now, it covered him up completely. The little cauldron which had been unleashed by the cultivator in the 7th level of Qi condensation slammed into the black wok, causing a boom to echo out that could shake heaven and earth. Cracks spread out across the wok, but it held strong against the cauldron. Next was the pearl. Rumbling sounds echoed out as it slammed into the wok. The wok couldn't hold up any longer, and exploded, transforming into countless black fragments that showered out in all directions. Bazish Hun shot out from the wreckage, flying toward the Qi condensation 7th level cultivator. When the man saw Bazish Hun flying toward him, his face fell. He immediately fell back, but couldn't move fast enough. None of the magical protective items the man had could do anything to stop Baziush-hun, who slammed into him, causing the cracking sounds of breaking bones to ring out. Instantly, Baziush-hun went in for another attack, butting him with his head. Boom! No! Screamed the man. Blood sprayed out of his mouth, and a look of despair filled his eyes, but he couldn't break free from Baziush-hun. Off to the side, his fellow clan members in the 6th level of chi condensation were nearly scared out of their minds. Trembling, one of them sent a flying sword toward Baziush-hun. Baziush-hun completely ignored it as he once again lunged toward the middle-aged man. The flying sword slammed into Baziush-hun, and in a completely shocking twist, it didn't stab into him, but rather, bounced off and was sent spinning away. Baziush-hun let out a roar, striking the middle-aged man once more. A blood-curdling scream echoed out as the man died. To the other 2 clan members in the 6th level of chi condensation, Baziush-hun, with his bloodshot eyes and disheveled hair, looked like a wild beast. Their scalps began to tingle as he slowly turned to look at them. Without the slightest hesitation, they turned and fled. Off in the distance, Chen Yu was completely shaken by what had just occurred, and he could scarcely even believe what he had just witnessed. Chapter 54, Principles. Seeing that the 2 cultivators in the 6th level of chi condensation were fleeing, Baziush-hun performed an incantation gesture, then waved his finger. His little wooden sword instantly flew through the air, slashing across the neck of one of the cultivators. His companion's eyes instantly shone with an unprecedented level of astonishment and terror. They were the ones who were supposed to be doing the chasing and killing, but now the tables had turned, and they were being cut down. In a few short moments, Baziush-hun had already killed 4 people. The remaining cultivator in the 6th level of chi condensation had an ashen face as he went all out to try to escape. His heart was pounding, and he was trembling all over. How could he ever have imagined that the slender, pure and fair spirit stream sect disciple could be so utterly terrifying? Baziush-hun's eyes shone with a savage gleam, and he was just about to give chase when, all of a sudden, a sensation of danger welled up in his heart. At the same time, Du Lingfei cried out urgently, "Watch out!" Baziush-hun immediately leaped backward. In almost the exact same instant, a 3-meter-tall violet skull shot into the area where he had just been standing, then exploded. A boom rang out as the power of explosion blasted out, slamming into Baziush-hun. For the first time, his undying iron skin felt pain, and blood even oozed out of his mouth as he flew backward. The person to attack him had been none other than Chen Yu, who was in the 8th level of chi condensation. His expression was unsightly, and a very serious look could be seen in his eyes. After saving his fellow clan member from danger, he flashed through the air toward Baziush-hun. Behind him were 2 other cultivators, who were in the 6th level of chi condensation. They gritted their teeth and followed along. 3 people were now charging toward Baziush-hun. Hu Yunfei wanted to help, but was simply too weak. The attack he had made earlier drained him of the last scrap of spiritual energy he had, and blood was currently seeping out of the corners of his mouth. Unfortunately, he was in no state to fight. Du Lingfei had been seriously injured, and as she anxiously watched Baziush-hun fighting, she realized that all of the previous hostility and prejudice she had felt toward him were long gone. Baziush-hun's face was ashen as more blood oozed out of his mouth. He appeared to be on the verge of collapsing, and had seemingly lost much of the speed he had been capable of earlier. Seeing that, Chen Yu and his companions closed in for the kill. However, as they closed in, a brutal gleam appeared in Baziush-hun's eyes. While it was true that his undying iron skin couldn't completely block Chen Yu's attack moments ago, the truth was that it had absorbed the majority of the force of the attack. His current weak state, and even the blood oozing out of his mouth, were all intact. In the blink of an eye, he redoubled his speed. Furthermore, instead of retreating, he switched directions, passing Chen Yu toward his true target. The 2 Luotian clan members in the 6th level of chi condensation. Chen Yu's face flickered, and even as he made to block Baziush-hun's path, Baziush-hun's wooden sword shot toward him. Chen Yu performed an incantation gesture and pointed out, summoning the same skull from earlier. Rumbling sounds echoed out, but Chen Yu was incapable of stopping Baziush-hun. A fierce gleam appeared in Chen Yu's eyes, and he waved his sleeve, causing a lantern to materialize, which expanded out in a fireball that sped toward Baziush-hun. At the same time, the 2 weaker cultivators were crying out in shock and falling back in retreat. However, Baziush-hun moved as fast as lightning, and was almost instantly upon one of them, whereupon he reached out with his thumb and index finger, causing a flickering black glow to appear as he pinched his fingers together. Throat-crushing grasp. The nearest Luotian clan cultivator screamed, and then a cracking sound echoed out as his neck was crushed. At the same time, the blisteringly hot fireball was closing in on Baziush-hun from behind, and there was clearly no time for him to jump out of the way. Instantly, it slammed into him. A sea of flames exploded out, surrounding Bazius Hun, and causing both Du Lingfei and Hu Yunfei to shout out in alarm, Bazius Hun. Further off, the surviving cultivator among the duo seemed delighted at the sight of Bazius Hun being consumed by the fire, and even started laughing. But then something barreled out from within the sea of flames to appear directly in front of that laughing cultivator. His eyes went wide, and before he could even retreat, Bazius Hun kicked down viciously, crushing the man's head into his torso. He didn't even have a chance to scream before he was completely dead. By this point, Bazius Hun was panting, and his eyes were even more shot with blood than before. Wounds riddled his body, and blood was oozing out of his mouth as he slowly looked up to glare at the last member of the Luotian clan. Chen Yu. Being stared at in such a way caused Chen Yu's heart to prickle. His cultivation base was in the 8th level of chi condensation, and he could be considered one of the chosen in his clan. Although he didn't quite have the status of crown prince, he had the approval of the patriarch and had experienced numerous deadly battles with beasts in the Fallen Star Mountains. Such deadly tempering had given him extraordinary battle prowess. As such, he completely looked down upon disciples of the Spirit Stream sect. Although they far exceeded him in terms of status, to him, cultivators from the big sects were like flowers in a flower pot. Although they had extraordinary divine abilities, when it came to battles of life and death, they couldn't possibly match up to him. And yet now, Bazius Hun caused terror to well up inside of him. In fact, the moment that Bazius Hun's eyes locked onto him, he felt more frightened than any time he had encountered a wild beast in the Fallen Star Mountains. That gaze contained a ferocity that seemed to wish to consume him alive, and caused coldness to spread out in Chen Yu's heart. When he thought about the fact that this person had slaughtered 6 of his fellow clan members in quick succession, he was completely and utterly shaken. In fact, what was most unbelievable of all was that this person's cultivation base was merely in the great circle of the 6th level of chi condensation. He's way too powerful and fast. He obviously cultivates some sort of body refinement magic, and has cultivated it to the level that he can kill people in one blow. Furthermore, his defenses are terrifying. He doesn't have any magical techniques, but his control over his flying sword is incredible. The sword not only moves with unimaginable speed, it's backed with astonishing power. And that wooden sword is definitely no ordinary item. It's obviously something so incredible it can kill someone in the 6th level of chi condensation. This guy must be a famous chosen from the Spirit Stream sect. How come I've never heard his name before? Bazius Hun. In his shock, Chen Yu felt a desire to fight burning within him. He waved his hand, causing 3 fist-sized jade skulls to fly out. His expression was very serious as he looked over at Bazius Hun. I underestimated you, but that's not going to happen again. Let's see which is more powerful, the magical techniques of your Spirit Stream sect, or the killer ghouls of my Luotian clan. Even as his words continued to echo out, Chen Yu performed an incantation gesture, causing the 3 skulls to suddenly begin to scream in very lifelike fashion. They also rapidly grew larger, until each one was fully 3 meters tall. Then, they all shot toward Bazius Hun. Bazius Hun's breath came in ragged pants. His mind was a blank, devoid of any thinking. He had forgotten about the possibility of dying, and the only thing he had was the impulse to cut down his opponent. As the skulls closed in on him, he quickly performed an incantation gesture with his right hand, then waved his finger, sending his little wooden sword screaming out, to be joined by 2 other ordinary flying swords. Instantly, massive amounts of sword light filled the area as Bazius Hun began his charge. There was also a little shield which appeared and began to fly around him, radiating magical light. A moment later, Bazius Hun and his flying swords slammed into the skulls, causing massive rumbling sounds to echo out. Instantly, fierce fighting broke out between Bazius Hun and Chen Yu. Chen Yu was in the 8th level of chi condensation, with a cultivation base much more profound than Bazius Hun's. However, in terms of power and defense, as the two fought, it became obvious that they were about even. Waves of shock battered Du Lingfei's heart. She was so nervous that her hands were clenched into fists, and her fingernails dug painfully into her palms. The annoying Bazius Hun she remembered from the competition was nowhere to be seen. He had been replaced by someone with veins of steel, someone who was able to fight with Chen Yu of the Luotian clan. I misjudged him. This is the real Bazius Hun. He really is afraid of dying, but to come back and fight to the death like he has done takes far more courage than that possessed by most ordinary people. As she looked at Bazius Hun, Du Lingfei's eyes glowed with increased vigor. Even though he fears death, his heart is strong, and he has principles. Even if he is afraid of getting killed, he won't give up on his companions. Ear-splitting booms rang out constantly. Before long, Bazius Hun's 2 ordinary flying swords were destroyed. Only his wooden sword remained. However, the 3 skulls were much dimmer than before, and were clearly significantly damaged as they flew back to Chen Yu. Bezius Hun took advantage of the opportunity that provided to launch another attack. Blood sprayed out of Chen Yu's mouth as Bezius Hun's throat-crushing grasp latched onto his arm. Cracking sounds rang out as the bones were shattered. However, Chen Yu still managed to spit a tiny sword out of his mouth, which shot toward Bezius Hun and stabbed a full inch into his shoulder. Not even the undying iron skin could stop it, and blood immediately began to flow. Chen Yu instantly shot backward, but before he could get very far, Bezius Hun, eyes bloodshot and completely disregarding his own injuries, gave chase at top speed. Chen Yu's face looked extremely unsightly as he clenched his jaw in the face of the deadly situation that was developing. He quickly performed an incantation gesture and then tapped his forehead, causing his entire body to tremble. Even as all of the chi and blood in his body began to surge violently, he slapped his hand down onto the crown of his head. Bezius Hun, someone is going to die today, and it will be either me or you. On any other occasion, Chen Yu would have already ceased fighting. But this was a critical moment for his clan, and he knew that he had to kill Bezius Hun. He quickly spit out some of his lifeblood, which was voraciously consumed by the three skulls. Ghoul bloodbath. He howled as he unleashed his secret magic. The three skulls' eyes began to glow with mysterious light as they shot toward Chen Yu and began to madly chew away at his flesh and blood as they tried to burrow into his body. The bizarre sight caused Du Lingfei and Hu Yunfei to gasp. Simultaneously, Chen Yu let out a miserable howl. His entire body was shaking, and his expression was completely vicious as a black fog roiled out from inside of him, transforming him into a 3-meter-tall ghoul. Die! He roared, shoving his hand out as he shot toward Bezius Hun. You'll be the one to die. Bezius Hun howled. His hands flashed in a double-handed incantation gesture, and then he pointed up into the air. Spiritual energy roiled madly out of him, shooting up into the air to form the shocking image of a cauldron. This was none other than Violet Chi Cauldron Summoning. Chapter 55, Crown Prince Chen Heng. Violet Chi Cauldron Summoning? Hu Yunfei and Du Lingfei were both shocked, and expressions of intense astonishment appeared on their faces. That was especially true of Du Lingfei. Having mastered the art of lightness in heaviness, she knew how difficult Violet Chi Cauldron Summoning was, and that on all of the South Bank, only a few people could do it. Rumbling echoed out as the huge cauldron slammed into the ghoul. The ground quaked as it screamed and collapsed into numerous strands of black fog that roiled out in all directions, revealing Chen Yu. Blood sprayed out of his mouth as he slammed down onto the ground. Looking up bitterly at the huge cauldron, he murmured, Violet Chi Cauldron Summoning. With that, he struggled to turn his head to look one more time at Bezius Hun before passing away into death. The secret magic he had unleashed inflicted serious damage on his internal organs. That, coupled with a blow from the Violet Chi Cauldron Summoning that destroyed even the ghoul, ensured that he had no hope of surviving. Even as he died, his eyes were still staring at Bezius Hun. Bezius Hun looked at the dead Chen Yu, and then suddenly sagged in place. His internal spiritual energy had been vastly depleted, leaving him dizzy and as weak as a deflated balloon. He stood there, shivering, swaying back and forth, his face pale. He almost didn't dare to believe that he had actually killed all these people. As he thought back to the events which had just played out, he suddenly noticed a sweet taste, which was the blood oozing out of his mouth. I'm bleeding, he thought. I almost got killed. Everywhere hurt, especially his shoulder. There were also numerous burns all over his body, which pulsed with pain. As Bezius Hun thought back to the fight, fear welled up within him, and he trembled. Why? Why did I come back? That was so dangerous. I might have lost my little life. I, Bezius Hun, am always careful in everything I do. How could I have been so impulsive? Just as post-traumatic stress was about to hurl him into regret, something extremely soft and yet simultaneously firm leapt into his arms. He could feel curves, and could smell a delicate fragrance. It was none other than Du Lingfei. At first, he was surprised, but his expression quickly turned serious. Holding Du Lingfei tight, he calmly said, Elder Sister Du, fear not. With Bezius Hun here, no one will be able to harm a hair on your head. Even as he spoke, his hand suddenly found itself resting on a soft, curved surface. Thank you, she gushed emotionally, tears streaming down her face. It took her a moment to realize that somehow she was in Bezius Hun's arms. And then she realized what his hands were doing behind her, and her face reddened. She quickly backed up and looked at him angrily. Bezius Hun cleared his throat, savoring the sensation he had just experienced, and mused that Du Lingfei definitely deserved to be known as one of the top beauties on the South Bank. A strange expression could be seen on Hu Yunfei's face. Clearing his throat, he smiled at Bezius Hun. Junior Brother Bei, we'll have time later to think about everything that has happened here. The Luotian clan is definitely going to send more people to kill us, and this time it will most likely be the most powerful experts they have under the level of Foundation establishment. We need to get out of here as quickly as possible. Bazius Hun shivered. He had just used every trick he had at his disposal to beat these people. The mere thought of anyone showing up who was more powerful than Chen Yu caused Bazius Hun's face to grow pale. Looking at the chaos around him, he instantly nodded. Yeah, you're right, let's get out of here, as quickly as possible. With that, he instantly began to run away. He cut a very different image than the vicious fighter with veins of steel. However, this time, Du Lingfei didn't find it annoying, but actually rather charming. As she followed along, she thought back to the vicious fight he had gone through to rescue her, and the glow in her eyes grew stronger. Hu Yunfei shook his head. Quickly gathering up the Luotian clan members' bags of holding, he caught up with Bazius Hun and handed them over. Junior brother Bei, these are your spoils of war. Bazius Hun threw them into his robe without even looking at them. As of this point, he couldn't stop shaking, and could only think of one thing, fleeing. A short time ago, back in the Fallen Star Mountains, in the Luotian clan's necropolis, the Lake of Blood was surrounded by the various nodes that formed the spell formation. When the first Luotian clan member fell to Bazius Hun's hand, one of those nodes collapsed, and the blood inside dried up. This scene caused the Luotian clan members to stare in shock. However, before any of them could react, the same thing happened to a second node, then a third, a fourth and a fifth. Rumbling sounds echoed out continuously. The Luotian clan was completely in shock, and one face after another fell. Then, the patriarch in the middle of the Lake of Blood slowly opened his eyes. In that exact moment, a boom rang out from the node which Chen Yu had recently occupied. I can't believe that Chen Yu was just killed. They're all dead. All 7 people who were sent out have been killed. How is this even possible? Weren't they going after 2 lowly outer sect disciples? Could it be that the Spirit Stream sect knows about us, and sent a Foundation establishment cultivator? The Luotian clan members couldn't suppress their shock, and a huge commotion instantly broke out, along with looks of fear and terror. Pipe down, said an icy voice, which cut through all of the clamor. It was none other than the Foundation establishment patriarch. His voice echoed out like a thunderclap, causing the rest of the clan members to tremble and look nervously over at him. The heaven-defying chance to change our destiny, to expel the seal from within our blood, is a chance we will only come across once in 1,000 years, he said slowly. Since the decision has been made, there is no need to let our imaginations run wild. If a Foundation establishment cultivator had set foot into the security spell formation I have set up, I would have detected it. As of this moment, no Foundation establishment cultivator has come, nor have any words been sent back. What are you people getting flustered for? An unsightly expression could be seen on his face. Were it not for the fact that he had to maintain the spell formation, he would have personally gone out to wipe out Bazius Hun and the others. However, if he left, the inverse blood spell formation, which was the only way their clan could break free from the Spirit Stream sect, would unleash a powerful backlash. Although he might be able to survive, the rest of the clan would find their blood flowing in reverse, and would die. It wouldn't necessarily take a Foundation establishment cultivator to kill Chen Yu and his group. Those 2 outer sect disciples were either concealing the level of their cultivation bases, or have some sort of rare magical items. Even if they were concealing their cultivation bases, at the most, they might be at the 8th level of chi condensation. As for magical items, the more powerful they are, the harder they will be for chi condensation cultivators to use. Hanger. The old man's eyes glittered brightly as he slapped his hand down onto the surface of the Lake of Blood. Immediately, the blood began to ripple as a young man rose up from within, clad in a blood-red robe. He was exceedingly handsome, with chiseled features, and as soon as he opened his eyes, they glowed with the color of blood. Even as his energy surged up, 9 blood-colored ghouls appeared around him, which emitted soundless howls. When the surrounding members of the Luotian clan saw the young man, excited expressions could be seen on their faces, and they clasped hands and bowed their heads. When the patriarch looked at the young man, his eyes gleamed with kindness and praise. His voice was soft as he said, Hanger, you are the crown prince of the Luotian clan, and with a cultivation base of the 9th level of chi condensation, you are our most powerful expert next to me. You are well qualified to handle this task. Take 9 people with you, and kill all of the outer sect disciples of the Spirit Stream sect. The young man nodded, then coldly responded, I won't return until they're dead. He leapt up, and the 9 blood-colored ghouls transformed into a blood mist that lifted him up into the air. One by one, he nodded at 9 other clan members, after which the 10 of them left. Soon, 10 figures were speeding out of the Luotian clan mansion. The young man named Chen Hang then waved his hand, causing blood mists to appear beneath all of their feet, after which they flew off at top speed. They moved with incredible speed as they used a clan blood tracking technique to head toward the area where Chen Yu and the others had been killed. Chen Heng was in the 9th level of Qi condensation. As for the rest of the group, 5 were in the same level as Chen Yu had been, the 8th level of Qi condensation. The rest were in the 7th level. A squad like this was the most powerful force that the Luotian clan could afford to send out at the moment. After enough time had passed for an incense stick to burn, Chen Heng and his group burst out of the jungle of the Fallen Star Mountains to appear in the location where Chen Yu and his group of 7 had died. The shocking sight of all the corpses caused the faces of the other 9 clan members to flicker. However, Chen Heng looked coldly at the corpses, and especially at those whose necks had been crushed, and his eyes began to shine with a mysterious light. A body refinement cultivator. He suddenly flickered through the air to appear next to Chen Yu's corpse. After studying it thoughtfully for a few breaths of time, he reached down, pushed his hand onto the ground and closed his eyes. After a moment, his eyes opened. Interesting. I can sense the lingering fluctuations of violet Qi cauldron summoning. That means he simultaneously cultivates both magic and his body. With such shocking fleshly body power, and an impressive magical technique, it's no wonder he cut down Chen Yu and the others. He must be one of the chosen of the Spirit Stream sect. Shangguan Danyu perhaps? Or is he Lu Tenlai? A brutal gleam rose up in Chen Heng's eyes, within which flickered a deep desire to do battle. All of you pick a different direction to search in, he said, his voice as cold as ice. Once you track them down, send me a message immediately. With that, the others nodded in affirmation and then scattered in different directions. With a cold snort, Chen Heng picked a direction to begin searching, and flew off. The security spell formation is vast. You won't be able to leave it for the next half-month. You people are dead. Chapter 56, Sticking Together for Survival. At dusk on the following day, Baziush and the others were still speeding along. Occasionally, they would make attempts to use their transmission jade slips, but never succeeded in making contact with the sect. Thankfully, they had plenty of medicinal pills. The 7 Luotian clan cultivators Baziush had killed had all had bags of holding. Although the resources inside weren't at quite the same level as what was available in the Spirit Stream sect, at a time like this, it was more than sufficient. With medicinal pills to bolster them, Du Lingfei and Hu Yunfei were in high spirits. With their injuries under control, they managed to continue on through the entire night. Baziush trembled in fear the entire time. The slightest breeze or rustling leaf would cause sweat to break out on his forehead. His heart felt tight, and his eyes were completely bloodshot. He was also still sore from the fighting, which often left him gritting his teeth from the pain. It wasn't that the pain was unendurable. Actually, it didn't measure up at all to the pain he had felt while cultivating the Undying Live Forever technique. What bothered him was the actual sight of the blood and wounds, and the fear that they might worsen and eventually become life-threatening. He couldn't help but grimace in anxiety at the thought of it. Back before all of this had started, Du Lingfei would definitely have mocked him for that, and thought less of him than before. But now, everything was different, and a warm look could be seen in her eyes as she continuously comforted him. It's okay. Don't be scared, junior brother Bei. This wound looks bad, but it's not life-threatening. Don't move, I'll put some more medicinal ointment on it. Seeing Baziush wince in pain despite the critical danger they were in caused Du Lingfei to secretly smile. Within that smile were numerous undefinable emotions. She knew how much Baziush feared death, and it was that knowledge that left her so moved and shaken that he had returned. In fact, she even felt as if there were a superlative bravery lurking somewhere inside of him. That bravery could give birth to a figure with veins of steel, which was something she would never be able to forget. With Du Lingfei constantly comforting him, Baziush started to feel more and more pleased with himself, and was starting to get the feeling that taking such a deadly risk had definitely been the right thing to do. After all, it had resulted in the beautiful Du Lingfei treating him so warmly all of a sudden. When Hu Yunfei saw what was happening, he looked on with smiling eyes. Considering that they were all fleeing for their lives together, it was only natural that warm feelings would develop between all of them, and that they would become closer. Junior brother Bei, junior sister Du, he said, his tone serious, if we can make it back to the sect alive, then I'll remember this kindness you've shown me, for the rest of my life. If we can make it back. A look of longing appeared in Du Lingfei's eyes, but she quickly sighed and looked over at Baziush. Pain rose up in her heart as she realized that the chances of the 3 of them getting back alive were minuscule. Baziush sank further into silence. Time passed. 2 days went by, during which the 3 of them continued along with almost no rest. Repeated attempts to use their jade slips all ended in failure. Hu Yunfei's injuries were becoming more serious, as were Du Lingfei's, whose face was becoming more and more ashen. Gradually, even their mental faculties were degrading. Hu Yunfei sighed, turned to Baziush and Du Lingfei and said, It's too bad we can't just hide somewhere and weather the storm, but we really need to get word back to the sect. Of course, if my calculations are correct, the Luotian clan's ceremony will be ending soon, and once that happens, their foundation establishment expert will be coming after us. No matter how we try to hide from him, we would be killed beyond the shadow of a doubt. It was at this point that Bezius Hun's face suddenly flickered. Grabbing Du Lingfei and Hu Yunfei, he leaped into a nearby ditch and squatted down. Du Lingfei and Hu Yunfei both had very serious expressions on their faces, and they immediately ceased any chatter. Before much time had passed, a beam of light appeared in the air up above, which was actually a blood mist. Within the mist was a Luotian clan member in the 8th level of Chi Condensation, who was looking around carefully in all directions. However, because Bezius Hun had led the group into hiding, they weren't noticed, and the Luotian clan member proceeded along into the distance. Bezius Hun's heart was pounding as he watched the cultivator disappearing. His eyes were completely bloodshot, and he almost wanted to jump out and attack the man. However, he couldn't do that unless he was certain that he could kill him. Otherwise, other members of the Luotian clan might show up. "They've caught up," said Du Lingfei, sighing. She looked over at Bezius Hun and hesitated, as if there were something she wanted to say to him. However, before she could, he grabbed her hand and started running again. The three of them said nothing as they proceeded along. They felt as if everything were weighing down on them, crushing down onto their hearts. The shadow of death loomed over them larger than ever, threatening to consume them completely. "There's still hope," Hu Yunfei suddenly said. Although the patriarch of the Luotian clan is a foundation establishment cultivator, far beyond us in terms of cultivation, his spell formation has to have limits. The patriarch of my Hu clan is also a foundation establishment cultivator, and I was once lucky enough to see a security spell formation that he set up. It could cover a distance of 5,000 kilometers, and required sealing certain spell nodes ahead of time. Du Lingfei's eyes gleamed as she responded, "Elder brother Hu, do you mean that even though the spell formation was set up ahead of time by the Luotian clan patriarch, even if it exceeds 5,000 kilometers, it won't be by much?" "Exactly," Hu Yunfei declared. "Therefore, the further away we get from the Luotian clan, the greater the chances that our jade slips will work. If we can just get word back to the sect, they'll definitely send someone to save us." 5,000 kilometers, Bezius Hun muttered, gritting his teeth. "At our current speed, that will take 8 or 9 more days to reach the border." As they proceeded along, they were forced to hide on numerous occasions when Luotian clan members neared. However, each time, Bezius Hun's uncanny ability to sense danger kept them safe. Considering how on guard he was, and the fact that he was pulling Du Lingfei and Hu Yunfei along with him as they fled, Bezius Hun was getting more and more exhausted, his face more and more ashen. Hu Yunfei and Du Lingfei's injuries continued to worsen, and as a result, their speed suffered. It eventually reached the point where Bezius Hun was virtually carrying both of them. Bezius Hun was more cautious than ever as he led them along for 3 days straight. 3 days of running and hiding left Bezius Hun more and more drained. His face was gaunt as he led the group into a valley. However, after taking only a few steps inside, his face flickered, and he pulled Du Lingfei and Hu Yunfei off to the side, where they hid behind a boulder. Unfortunately, they were a bit too slow, and moments later they could hear the sound of someone whistling through the air toward them. A beam of white light descended from midair, slamming down into the rock they were hiding behind, completely shattering it. Hu Yunfei coughed up a mouthful of blood, and Du Lingfei couldn't prevent blood from oozing out of the corners of her mouth. A cold snort rang out through the air. "So, here's where you've been hiding." A Luotian clan cultivator appeared, standing on a blood mist. He was in the 7th level of Chi Condensation, and held a mirror in his left hand. As soon as he saw them, he slapped his bag of holding and produced a jade slip. Just when he was about to transmit some information, Hu Yunfei cried out, "Don't let him make contact." The ashen-faced Du Lingfei was just about to unleash a flying sword when Bezius Hun, who had been slowly backing up, gritted his teeth and stopped in place. Eyes bloodshot, knees quivering, he focused his chi and blood, and then the ground beneath his feet shattered as he launched himself into the air, turning into a beam of light. Even as the Luotian clan cultivator was about to transmit the information, Bezius Hun burst toward him with incredible speed. The cultivator's face fell, and he fell back, unable to successfully make contact. Performing an incantation gesture, he swung the mirror with his left hand, causing a beam of light to shoot toward Bezius Hun. Bezius Hun's eyes glittered with a ferocious light. Instead of dodging, he allowed the white light to slam into him. His charge carried him forward toward the shocked Luotian clan cultivator, whereupon he reached out with his right hand, touching his thumb and index finger together. A black light shot out and latched onto the cultivator's throat. Throat-crushing grasp. A cracking sound rang out, and the cultivator's eyes went wide. Blood oozed out of his mouth, and he toppled over dead, the message to his fellow clan members unsent. Blood was also oozing out of Bazius Hun's mouth as he collected up the enemy's bag of holding, then walked back over to Du Lingfei. There, he trembled and almost fell to the ground, but gritted his teeth and managed to stay on his feet. "Let's go," he said, pulling Du Lingfei and Hu Yunfei along. "Let go of me," Hu Yunfei said. "You two go. Without me, you'll be a bit faster." His gaze was one of determination as he looked at Bazius Hun and Du Lingfei. Du Lingfei looked deeply at Bazius Hun, and suddenly said something she had been contemplating saying for the past few days. "Junior brother Bei, why don't you go alone?" "Shut up," Bazius Hun yelled. "I'm scared of dying, but I'm risking my life. There's no way you two are going to make that sacrifice mean nothing. Come, let's go. Together." Not giving them any chance to speak further, he pulled the two of them along. Hu Yunfei and Du Lingfei didn't say anything further, but they were more moved than ever. Bazius Hun was extremely cautious as he led them forward, constantly changing directions, and being careful to avoid the Luotian clan cultivators when they got close. 3 more days passed. It was evening, and the occasional bolt of lightning danced across the sky. Black clouds were forming, and rain began to fall, great bead-sized drops that caused splashing sounds to fill the air. It started to get very cold, causing Du Lingfei and Hu Yunfei to shiver. Their faces were only getting more ashen. Nervousness clutched at Bazius Hun's heart. Knowing that the other two wouldn't be able to survive in such bitter cold, he found a cave in a mountain, where he started a fire. After sealing the entrance of the cave to make sure the light of the fire didn't seep out, he sat down cross-legged across from Du Lingfei and Hu Yunfei. The fire hissed and popped, and let off enough heat to gradually dispel the cold. A bit of color gradually returned to the faces of Du Lingfei and Hu Yunfei, although they still looked very pale. The three of them sat silently in the cave, watching the fire, and stewing in anxiety. Finally, Bazius Hun chuckled and broke the silence. "In 3 more days, we should be able to pass that 5,000-kilometer mark. Ha ha ha. Just wait until we get back to the sect. This is definitely going to count as a big meritorious service. I wonder what reward we'll get?" Du Lingfei looked at him, her gaze soft. Hu Yunfei was about to laugh, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he coughed up some blood, and his face paled as he swayed on the verge of collapse. After all the days of running, they had long since run out of medicinal pills. Bazius Hun rose to his feet and was just about to go over and examine Hu Yunfei, when suddenly his face flickered. He waved his sleeve out to protect his two friends as the stone he had rolled into place to block the firelight suddenly exploded. Chapter 57, You Have to Stay Alive. A huge boom echoed out as the rock shattered. As Bazius Hun waved the shrapnel aside, cold air came rushing in. The fire danced, its flickering light revealing a tall, sturdily built man standing outside. He was muscular, with icy eyes, and a long spear in hand. He was in the 8th level of chi condensation, and seemed to be even stronger than Chen Yu had been. "The Crown Prince was dead on," he said. "With rain like this and injuries like yours, you couldn't handle the cold, and were forced to find a place like this to hide. I had to search over 100 mountains before I found you, but here you are." Even as the words were still leaving the man's mouth, Bazius Hun's eyes blazed with ferocity as he leaped into action. Although the burly man seemed like the impulsive type, he was actually quite cautious. Instead of charging into the cave to fight, he actually fell back. In the blink of an eye, Bazius Hun was out of the cave and in the pouring rain. Clearly, the burly man didn't intend to actually fight, and was focused completely on defense. That caused Bazius Hun's heart to begin to thump. He was getting a very bad feeling, and yet he gritted his teeth and ignored any possibility of injury as he charged forward in a mad attack. A gust of frigid wind blew into the cave, extinguishing the fire. Hu Yunfei tried to struggle to his feet, but then coughed up another mouthful of blood. Du Lingfei gritted her teeth and hobbled to the mouth of the cave, where she performed an incantation gesture and pointed out, sending a flying sword shooting toward the burly man. A moment later, a blood-curdling scream echoed out into the stormy night. The burly man had been stabbed through the chest by a wooden sword, and yet, in the moment before dying, he hurled his spear out, which partially stabbed into Bazius Hun's right thigh. The burly man glared at Bazius Hun. Groaning, he said, "You won't get away. The Crown Prince will be here soon." Then he coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his head slumped over in death. Bazius Hun's face was pale, and he was trembling. In order to kill the man as quickly as possible, he had drawn upon so much energy that his injuries had worsened. Pain radiated up his right leg, and when he looked down, he saw the spear still embedded into his flesh. He was also soaked with rainwater, which intermixed with the blood to flow down onto the ground. He felt half frozen to death. Du Lingfei staggered over, and when she saw his leg, she began to weep. She reached out, grabbed hold of the spear, and gingerly pulled it out of his leg. To Baziush-hun, it felt as if his flesh and bones were being ripped apart. He trembled, but held back from shouting out. The dying words of his opponent, plus the fact that the man had obviously been trying to buy time, caused his heart to sink even lower than before. He could even sense fluctuations in the wind that told him it wouldn't be very long before more pursuing members of the Luotian clan showed up. Du Lingfei threw his arm over her shoulder, and the two of them managed to get back into the cave. Baziush-hun kept the spear. Back in the cave, Baziush-hun began to pant. His right leg hurt, but thankfully the spear hadn't stabbed into the bone. After binding the wound, he could still feel it, but considering the mortal danger they were in, it wasn't a major issue. We need to go. The Luotian clan could show up at any moment. Taking a deep breath, Baziush-hun slowly rose to his feet. He looked down at Hu Yunfei, and saw him laying there, struggling for breath. Their days of flight had been like a torment, and he was losing his ability to keep his injuries under control. Du Lingfei was sallow and wan. Her chi passageways had been severely injured, and some had even been severed. It had been an incredible struggle for her to emerge and help Baziush-hun in the fight earlier, and now all she could do was look up at him. In the darkness of the stormy night, her eyes seemed especially beautiful. "Junior brother Bei," she said softly. "Forget about us. You're much faster on your own. Go." Off to the side, Hu Yunfei struggled into a sitting position. Looking exhaustedly at Baziush-hun, he nodded in agreement. Baziush-hun's eyes were bloodshot as he said, "We can get out of the 5,000-kilometer area in only 3 days, guys, shut your M." Before he could finish his sentence, Hu Yunfei cut him off. "Junior brother Bei, you escaping and getting word to the sect is the best chance junior sister Du and I have." Baziush-hun laughed bitterly. He was no 3-year-old child to believe a lie like that. He knew that even if he did escape and get word to the sect, by the time anyone arrived to help, Hu Yunfei and Du Lingfei would already be dead. Seeing that Baziush-hun seemed determined to stay, Hu Yunfei started laughing. "Fine. If I die, then you'll leave, right?" A tremor ran through Baziush-hun as he realized that Hu Yunfei was stirring his last bit of spiritual energy as if to destroy his own chi passageways. Hu Yunfei looked at him calmly and continued, "Junior brother Bei, are you going to go, or not?" Baziush-hun was miserable and heartbroken. He took a few steps backward, mixed emotions on his face as he stared at Hu Yunfei and Du Lingfei. A gust of wind blew a strand of Du Lingfei's hair across her face. She tucked it behind her ear and looked at Baziush-hun. Although her face was ashen, somehow, she looked even more beautiful than ever. Her voice soft, she murmured, "I hope. If there's another life after this one, that I'll have the chance to meet you again. Junior brother Bei. You have to stay alive." The instant Baziush-hun heard the word "stay alive," a violent tremor ran through him, and he felt as if he had been struck in the chest by a hammer. Taking another long look at Du Lingfei and Hu Yunfei, he finally turned and walked out of the cave, unsure of what exactly he was feeling inside. A moment later, he was speeding through the stormy night. Seeing that Baziush-hun had finally chosen to leave, Hu Yunfei let out a soft sigh. Du Lingfei watched him leave, wishing him the best in her heart. She truly wished that she could make time flow in reverse, that she could return back to the time when she had first met Baziush-hun. Everything was quiet for a moment, but then Hu Yunfei and Du Lingfei suddenly looked out in Baziush-hun's direction, and their faces flickered. His cultivation base was erupting with power, his internal spiritual energy surging outward, even causing the rainwater to distort. He was like a brightly burning torch on a dark night that not even the coldness brought by the rain could dispel. Even someone very far away would be able to sense it. Lightning snaked across the sky as Luotian clan cultivators from several different directions suddenly sensed Baziush-hun. Chen Heng's eyes glittered as he looked in the direction of the upsurge of power. Baziush-hun flickered into motion, flying up the mountainside past the cave. As he flew by, Du Lingfei and Hu Yunfei could hear him whispering something to them. "I'll get their attention. You two find a way to escape. Come on, go." Tears began to stream down Du Lingfei's face as her heart was battered by incredible waves of emotion. Hu Yunfei was likewise shaken. At the same time, Baziush-hun burst out with incredible speed as he picked a different direction to flee in. Baziush-hun sped along, cackling madly and crying out at the top of his lungs, "Dead. They're dead. Luotian clan, I can't wipe all of you out, but the Spirit Stream sect will definitely come and kill you all." He appeared to be heading in a direction which would quickly lead out of the 5,000-kilometer area. Furthermore, from the way he was yelling, it seemed obvious that his two compatriots were dead, and that he was hysterical. Even if he might die in the attempt, he would break out and pass word to the sect, to make sure that revenge was had. Chen Heng instantly realized what was happening, and his face flickered. Although he couldn't be sure whether or not Baziush-hun was putting on an act, he could tell that, based on his current speed, He could succeed. Chen Heng definitely didn't dare to gamble with the fate of his sect by ignoring the threat. He immediately transmitted a message to the other Luotian clan cultivators. Everyone kill him. Even if his friends aren't dead, they're definitely seriously injured. We can track them down after we kill this one. All of the Luotian clan cultivators shot through the rain at top speed toward Baziash-hun. Lightning crashed and rain fell. Back in the darkness of the cave in the mountain, Du Lingfei gritted her teeth and wiped the tears off of her cheeks. Then, her eyes began to glow with determination. She knew that the only way to save Baziash-hun was to escape the 5,000-kilometer area and get word back to the sect. She looked over at Hu Yunfei, whose eyes flickered with the same determination as hers. "Don't worry about me," he said. "Let's split up. Whichever of us gets out first can bring help from the sect to save junior brother Bei." Hu Yunfei was determined to use his last bit of energy to try to break out and get help for Baziash-hun, even if he died in the process. The two of them took deep breaths and then ran out into the rain, splitting up and heading in two different directions, calling upon all the strength they could manage. They were already on the verge of collapsing, but by sheer force of willpower, they managed to exceed the limits of their bodies. Thunder boomed and lightning fell. Baziash-hun was speeding along as fast as he could. He had already lost sensation in his right leg, and his eyes were crimson. A sensation of deadly crisis thrummed in every inch of his body. He was scared, terrified of dying, certain that death was right on his heels, on the very brink of swallowing him up. He wasn't sure if his actions just now had been impulsive or not, or whether or not he might regret his decision. After all, the purpose of immortal cultivation was to live forever. In fact, there was still a voice in his head telling him to run away on his own. However, he couldn't forget the feeling of what it was like to be struggling with his two friends to survive. That feeling of facing the danger as a team was something he couldn't get rid of. He couldn't forget how Hu Yunfei had threatened to kill himself to get Baziash-hun to leave, nor the beautiful smile on Du Lingfei's ashen face. If he could only pick fear of death, or loyalty to friends, he would pick the latter. "Elder sister Du, elder brother Hu, you have to stay alive." Gritting his teeth, he flew onward with reckless abandon. "You want to wipe us out, Luotian clan? Alright, bring it on." Baziash-hun's eyes glowed with savage fury, like a caged animal ready to fight for its life. Chapter 58, The Cornered Beast Fights. Rain fell in sheets, thunder crashed, and lightning danced across the sky. The world was a mix of darkness and light, filled with rumbling booms and a sound of raindrops smacking onto the ground. From a distance, everything seemed to be a haze of rain, completely somber and desolate. Baziash-hun trembled as he sped forward with all the speed he could muster. He flew along, feet pounding the ground, occasionally leaping into the air over some obstacle. He was like an arrow loosed from the bowstring, whistling through the air. "Have to stay alive," he muttered. "You guys. Have to stay alive." That was what he kept repeating to himself as the images of Du Lingfei and Hu Yunfei continued to flash in his mind. The shadow of death loomed, fusing with the rain, making everything around him seem even colder than usual. By this point, roughly 9 figures were speeding toward him from various directions. The furthest person away from him was Chen Heng, but he was also the fastest. He was like a beam of light stabbing through the sheets of rain, moving faster and faster, causing rumbling sounds to echo out. "You can't escape. Nobody can escape from our patriarch's spell formation." Killing intent flickered in Chen Heng's eyes. He had never imagined that 3 outer sect disciples of the Spirit Stream sect would manage to evade him for so many days, and in fact, even get close to the border of the spell formation set up by his patriarch. As for the disciple they were currently closing in on, he had a profound cultivation base, sufficient to not only strike down Chen Yu, but numerous other members of the Luotian clan. He was now more convinced than ever that this person was one of the famous chosen from the south bank of the Spirit Stream sect, either Shangguantanyu or Lu Tanlai. After all, when it came to the affairs of the south bank, the north bank usually wouldn't interfere. Spirit Stream sect chosen. Chen Heng thought, eyes glittering with killing intent, and even a spark of amusement. Rumbling thunder filled the air as Baziash-hun sped along with gritted teeth. He was panting, and his internal spiritual energy was fading quickly. Because of the rain, it was hard to see anything, and he almost felt as if some primordial ancient beast had swallowed up heaven and earth. Suddenly, Baziash-hun looked up with bloodshot eyes, looking fiercely at certain fluctuations in the rainwater a few dozen meters up ahead. Popping sounds rang out as countless raindrops then exploded and shot toward Baziash-hun. Behind that sheet of rain was the first Luotian clan member who had arrived to intercept Baziash-hun.